Summon. The fleet battle had just ended, and the ground war was next to begin. Titans, knights, and heavy tanks were to insert first and clear a beachhead for the armored infantry to follow inside the Imperial webway. Last checks and renewal of the Holy Purity sigils, as well as the rites of sacred maintenance for the Godwalkers, were taking place now, when my dimensional sight caught a ship under inverted void cloak approach, from the side of the Imperium Sanctus no less. A minute later, I recognized my own family aboard the cloaked strike cruiser, a company of Red Talons Blancastardes based out of Port Stanley on Terra, plus his mother, Justine. Quite a heavy-handed message from the Star Child. See, I am the one to return your mother to you, alive and well. We have incoming. Under cloak. I spoke out loud to let the command bridge know he wasn't hallucinating. The pack of new wolves all glanced at him with hungry eyes. Then again, the Tan were as hungry as his demon lance. Always hungry. Not a danger, I would say, the blade discerned, likely by reading his metabolic state. My mother. I answered in a flat voice. She's also a blank. Quite a safe option for a divine emissary. The AI noted with a sarcastic tone. An emissary? The AI was always smarter than expected. I eyed the Tan wolves and realized they were probably smarter than his AI. The Tan weren't hungry for the few souls on the ship, but for whatever target the new emissary was likely to send him to kill. Zath, with me. The rest of the wolf pack, you may begin the assault on the Necrons below. I ordered, and stepped into the Tesseract to relocate on the cruiser. Commander Lancefire, the ship's captain exclaimed as he appeared on his bridge. So, the Mortalis Crusade is acknowledged as such on the saintly side? I asked, curious, as Zath landed soundlessly at my side. Justine rose from her chair and walked forward, wary but brave. The Emperor is aware, PF. They share the same soul space, after all, she explained in a small voice. I sighed and went to hug my reborn mother. I'm sorry you went through all of this, mother, but being dead would be worse. You're so tall now, my son. Matching the firstborn Astartes, right? She noted with mild humor. This is my friend, called Zath. He is very strong. I introduced the Tan Wolf while observing the new blanks wearing the Red Talons armor. Grandchildren, most likely. 600 years was time enough for 20 generations to pass. Sire, is this a Fenrisian wolf? The Astartes captain asked in a weird voice. I shook my head. There are no wolves on Fenris, Captain. There are only space wolves, of different types. The wolves were not just smart like a human, but humans mutated by their Canis Helix genes into looking like real wolves. Zath walked to a free console and began reading the ship's logs, even waving through holopages like a human would. Justine glanced at the wolf for a second, then decided to ignore it. Canis was much the same. After all, the Emperor has a request, son. Justine began saying, just as the phased shape of Inquisitor Verlaine appeared on the same bridge. I nodded to my wife and smiled with a sad grimace. Who is it? The Emperor wants me to kill this time. Justine blinked, then waved her hand through the holographic form of the Inquisitor, before sighing. Truly, the Inquisition holds too many secrets. I heard only blanks could withstand the Zone Mortalis. She cannot say, with non-cleared personnel in range, my lord. You may turn back now, Red Talons. Your package has been delivered in good health. Lady Verlaine ordered with a flash of her half-real rosette. Then our away team jumped back inside the Tesseract to receive the target's specifics in person. Zath also arrived, then tilted his head in a wolf stance. I'm going inside the webway then, or the fun will end, without me. He spoke out loud, then vanished. I nodded and deployed the Crusade army as well, starting with the big Castigator Titans. It seems there has been another pre-march that went bad, the one leading the 11th Legion. Justine began with a flat voice, only for me and my wife to burst in laughter at the news. Am I that lucky? I asked in between fits of laughter, while Lady Verlaine smacked my back like it was the best joke of the Millennium. I don't see how this could be funny if this malice creature is close to manifesting in real space soon. Justine argued in outrage, making me shed tears while laughing even harder. Oh no, in real space. Lady Verlaine added in fake outrage and choked on her laughter fits. You knew? I see. Justine realized, just as her dear son, Me, produced a bottle of expensive amasec to celebrate our reunion. I gulped my glass, then poured another. No wonder the wolves were so hungry. Poor metal robots make for a scant meal after all. Chaos Space Marines, on the other hand, not to mention a weak dark god or whatever Malice has become. Zath must have promised the new ones a feast worthy of gods. The Inquisitor spoke in an Ordo Xenos tone. Yes, and I shall deliver it. So, why now, Mother? Malice has been around for millennia? I asked more to the point. That double-faced Ivrain showed up on Terra on Robot's fort, with prophecies of doom and whatnot. Justine answered after drinking her second glass. Teresa? Our hero asked instead. Yes, I still cared about my family, even those who fucked up. Your daughter is fine. But if you wanted her safe, you wouldn't have sent her away. Justine answered with slight reproach. My shoulders slumped. There is no safety in this universe, Mother. You may be erased with a word by a god, or torn in two by a demon or a Necron just the same. All I hoped to achieve was stop the church pyres burning our kind just for existing. It isn't much better on the Sanctus side these days. There are pyres burning for decades on some planets, in the madness of pure faith. I would guess they ran out of genestealers and cultists centuries ago. Justine whispered in a heavy voice. What exactly did Ivrain say? Lady Villain demanded in a curt voice. Justine nodded. She said the Sons of Malice are conducting raids on craft worlds and conducting some blood games that will soon allow Malice to manifest. But there must be more. 5 craft worlds are deployed and considered insufficient. I see. The remaining Chaos Marines must be gathering around the last Chaos God, the 13th Black Crusade. I deduced with my special knowledge. Could be pretty bad. The God Emperor wouldn't summon you otherwise. The Inquisitor noted in a stern voice. I guess it will be pretty bad. At least it's not the Skaven. I mused in a faraway voice. The rats did win in the first Warhammer. Warning. The webway is a fragile place. Perhaps an understatement, but true even so. And while the old ones' webway was fragile but resilient due to multiple redundancies and the sheer power of the old gods, the Imperial webway was not. It was a simple warp-insulated tube about 10 kilometers in diameter, with a reinforced pavement for tracked vehicles and the like. There were even railways laid out in places, most of them already broken by the Titans and heavy tanks rolling over them. It would take a train maybe a month to traverse the tube from the middle point to either side, but compared to regular void ships flying through space or the warp, it was possibly 100 times faster, and far less deadly to those not blanks. Which was the main point here. Luckily, the Castigator Titans were stepping on anti-grav fields, not directly on the pavement, but the Warlord Titans and the heavy tanks still made a mess. The Knights and Dreadnoughts were much lighter in comparison, while the new anti-grav vehicles like the Asterius and the Repulsor also floated on anti-grav fields. It helped a little that the Baneblade successors had been upgraded to adamantic reactors and energy weapons, as well as 20 cms of adamantium and blackstone protection instead of a meter of plasteel and ceramite. Still heavy at 200 tons, it was more manageable than the original Baneblade at 320 tons. The Titans also used Tiamat carapace plates instead of the heavier ceramite, reducing their own mass by a third, without considering the lack of cannon shells or missiles. PF didn't like consumable munitions, even without considering the difficulties of reloading 300 shells massing 1 ton each on top of a Titan. Yes, a walking behemoth firing 15-inch shells like a minigun was awesome, but impractical. I summoned the clay golem to stand on its shoulder and observe the battlefield from above. Beams and explosions filled the air, as was the return fire from the Necrons, and especially their big war constructs. Monoliths and large spider-like tanks strained the void shields of the forward Titans, while millions of Necron warriors and immortals blew up to small bits of necrodermis all around them. Bianca took her red-hot castigator at a huge speed forward, likely trying to enfilade the entire Necron army by herself. Then again, there wasn't enough space for 3 such giant Titans to fire at once without getting in the way of each other. The webway was quite small for such behemoths. A few hours later, the battlefield constricted enough that PEF could see the other battlefront, Bianca's castigator joined by the Omnisia's Judgment castigator piloted by Janice herself, and a whole Titan legion from Mars, like ants around her feet. All troops, stop advancing. We're now in friendly fire range from the other side. I commanded on the sounding board, thus directly into the minds of all those of the Lancefire bloodline, and those closer friends and allies than were recognized via empathy links. The Tan Wolves returned with a prize in their jaws, a Necron Lord each. They wanted to detonate and breach the webway before they died. Lash warned him and poked a Necron device like a metal globe with a grinning skull on top. Very cheerful looking. Oh? Dangerous? I asked with mild curiosity. The D-Nexus bomb? Not to you or us, but the small people would all die. Maybe the big titans would survive too, if you want to test it now. Lash proposed with a careless voice. I shook my head and collected the loot for later, including the various inventory carried by the Necron leaders. I already had an arsenal of Necron weapons and devices from the captured Necron fleet, but every lord carried some unique item as a sign of pride or wealth, like this D-Nexus thing, possibly a remnant from the War in Heavens. The galaxy was still riddled with shattered space zones and gas nebulas from that war. 2 more portable tesseracts and another Nexus cube were also found among the loot. Decisions. Justine should get the cube and hopefully learn to use it like Verlaine. She had suffered greatly until now. Time to give her an easier life. Safer anyway. 1 tesseract for Lore, to keep the Lamenters safe in his absence. The last one. Yeah. The tithe will not be cheap. Janice advanced her Titan to stand cockpit front to his clay golem. Daddy, you always cause such trouble, she yelled as her cockpit opened. What do you mean, Janice? I observed the Necron incursion into the webway and struck them from behind. And now they're all dead. I answered with an easy voice. Telling the truth as well, of course. His daughter's eyes glowed bright gold for a second. There is a breach into the Zone Mortalis now, right in the middle of the Imperial webway. A dolmen gate even, which is great for the blank colonization in the future. The gate will be a commercial hub between the 2 Imperiums, where all the minerals and crops from the zone can be collected and sold. I answered in a collected voice. Janice frowned for a minute, thinking deeply. I see. Always the rogue trader, even in your situation. The Emperor will likely approve. He always favors expanding humanity's reach. After all, I waved my hand grandly and stored all my armies inside the Tesseract space. I guess you met Justine already? I asked in a sterner voice, as my mother glared at Janice. I was the one to sedate her. The Emperor preferred live surgery. Janice spoke in a lower tone. A hint of guilt lingered in her voice. The Lancefire League in my domain in the Fringe already matches the Imperium in star numbers. It is not a good idea to torture my family. I might not help next time, I said in a gentle voice, then turned my clay golem around and walked away. Janice stared after her father for a long time. Not a good time to ask for a tithe, for sure. Nor will the Emperor appreciate the tone. But that was another story. She had warned the Emperor many times. Father didn't even need to take action. It was enough if he refused to act and let the Imperium crumble. Insult. My Crusade fleet met with rowboats plus Ultra Blackstone Fort at Forgevoss, and a giant pile of Ultramarines and Successors chapters, most of them already transitioned into Primaris Marines. It was obvious I would need to upgrade the thing to Lancefire standards, but for now there was diplomacy to conduct. As in real diplomacy with non-human entities, such as the emissary of Iniad and her tall Fugan escort, a Phoenix Lord with a fetish for lances and fire, and the founder of the Fire Dragons Aspect Warriors. We could be good friends, perhaps. I also had a bunch of Tan Wolves with me. Not that the Eldar were fooled by the canine disguise. Those are not real wolves, Pef Lancefire. Ivrain noted with a hint of sarcasm. I assure you, my wolves are voracious eaters, every single one of them. I answered with a shrug and went to shake hands with the big Primarch. I think the normal protocol said something about saluting and maybe taking a knee, but my knees weren't feeling like it. Did you hear, Robot? My Warmaster rank was revoked. I said with fake outrage. Stop the theater, Lancefire. You weren't happy about that nomination anyway. The good Primarch answered with a deep voice. Exactly. My bleeding heart trembled with excitement for an entire week, and then it was all for nothing. Killed the stupid slime god, and got kicked out after. I feel so used. I continued in a commiserating voice and thumbed the bleeding heart sigil on my armor. I think your solitaire Harlequin had a bad influence on Lord Lancefire. He used to be less flippant. Robot excused me in front of his important guests. You know of Malice, Pef Lancefire? Ivrain asked me directly. I was in between lives when that premarch got lost. And the Inquisition made sure all records were lost, too. I answered with faint humor. His name was Malibran, before his fall. Too bad you weren't born yet. During the Rangdang Genocides, Commander Lancefire. Maybe things would have gone, less bad at least. Robot sighed and patted my shoulder, while ignoring the tan wolves on principle. Why would he tell me this? I thought for a minute, then figured it out. It was showtime. So, Phoenix Lord Fugan, was it? Want to spar for a minute? I asked the glaring Eldar. We could have been friends. In another world, the Eldar not Primarch leaned forward with a flaming lance in hand. So I drew Dratch too. Try to look evil, Dratch. Bigger flames. I urged the demon lance as I took a jousting stance too. My lance was longer and had auto-aim anyway. I wasn't worried at all. Even the divine Ennead cannot bring you back if that thing hits you, Lord Fugan. Don't waste your immortal soul for pride. Ivrain told her escort in a wary voice. The Phoenix Lord measured my awesome demon lance for a second, then drew back. Quite the menagerie today. Ingur wolves, upstart Monkays, and even a foul demon, all tamed by the Black Soul. He spat back, as to cover his lack of courage. Ha! He blinked first. Lash waited until I stored the lance and walked next to me, so I could rest my hand on his head. Then again, the Eldar managed to insult everyone just now. You're right, Lash. Maybe we don't need to waste time helping the ingrates. Hunting Necrons is much more rewarding. I answered out loud, as if the tan urged me to leave. Ivrain's eyes flashed with some kind of emotion I didn't get. Your Emperor assured me you will participate in this Black Crusade, Lord Lancefire. Even sent your mother, alive and well? She began as my face changed to pure anger. Don't shoot the messenger, this time. Divert. I turned towards Robot and looked up. I didn't hear an objective premarch. The rest of the fallen primarchs I collected alive for future review and potential redemption. What is to happen with this malice? The premarch scowled and nodded slowly. And I thank you for that, Lord Lancefire. I know killing is far easier than capture, especially with a dangerous premarch. But for malice, the Emperor has granted him mercy. The eternal kind. That meant put him down, for good. Not that easy with Chaos Gods, but it could be done. Had done. And what about the Chaos Marines we will encounter? I continued with a gentle voice. The premarch just shook his head. Unless I mark someone for interrogation, they all are to be laid to rest. Any means necessary, he invoked with a glance at my wolves. Even soul death, or especially that. People didn't get reborn from a Tannis stomach. Such a compassionate emperor we had. The lion will not be happy. I noted with a raised eyebrow. The Dark Angels even had a new wing called the Risen, former Chaos Marines that rejoined Lionel. I'll try to mark any such fallen for extraction, but don't endanger the mission for that. Those who follow malice have signed their souls for oblivion. Robot answered with a sad tone. Upgrade the fort and head for Cadia. The blade advised me in my mind, sounding a bit hurried. Something was happening already. Zath, we are in a hurry, it seems. Help me with the Blackstone plates, I asked the stronger Tan, since his true form was transcendent, thus at least 100 times stronger than the other shards here. Time stood still for a second, then returned as Plus Ultra became a proper battle station. He even installed new Geller ramparts on the Ultramarines fort. Truly, the Tan were such bullshit. I don't want you to faint again. Not in front of the Eldar, Lancefire. Your ascension has barely begun, and you aren't yet a true god. But the Eldar insult will be paid back after we part ways. Zath told me in a gruff tone. Your Blackstone fortress is now prepared for combat, premarch. We make for Cadia. I informed Robot and traversed the Tesseract to return to my flagship and sent orders to begin acceleration. As I sat in my command throne, time-bottled messages arrived from Terra and the Votan League, one source from Psyker Premonition and the other from Time Flux Reading or whatever science trick the Votan used. A new dark god was coming out to play, already attacking the world of Celis in the Cadian sector. Poor Cadians, it seemed their woes were not finished. Principal. En route to the next battle, I kept working on the STCs in my library, sometimes finding something to improve, but most often not. The wolves seemed content to lay about in half-sleep states, only Zath seeming quite amused at my frustration. Is there something on my face? I asked out loud and froze the hologram of the Macarius FTL engine. It doesn't matter where on the curve you drop the ball, it will reach the destination at the same time. It is why it's called a tautochrone curve, the Tan answered with a toothy smile. The Tan is right, Captain. If the ball drops higher, it gathers more speed and reaches the end at the same time with the ball dropped lower. It is the same principle used in warp drives, except there the ball falls through billions of layers of Immaterium. The blade spoke in my mind, calming me to know at least someone understood something about the damned engines. Calling it bullshit felt better, though. I wasn't stupid, but the math just didn't work. If it was so, the mass of the ship shouldn't matter either. Even a Corvette could use the Macarius drive. I countered with a sad voice. And it could, if your quality control was good enough. The same works for the duplication method used in the IMGA monolith. You can cut an object into small bits and get one extra when you reassemble it. Just like you did with Vulcan, Zath added with a wolfish snort, then closed his eyes to fake sleep again. Blade? Is that possible? Like on industrial scale? I asked with no ulterior reason. Duplicating my ships and other treasures might be handy. One day, the AI's hologram glowed for a second. There are some clues in the old files of a Banach-Tarski's theorem and later experiments in the Federation that burned out a sun. I think they concluded the energy for such a feat was too large, even if draining a blue giant star. Obviously, it can be done by Necrons. The Federation might have failed, but the Tan didn't point me to that eastern fringe monolith for no reason. I even had a clue where the Necrons got the energy to duplicate stuff, by draining a Tan, most likely. I turned to find 7 wolves peeking at me with half-closed eyes. Got it. We'll go release your captured brothers from the IMGA monolith. When I returned to the fringe, I said with a thin smile, was I so easy to be used? Was it my bleeding heart, urging me to stop the suffering of sentient people? Lash opened one eye fully to stare at me. The path of understanding is paved with suffering, Pef Lancefire. Your emperor understood that in the end, and so will you. While not as mystical and occluded like the Eldar, the Tan still masked their intentions behind veils of difficult concepts. Or perhaps it was the divine aspect which made it harder to communicate with lesser beings. The Tan weren't called star gods for no reason. Their phase blades, the etheric detectors, and other such artifacts were not just tech, but divine artifacts imbued with their essence. Anyway, nothing I could do about quality control, since only a few Forge Worlds could even make cruiser-size engines. Forge World Voss was the latest of them, since my recent visit and upgrade to their facilities and defenses. But stopping for a week at every Forge World in my path wasn't feasible, although I should make the stop at Krieg to recruit more Krieg regiments. Holding the ground would be needed, even if expensive in lives. Or clones in Krieg's case. Fleet-wide, continue towards Cadia. The Singularity will catch up after we stop at Krieg. I sent directly to all Crusade fleet. We did have Primarch Gilliman with us, so I wasn't worried about logistics now. The man was quite renowned for his abilities. Be safe, father. Lore sent me a heartwarming message. Lash, you follow the Crusade and keep one eye open. On the Eldar, I mean. I asked of the most trustworthy shard here. Since his main body was locked tight inside the Pharos, Lash didn't have the privilege of flying off whenever he felt like. Lash just nodded and vanished without a word. Increasing motive power. ETA to Krieg, 2.2 hours. Zath warned me as he phased inside the engine to make it go faster. Like 1,000 times faster. Damn bullshit and balls falling at same speed. The Tan cheated. I kinda understood now why the webway curved like it did. Not because of gravity wells like I first guessed. There was a simple but deep principle at work, sometimes called the principle of least action. The fastest path to another place was never a straight line, and especially not if you shifted mediums, like from the void of space to the warp and multiple dimensions in between. One thing about this changing universe that never changes. There is only war. The world of Krieg was under attack as we approached, so possibly Zath had a good reason to speed our travel. The usual suspects as well, orcs drawn to a propa fight, with a planet where everything was geared for war, and soldiers were endless as they jumped from cloning crucibles directly into the Munitorium depots to get equipped and march to war. Eat only the vegetables, and leave the metal for me, I asked the wolves as they grinned with hungry eyes. Those 6 space hulks filled with orcs and squigs and grots and other orc critters they carried around as an ecosystem might not sate the tan, but it would make them a bit healthier and certainly stronger. They were kinda starved, the poor shards, after their prolonged imprisonment inside the Tesseract vaults. Also, my crusade fleet and army were not with me, so I kinda depended on my allies to fix the problem and allow Krieg to release their troops to my service. I did have 3 million the lax suits in my Tesseract though, and they also needed some live fire practice as to not get rusty. Not proper space marines, but basically the same power armor and weapons like the old Astartes legions, and same numbers as 20 of those legions. Perhaps I was too cautious. My backup forces matched the Great Crusade in numbers. Lady Villain sat beside me with her large belly ready to pop soon. Commander Lancefire, you have the strangest luck I have ever seen, she noted with mocking sarcasm, unimpressed by the giant orc armada and their thousands of rusty warships. I just glanced behind her, where Alaric and Semnai were looking ready to pop too, eager for battle. You guys want to join my the Lax legions and board the orc ships? I asked with a kind voice. Can we, Inquisitor? Semnai asked in a not quite begging tone. The Inquisitor turned to look at me, then at Custode Valerian guarding my back. I guess I'll be safe enough here, Deathwatch Marines. Go play with the greenskins for a change, she allowed with a gentle head shake. The Custode remained silent, like he always did unless spoken to. I'm sure he could give great advice, but I wasn't using conventional methods for inserting or withdrawing troops anyway. How I yearned for a teleporter in my youth, to make boarding pirate ships less costly. Now I could displace millions of troops inside thousands of ships with my will alone. And I did. Auxiliary troops. I could say I was disappointed with the Imperium and their waste of opportunity. I thought my intervention in the Rust would allow Forge Grea to mine out the place and become stronger. But they likely never finished the orcs, allowing them to germinate more spores and call out reinforcements from distant orc clans, leading to this new Green Crusade and hundreds of orc bosses gathering at Krieg. Then again, it's been almost 700 years since my last visit, and orcs multiply fast, like fungi. Zath finished his Space Hulk vegetable bowl first, and returned to the Singularity's bridge licking his snout. I'm such a good brother. I even left the other metal hulks untouched for them. What will you do on the planet? He asked inside my mind. I did have the Void Spinner virus available, but lacked psychers to use it properly, and Lady Villain was kinda indisposed right now with her pregnancy. Then again, maybe the Kriegers will want a respawning orc army to train their troops in perpetuity. I should ask. Also, I should collect more orcs for the Xeno Auxilia, since the next goal was fighting Chaos forces. Glad you asked, Zath. I guess I should replenish the orc Auxilia numbers, with the greenskins already present on the ground. I answered out loud, mostly to let my wife know what was going to happen. In a minute, the massive orc whack on Krieg was collected and stored in my newest Tesseract. Then I walked inside the Tesseract to implant the orc bosses with scarab shackles, as to more easily direct them on a specific target instead of rampaging randomly. Then I grabbed Custode Valerian and went to visit the Krieg's HQ, a battered bunker filled with gas-masked staff officers and dozens of commissars that kept them from launching human wave attacks too often. Quite the opposite task a commissar usually had. By the Emperor. A real custodian, the main Krieg general exclaimed in fervor as we were noticed. I just took out my Mortalis Crusade scroll and rolled it down the table. The man titled his head at the lack of gunfire and recognized me from old descriptions. Lord Lancefire? We thought you were long dead, hundreds of years ago. A Krieg colonel with some ancient history background asked in surprise. Rumors of my demise were greatly exaggerated. I was just stuck in the warp, nothing more. I answered with a shrug. Mostly truth, too. The nearest commissar read the Crusade orders first, then passed the scroll to the general. The orders are authentic, General. Signed by the Emperor himself. Although his holy custode here is the best proof we could ask. My Crusade fleet is heading for Cadia, where the Sons of Malice traders are gathering for another Black Crusade. I will need to requisition 4,000 Krieg regiments to secure the planets around Cadia. I spoke in a gentle voice. The general glanced at the custode, then at the situation map holoscreen, showing my lone battleship in orbit. Even with a Gloriana-class battleship, so many guardsmen and their equipment will not fit, my lord, he noticed with a small voice. Pretty sure I could fit 1,000,000 regiments in my tesseracts, but let's not shatter the illusion yet. Don't worry about that, General. The Emperor provides. The custode spoke in a grave voice, solving the issue without much explanation. A coven of Greya tech priests ran inside the room next. By the Omnisia, it's the holy emissary, alive and well, and a sacred custodian from holy Mars itself. I sighed inward. More religious fanaticism. Well, except this time it was useful. Well met, Muggos. Now let's go see those clone crucibles and speed up the guardsmen decanting. I can't stay too long, I concluded while displacing the crusade scroll back in my hand. Likewise, I wasn't very happy with the Emperor's treatment of my mother, but I did accept he provided quite a substantial help with this crusade orders and his custodian support. The tech priests were very curious about things on the other side of the zone, and especially how Mars managed. I've only been on Mars for 3 weeks, before being sent on the new Mortalis crusade. Custode Valerian can answer all you need, since he's been there for hundreds of years. I passed the buck onwards, so I could focus on the task at hand, like making 4 billion Krieg clones, and equipping them for war from the Adeptus Munitorum's vast depots here. Since the Kriegers were still Imperial Guard regiments, their equipment was quite lacking, mostly shovels, gas masks, and Lucius pattern lasguns, which was still better than the regular Imperial Guards line infantry regiments that lacked shovels and gas masks. My mind calculated the regiment stats, finding them good enough on entrenchment, defense, and soft attack, but lacking hard attack, piercing, and breakthrough modifiers. Oh well, I could provide croc grenades and some tarantula turrets to beef their stats once en route. No need for artillery, since these units will not need to assault cities, just defend. I drew a short breath to speed up time for my work, and released the solar heat onto the empty space hulks, melting them into hot balls of metal. I guess I could even drop these balls onto someone and test the tan theory of balls reaching the target at the same time. No, it was not space balls. Go away, stupid ideas. By the next week, I concluded my visit to Krieg and even left them one giant metal ball to mine metal from, while I also collected the orc ships and 5 more metal balls for a science test. It probably wouldn't bother Malice too much, even if I dropped them on his head, but I had to try. The wolves were purring in satisfaction as we chased after the crusade fleet, and Lady Valane burst open to give birth to another special daughter. Sergeant Semni seemed quite mesmerized by the little girl, but he wasn't the only one. Lash and Zath seemed quite interested in Joan, staring at her tiny crib with wonder. So small, and already passed through death once. Are you going to give little Joan to your emperor? Lash asked in a worried voice. Maybe, probably not. I didn't like how Janice turned out in the end. Strong, very strong, but not humane anymore. Warped by the emperor's goals and vision, for certain. I'm not sure, my friend. She will need training, but the emperor is not a good teacher either. I mused in a lamenting tone. That Necron Lord has 1 billion magic books now. Joan could learn a lot. Zath proposed with a sneaky voice. I thought you hated Necrons? I asked in surprise. Trazen is not like the rest, just like you aren't like the other humans. He did release the Nightbringer shard after the battle in the labyrinth. Not the Transcendent Deceiver shard though, but that's probably better. We would need to kill that freak if he was free. Zath answered with a glance at our own Nightwolf, shard sleeping in a corner. Is this another play, a move in the great game? I wondered with suspicion. We shall see. Pef Lancefire. The Nightwolf has called his big brother to help, so we may have another Transcendent join us for Malice. I thought you should know. Zath whispered in my mind in a secretive tone. The Nightbringer Transcendent did help with both Nurgle and Cinch, so why not against Malice? I didn't mind more help, even with other problems that might arise. The Eldar might not like it, but fuck them. Let the Phoenix Lord stare the Nightbringer in the face and insult him too. I could enjoy betting a throne on that fight. The truth. War has simple equations. So many supplies for that many troops. Split them evenly, or choose to concentrate force. For the Krieg Guardsmen, I wouldn't know what they would face. So even it is. I had 50,000 spare tarantula turrets in my inventory, 4,000 regiments, so 12 per regiment. That left me 2,000 extra turrets to use for landing ports and other important objectives. I kept the same ratio with crock grenades and missiles, as well as several armed sentinels and fusion reactors to power up the defenses and reload the power packs. Then a tech priest and several tech acolytes for each regiment to connect the cables and keep the lost cannons firing. Perhaps not ideal, but already the regiment's stats doubled, so it wasn't all bad. Add some wire cages so they can construct field fortifications with ease, and then back to repairing and repopulating the lost Thalax suits from boarding the orc ships at Krieg. Perhaps unnecessary loses, but combat experience was always a real factor to care about. Even the Primaris Space Marines gained quite a lot of combat power from experiencing combat, not to mention clone Skanes or regular human troops. For some reason, my initial Greya the Lax Legion took the heaviest loses, while the Lucius and Ryza legions barely lost 1% of their total numbers. Freak luck, or maybe encountering more orc knobs and ardboys than the rest. I had a feeling that my initial clone Skine pattern used for the Lax Lyrica Legion wasn't quite so effective as the later patterns finessed by Clonmaster Anzian. Soon enough, the Singularity rejoined the Crusade fleet, and I met with Robot again to divulge what has just occurred. But the good Primarch just shrugged, probably already aware of the Krieg's plight. The priests and bishops of the Imperium constantly sing and preach of humanity's great victories over everything they hate. Victory. He spoke with heavy sarcasm. I nodded and sipped my well-deserved Amasek, enjoying the warm rush for a minute, until my Omega Nanites healed me back to full health. The Primarch gulped the rest of the bottle, and didn't seem affected at all. Have you met Calgar, the chapter master of the Ultramarines? He asked for no reason. Nope. Only Cato Sicarius. That time when you sent him to conscript me for a crusade in the eastern fringe. Sanguinius was still dead, but showed up in angel form a few times. I remembered with a fond smile. Robot nodded, since his perfect memory likely recalled signing the crusade orders. Since then, 1,000 years have passed, and the Imperium is still a shithole. I shrugged, not really expecting anything more from the Imperium of Man. I had my own domain to care about. I would say things aren't so desperate anymore, and my fleet has grown even larger. Right now, 32 battleships, 1257 cruisers, and 71,310 corvettes, plus my 3 Blackstone forts. The Primarch measured me over the holodable and shook his head. And every capital ship is equipped with Macarius engines. You know there is no such STC, not even in the hidden data cores of Mars. The blade lit up the hologram of the Macarius engine STC in a few configurations meant for different sized ships. And yet, there is. I can't say I understand the advanced science behind it, not even the basic principle of least action. But in its simplest form, force equals mass times acceleration. Just like a bolter. Robot sighed. My genes are encoded with an entire library of knowledge. Not exactly the same as my brother's, and Vulcan or Ferrus Manus might have better things, but I do understand basic science. Commander Lancefire. This is not a bolter engine. He was certainly right. Those engines pushed our ships to FTL speeds, unlike the tiny rocket engines of a bolt round. The hologram transformed into Blade's digitized form. Hello, Primarch. I am Blade Lancefire. The same machine spirit inhabiting the Administratum's new data core? Robot asked with an amused voice. The Blade AI just nodded and projected a timeline graph from her palm. The Terran Federation before the fall discovered and implemented temporal skip engines on 2 special ships, the Spirit of Eternity and the Blade of Infinity. I believe the Spirit is the originator of the term machine spirit, and the source of Muggos calls multitude of discoveries. I am the Blade. The Primarch glanced at me, then back at the blue hologram. This makes so much sense, after all. Those STC data slates you were spreading around. You contain the entire STC library of our ancestors? He asked with an eager voice. Perhaps. Most likely. But the STC templates are locked behind danger thresholds and other criteria. Maybe for good reason too, going by what's going on in the galactic core and the leagues of Votan. The Blade answered with a sad voice, then shifted back to the engine hologram. Or even worse, the Dark Mechanicum. I could see why the Federation's scientists would be careful. They had such amazing tech, and so dangerous. Robot mused with a distant voice. I always had the option to break down her data locks and forcefully extract more STCs. But there are risks too. Suicide, for example. I answered the lingering question. You speak of the blade as if she is a person. A real human. The Primarch noted with a doubtful voice. As I would with you, Primarch. She's a man of stone, and you're a man of gold. I do notice a man in that description. I said with a faint smile. Ah, I just said my genes are also encoded with a library. Too bad the Imperium of Man is not very tolerant. Mutants and abhumans, like the blanks. He realized while talking. Exactly. Not the same in my fringe domain, and certainly not in the galactic core. Those men of stone are worshipped as gods and do hold many divine powers, like storing the minds of the dead clone skins, for example, or eating stars with giant particle excavators, harvesting entire hive fleets to obtain more organic compounds, and much more. I added with a warning voice. Robot blinked as he parsed the warning for what it was. His Ultramarines didn't have much of a chance against the Votan. Do they match the Necrons? Can they be our allies, maybe? No and no. Our Emperors can match the Necrons, nothing else. As for allies, it is difficult to reason with those Votan, because they were tasked with extracting minerals from the galactic core long before the fall. The Blade was tasked with saving humanity in her mission, so it is somewhat different. I disclosed with a casual voice. Machines locked in their task. Aren't there some old codes, maybe clavis engrams to shut them down? He asked in a hopeful voice. The Emperor might know. I've been there, and barely got out alive. And I didn't go there to fight anyway. Just normal rogue trader stuff. I explained with a grave voice. The Primarch poked the holofield to display our route and ETA. I better go speak with Ivrain. Another craft world is en route to Cadia as we speak. Bealtan, her homeworld. I'll go speak with a few Tan. They called a transcendent to help. Should be a proper fight now, dark god or not. I said and rose to my feet. You don't seem worried at all. Robot noticed with a curious voice. Oh, that. We have already won, Primarch. Now we only have to pay the butcher bill. I said with a confident tone, and stepped inside my tesseract. Zath waited in my room, one eye already open. You said something about a butcher bill? Are we the bad guys? The big wolf asked with a sharp grin. I sighed and didn't answer. The truth always hurts. Silent sisters. I think I was a little surprised how peaceful Cadia seemed when the Crusade fleet reached the system. On the other hand, the Necron pylons protected the system against chaos incursions, just like they did for the past 10,000 years. And so did the forts and battle fleet of the Imperial Navy here. Cadia would be a great target, but 2 dark gods died here. If the strike at Celis is a diversion for their real target, it may not be Cadia. Lash told me while examining my holomap. There is nothing at Celis worth taking. The planet was blasted to hell and declared perdita. Perhaps a small memento, nothing more. Obviously a diversion, but where are the traitors? I mused with a lamenting voice. I felt my frustration grow, and used to being outplayed. My wife walked in the room with Joan in her arms, mostly recovered from her pregnancy. You're practically glowing with anger, husband. Did you hope to find Cadia aflame? She asked with mild irony. I hope to find something. Maybe dire messages from another place, calling for reinforcements. But the garrison at Celis is long dead, and the traitors would not linger there to be squashed. Chaos is always on attack. I grumbled with a sour voice and went to kiss the little girl. Lady Valine sat down and bopped Lash on the nose. This big bad wolf has no clue either? Then the Sons of Malice must be in the warp, either gathering forces or traveling to their target. Prayer is the answer now, she declared in a confident voice, and started praying on the spot. I almost expected a beam of light and angels singing in reply, but nothing like that. Instead, the Inquisitor rose and floated next to Custode Valerian behind me. Well? She asked the huge man. Valerian nodded and poked his forehead with a finger. Then his eyes exploded with golden light. Yes, that was the answer I was waiting for. Boris? The Custode spoke in trance, then closed his eyes to turn off the light. The hologram of the Boros system opened on the holomap, showing 42 inhabited planets and moons, and a nexus of warp gates leading to dozens of destinations inside the Imperium, called Boros. Over 400 billion people live there, so it would make for a great blood sacrifice, enough to manifest a dark god. And from Boros, they could expand into dozens of more systems at speed. The Inquisitor spoke with a convinced voice. I had to admit, Boros was just as juicy a target as Cadia, but without the Necron pylons. Maybe better, in some ways, and certainly safer for the Chaos traders. Seems a bit like cheating, divining an answer so easily. The Nightwolf spoke for the first time, probably impressed by the Emperor's divine feat. I had seen much better, but it was still impressive. Zath, go grab 11 pylons from Cadia. We have to prepare for the birth of a new god properly. I asked the stronger Tan, who just grinned with scythe-sized teeth at me. I'll grab 12. You will want a big club again, he answered with more irony. I probably would too. It worked on Cinch, so Malice would be even easier. By the next minute, the Crusade fleet was already accelerating towards Boros, but not before I stole 1,000 Earthshaker platforms and their munitions from a Cadian depot. Artillery was still the queen of battles, even 40,000 years after Napoleon discovered its proper use. And by coincidence, I even had some siege specialists from Krieg joining my crusade. Notify the Immaterium of Cadia that we requisitioned the missing guns for the crusade, Lady Valiant. No need to get 1,000 logistic officers executed for nothing. I remembered to say, before entering my Tesseract, to join the 2 Omega- Pariah Silent Sisters. Well, only one of them had taken the vow. I found Ardella before she was brainwashed. Ladies, we need to plan for the worst. This Malice seems quite intelligent, unfortunately, I said while taking out a fresh bottle of expensive Amasec. Decima just nodded, while Ardella held a glass for her share. Are we to plan this still dressed? She asked while taking a small sip, and eyed me coyly. Well, she did have a point. Strategy meetings worked even naked, perhaps much better. And the girls had little other distraction, being locked in the Tesseract for now, as to not shatter the morale of others. For example, the Eldar party on board the Plus Ultra Fort, plus the Ultramarines and other successors. The sisters' combined presence produced a shadow in the warp comparable to a small Tyranid fleet, although without the nightmare visions induced by the hive mind. Decima began dropping her garments while walking along the black stone wall and gliding a hand over the weapon raster. Tamblades, chronophagic blades, power swords, and lastly the demon lance locked in a black stone coffin. I could hear the demon scream in pain, as Decima's touch hurt the demon quite badly. They say the path of understanding is paved by suffering, Dratch. I suspect it is not only the suffering of others, but your own too. I mused in a thoughtful voice and stepped out of my power armor to join the naked girls. This is torture, boss. Every day, they touch me with their soul-draining aura. I quit. Dratch yelled and shook its coffin in displeasure. Really? You don't want to eat this Malice guy? I asked with no ulterior reason. Well, even a minor god would be tasty, I admit. You're the best boss, the demon answered in a happy tone. The strategy meeting lasted the whole night, and we decided that Ardella would use the lance instead. She was the strongest pariah in the galaxy, and thus least likely to be noticed by the Dark God, or anyone else for that matter. Decima would use a chronophagic halberd if the situation demanded, or if more great demons showed up, and thus, I bound my last Tesseract to Ardella and began instructing her in the proper use, which would have been useful long ago, except for lack of sufficient Tesseracts to share. It didn't escape my notice that I was making my own version of a Valkyrie, or perhaps a Phoenix Lord of negative warp. Decima's fingers flashed in rapid battle-speak towards her sister, telling Ardella to leave. Ardella grabbed her Aquila-shaped pendant and skipped into another Tesseract, leaving us alone. What is it, love? I asked the silent sister in her mind. She tapped her neck. Enuncia. A pariah can speak it without destroying her body. Ardella can learn it, she answered in my mind. What? I thought only psychers used that. I exclaimed out loud. I knew little of the ancient language, mostly from old books. She poked my forehead. Nulls are also psychers, Pef Lancefire, and I suspect anyone else can use it once and get destroyed by the backlash. Is that why you silent sisters take the vow? I asked, curious. Part of it. We see things people are not supposed to see or remember. Safer to never speak of it. Decima answered with a sad scowl. I nodded and sighed. The Silent Sisters were supposed to be the Emperor's inner circle, just like the Custodes. Of course they would learn secrets. Big ones too. So I rolled over with Decima on top and impaled her on my lance. At least I could give her a child, to make her happy for a while. Boros. History wants to happen in certain ways. I already knew that from numerous events in the galaxy that didn't need to happen anymore, yet still did. The Arcs of Omen, for example, a pinnacle of dark mechanicum fusion of tech and sorcery which attacked my capital planet in the fringe. Or the Days of Blindness, the Plague Wars at Ultramar, and now the battle. I did find a surprise when reaching the system, as the Iron Corpse from Forge World Idumea was already present and fighting off the initial chaos push towards the main population centers on Boros Prime, the capital world of this system. 1 billion combat servitors and millions of armed sentinels, plus a lance of Imperial Knights and a single Reaver Titan guarding the main gate. Sure, these Mechanicus forces were poorly armed, mostly autocannons and even some heavy stubbers, but they did the job of holding the line. And dying too. Only the Knights had energy weapons, some kind of lost cannons of an advanced pattern I didn't have. Then again, those Iron Corpse Sentinels used combustion engines, and not even plasma reactors for their motive force. The weapon is called a Solex cannon. My Blade AI recognized them, and even uploaded the new STC on my mind implant as the data lock threshold was reached. Not bad at all, if slightly weaker than the neutron lasers my own Knights use now. Much easier to make though, and a great upgrade for my numerous lost cannon platforms in the army. In the system, however, the situation was quite bad, as the traitors managed to bring 3 more Arcs of Omen, plus 11 battleships, and an armada of lesser void ships. I also had 3 Blackstone forts, and Robot also found his own, while my Crusade fleet matched numbers with the traitors easily. Yes, they had frigates and destroyers by the thousands, but I had many more corvettes. It would be an even fight, if I cared for that. First things first. Deploy the Eagle drones to allow the Blade to do her network AI part. Then the Krieg regiments, spreading them all over the population centers on 42 celestial bodies, while the heavy elements of my fleet advanced to meet the Chaos Traitors directly. One by one, the Metal Wolves phased off to start their own part, gorging on the souls and flesh of billions of Chaos cultists that rampaged everywhere. Most of the cultists were locals, newly drawn to treason and insanity by chaos rituals, or hidden cells erupting from within to cause more chaos and disrupt the supply lines. More worrisome, on 11 asteroids circling the Trajan Belt, there were tall towers called a Gehemonet which channeled sorcerous energy via blood rituals and growing taller every minute. We might be too late, I realized with a frown. Then again, preventing malice from manifesting would just repeat this battle elsewhere, and I might not be there next time. I should let it happen, sadly. That left the Chaos Fleet as the main target, and especially the Arcs of Omen filled with Hairtech Magi of the fallen Mechanicum and horrible abomination engines powered by demons. I marked the 3 main targets on the new sphere, and my forts fired their Immaterium beams at them. It would take time, but eventually the beams would go through. Zath had grown into a moon-sized wolf, snacking on entire void ships and slurping the occupants like warm noodles, while ignoring the ship-grade weapon batteries blasting his necrodermis fur. Yeah, I wasn't worried about the tan. Hurry up, Captain. My network is being assaulted by the chaos jamming and corruption codes. The Blade urged me in a pained voice. I sighed inward, but there wasn't much I could do. But Robot and the Eldar could help. Testing, 1, 2. Pre-march, be so kind and fire the Plus Ultras beam at the nearest Chaos Arkansas. I spoke via the sounding board. And get the Eldar to help, perhaps? I added with mild sarcasm. Will do, Commander. And please extract the cowled Marines from Boros Secundus and Tertium. He answered with a mental image of dozens of Chaos Marines wearing cloth robes over their battle plate. How do you even have time to find those fallen? Or recognize them in this mess? I asked with mild surprise. Pre-march bullshit. No doubt. I recognized the lion by his claws, Commander. The good pre-march answered in a dignified voice. What did that even mean? Anyway, forceful extraction for interrogation it is. Yoink. With the Plus Ultra Fort adding their beam to my eternal immense firepower, the nearest arc began to buckle and reveal flaws in their neutron shields, enough for Lash and Night Wolf to jump inside to murder the crew. Next arc now, I demanded in my mind, and the two forts switched fire on the second Arkansas. With 3 beams the shields buckled even faster, and 2 more tan shards entered the soft insides to feast. And now the last one. I spoke in a relieved tone. With 4 Immaterium beams the Ark of Omen was grabbed and torn to screaming bits of corrupted souls and flesh, letting the last pair of tan wolves to feast. The battleships now. And mind the Nova bombardment, I said with faint humor, as I began to flick Nova mines in the midst of the Chaos fleet. Of course, heavy warships could tank multiple Nova blasts, but the escorts or starfighters were way too fragile. The Singularity shook in return, as the Chaos fleet returned fire with their own Nova cannons. Oh well, I was glad for the multiple shields I just installed on my flagship. Eldar fleet inbound rowboat warned me as 6 enormous craft worlds and thousands of Eldar void ships arrived, although without Segoraka's talisman of Vol. Things may not be rosy with the Eldar pantheon either. Violet particle beams lanced from the craft worlds towards the Chaos fleet, focusing fire on a single battleship for a minute, then moving to the next. I guess they didn't need a talisman with this kind of firepower. The Singularity would last 10 minutes with her latest upgrades, but it would still die to those ancient weapons. Okay, the ground battle next. My troops were eager for a good fight, especially the Orc Auxilia, so they were sent first, right in the middle of the Chaos warbands and automata cohorts, landing on dozens of worlds. They died bravely, the big green orcs. But they also died seeming happy, so who knows? I would gladly spend 100 orcs to kill a single Chaos Marine, and thousands more for a demon engine. Their purpose was to fight and die. For some reason, I hesitated to send down my Space Marines or even the Lax cohorts, mostly because Chaos was always tricky and prone to traps. And I also felt a shadow moving through the Tesseract's detection field, too ethereal to see properly. Things were going well enough, considering this was a full black crusade butchering billions of humans for the laughter of thirsty gods. It will happen soon, Commander Lancefire. Valerian spoke behind me, not quite in the voice of "we're going to die soon," but close enough. He who stands with me shall be my brother. Blink and you might miss it. I kinda expected the sky to change, or a warp storm to erupt around us, something visible and dramatic. But instead, those Chaos blood towers turned black, and a warp portal formed for a chariot to pass through, drawn by 11 shards of Nurgle, like plague horses to a mortician's hearse. Not an actual chariot, despite its outwards appearance. This was a giant soul underthrow harvester, a Hellforge factory that could churn out demon engines like an automobile conveyor belt, only with more blood and screams than regular industrial accidents. "Robot, my dear brother!" A malformed octopus with 11 tentacles exclaimed from the chariot's seat, the words imbued with special magic. Possibly Annuncia, like my silent sister suspected. "This creature you have become is not my brother Malice." The blue-armored Primarch yelled back, likely exposing his Master Vox terminal to countless data demons. "We should fire already," my wife urged me with a wary tone. "And miss all the family drama? 2 brothers rejoined after 11,000 years?" I answered with mild sarcasm, and still more wary about what the Eldar were up to. If things went as shit, it would be the Eldar starting it. They always did. "You left me trapped in that Advex Moor's soul prism and stole my legion. Do they even know, your Ultramarines? You and Dorn split my sons between you." Malice argued with a hateful voice. Perhaps too much drama. This could split the Ultramarines in 2, and maybe the Imperial fists as well when the news reached them. "Phase now. Tempor Mortis," I told Valine as I sped up my mind implant to combat speed. Zath joined my assault and deployed the Necron pylons, while I wore my Blackstone Golem like a giant suit. "And you, Pef Lancefire, I will make your death quick and painless for your service. You got me free of the 4 idiots, and even supplied me with their followers. Erebus, and especially Ahriman, were quite vociferous about you." Malice continued without hurry, even as my Necron pylon crashed on top of his chariot. I felt his warp flesh crumble under my strike, but when I drew the huge club back, Malice was intact again. This sucked. Something to do with these Nurgle shards, perhaps? Using them as agapic batteries. Much like a tech priest, use their Sanctus Sinister. Decima, kill the Nurgle shards. I asked in my mind, and deployed my silent sister among the green, fat giants. Then I struck Malice again, and this time used my breath to time-lock my target in space and time. He still regenerated, but slower, and bleeding black ooze from the cracks. I followed up with the cosmic flare resulted from holding the Boros star still, then yanked Decima back as Malice slashed at her with wicked tentacles. Still, one Nurgle shard was gone. 10 more to go. This should be easy. So, of course, this is when this universe showed its cruel face. The Eldar craftworlds fired their deadly purple beams, but instead of striking at chaos like any rational being, they fired on the Tan Wolves, who were innocently devouring some helpless chaos ships and the juicy souls inside. Then the shadow I felt near my dimensional sight emerged as a giant hooded reaper with a huge scythe, and it sliced a craftworld in two. Millions of Eldar died for that betrayal, and more would follow as Zath changed course to aid his own brothers. You see, Robot, your allies fight each other, just like your dear Imperium is split in two. This is the gift I bring for you now, my brother. Join me, and we can rule the galaxy together. Malice exclaimed with a victorious voice, as hidden traitors among the Ultramarines rose in rebellion. Either his gene sons lost and found, or maybe Alpha Legion in disguise. Probably both. I sighed out loud. Too much drama for a normal day at work. Still, I had a mission to complete, and it didn't involve either the Eldar, the Tan, or even the Ultramarines rebellion. Kill Malice and go home. 3 Immaterium beams fired on Malice at my order, while the Plus Ultra Fort had fallen into internal conflict and out of the battle line. Never mind. I never counted on outside help. They should learn to use only blanks for their Space Marines, like I had. Still, I did find a use for my own troops now, and sent a few thousand blank Primaris to guard Robot against treachery. Below, on Boros Prime, the Chaos host advanced again, bolstered by more demons and demon engines appearing from new warp portals. The barrier between the real space and the warp was weakening by the second, most likely from the presence of Malice himself. Time to deploy those Earthshaker guns and the remaining lost cannon turrets. Then more orcs as distraction in the back, and back to the important fight with my golem. Decima killed another Nurgle shard while Malice recovered from my bat to the face, when a floating Abeyant appeared with Erebus on top. This was the first Space Marine to fall to chaos, and a powerful sorcerer. I should be careful. Hold still, Lancefire. His words struck me right in the soul. I froze in place. Truth be told, Lancefire wasn't even my real name. Yes, it was the identity I used here, but I could slip away from the Annuncia's reality warp by discarding the Lancefire. And yet, I didn't feel like it. It was 1,000 years of hard work in this galaxy, and sunken costs or not, I felt attached to the lance. This is how I corrupted Horus as well, my god. Just a slice of the Athame? Erebus gloated for his new master. Fuck it. I'll do my way. You want me to hold still? Do you even realize this galaxy is moving with thousands of kilometers per second towards the Great Attractor, right behind me? The Annuncia could work for me, helping stand really still, while the universe moved on. Can you imagine what an immovable object does when it hits something? My last Tan Hermetic core broke open as I passed through Erebus, then through several Nurgle shards, and then crushed Malice much worse than simply striking him with a pylon. The stillness became part of my new powers, just as Ordella appeared from her own tesseract and stabbed the wounded Malice with the demon lance. We are Lancefires, for we are what you fear, the silent sister declared in a victorious voice, and the demon in her hand screamed as a chorus. We are fear incarnate. I skipped back and reformed my mangled golem. Would not recommend to anyone they become still while the galaxy passes by. Quite a lot of damage. I felt like that train who squashed a car on the rail. With my face, I had become a hammer, turning problems into nails. Don't faint now, Lancefire. The Eldar. I heard Lash plead in a distant voice. Too late. I fell into my tesseract and lost all contact with the universe. The sleeper awakens. Lord Lancefire was a captain of the 1st Lamenter's Company, a veteran Primaris Astartes, and the bearer of a valuable Canticlenet mind implant gifted by a grateful saved Forge world. One of the many Forge worlds they have saved. But now, he was second in command of a major crusade. And because Father was incapacitated and Primarch Guilliman also quite busy with his own internal rebellion, he found himself in command of the crusade. As he sat in the now empty command throne, he sensed the custodes join him at the side. "Are you able to solve this mess, acting commander?" the Emperor's bodyguard asked with a mild voice. Lore's mind linked with the tesseract he had just received, while the blade machine's spirit acknowledged his credentials. "Most likely, I can," he decided with a heavy heart. Sending a flurry of lightspeed orders via the Loscom network, the Crusade fleet split off into 40 elements containing drop cruisers to support the besieged worlds of the Boros system, and he began to deploy the troops and other assets on board the fleet. Titans to counter the bigger threats like great demons and the foul demonic engines, the knights and heavy armor in support, while the corvettes and starfighters emerged from their carrier bays to escort the capital ships, just in time as more flying demons and assault boats filled with traitors launched towards the near-defenseless civilian targets below. The Eldar and the Tan who were supposed to help were fighting each other, while the system governor of Boros was hiding with his jewels and paintings in a secure room inside his spire. This is Commander Lancefire of the Lamenters chapter. All loyal Imperial citizens in this system are now under my command and protection. Lore proclaimed with a system-wide voxcast and began sending Astartes companies to each hive city under attack. Luckily, Father had probably foreseen some of this, or simply expected Imperial incompetence, so he brought billions of Krieg Death Corps guardsmen to hold the line. Made things much easier than relying on fearful and possibly treasonous local PDF units. On the plus side, his actual brother that became a fabricator colonel on Forge World Idumea had also sent his Iron Corps, their damage greatly increased by the use of a wide-area transonic, which paired perfectly with the autocannons and the heavy stubbers they used. And since Father had also deployed 1,000 heavy artillery pieces and tarantula turrets on Boros Prime, the capital hive city should be safer. That left the ancient star fort called Kronos, the linchpin of the local defenders network, and a monstrous construct the size of the Phalanx. And just as decrepit as the Phalanx had been before Father took care of it, the Void Pirates chapter and 2 Centurion cohorts to secure that star fort, and no more long-range displacements. Even a Primaris Marine like himself was feeling the strain of using the Tesseract, which made Lore appreciate even more the effort his father made to move the troops around with seeming ease. "Angel net the ships, Captain Lore?" the machine spirit asked in a melodic female voice. "Agreed. With most troops deployed, we would be exposed to counterborders." He answered on the implant, then opened his eyes to see the custodes observe the main screen with glowing eyes. Steel wire screens dropped all over the fleet, as to entangle teleporting borders. "You're doing fine, Lord Lancefire. Might need an upgrade for that dimensional device when you return to Mars." The custodes spoke in an alien voice that Lore took a second to realize it was the Emperor himself, using his custodes as a vox box and possible a picked recorder made of flesh. The 2 special Silent Sisters were chasing Nurgle shards and other great demons all over the system, with Sister Ordella even using Father's own demon lance with great skill. They should be fine. That left, sitting in the command throne and overseeing the battle, not as glorious as leading his battle brothers on the ground, but rescuing injured Astartes or providing extra power packs and munitions for the fighting troops was just as important, maybe more, and quite tiring, since it also meant using the Tesseract. A golden hand sat on his shoulder, filling Lore with new energy and washing away the sores on his mind. "An upgrade, as I said," the same voice continued from the custodes. Then the Oramite armored giant vanished and reappeared beside Primarch Guilliman on board the Plus Ultra Fortress. That golden presence erased the data demons in my network." The machine spirit spoke with a surprised tone. "That was the Emperor, Blade. We are now within the Astronomican's range." Lore answered with a serious voice. "The Emperor protects," the machine spirit chanted with a convinced voice. Lore sank into his dimensional vision and saw the real truth. Billions of dead already, and growing in number by the second. A Primarch betrayed by his own sons, while their alien allies ignored the threat of chaos to fight each other. for grudges older than humanity itself. There was no protection for the human inhabitants of Boros, nothing but the Lamenters and their auxilia forces. His heart bled for them, knowing that he did all he could, but it was still not enough. Father could fix this sooner and probably more effectively, but whatever he did to stop malice must have been pretty hard. The battle went on for weeks, long after the Eldar retreated, chased after by a pack of angry wolves. Casualties mounted, mostly among the PDF and the Krieg Corps, but not even the Astartes were spared. As the last embers of conflict died down, and pyres began to burn the bodies of the fallen, Lore read the casualty report on his implant with a sad heart. About 80% of the PDF, 50% of Krieg and Iron Corps, and the same for the Ultramarines purging each other. Of the Crusade ground forces, almost 20% were lost, and nearly 100 capital ships and 10,000 corvettes. Father will not be happy. He always lamented about losing a single ship. A single tan wolf returned to sleep at base of the command throne, the one Father called Lash. How long did I sleep? What a mess in this system. Lore heard his father grumble as he appeared on the bridge with a mug of steaming recaf in hand. I told you not to faint, Lancefire. And why do you have 11 fingers now? The alien wolf spoke out loud, making Father stare at his own hands for a long minute. Must have eaten something bad. Pef Lancefire answered with a careless shrug. Action / reaction. I have seen much worse failures, and many of my victories, like Sotha and Shadowbrink, had been only grand funeral pyres. Thus Boros wasn't a victory on that scale. It was bad, and billions of lives had been lost. But I already figured it would go that way. I meant imperial losses, but when fighting chaos I never escaped unharmed. So again, this universe sucked. Lore did what he could, but he wasn't me, so I couldn't expect him to do better than me. This was on me to fix. Instead, I grabbed Robot and Inquisitor Valjean and went to visit the system governor. Boros Gate is a tempting target for anyone that can travel the warp, or others that want to harm the Imperium. You agree, Primarch? I asked in a mild rhetorical voice, while hundreds of my Thalax suits took positions around the great hall of the governor's spire, matching the numbers of the governor's enforcers, if not their abilities. The fat guy tried to find a corner to hide, his weasel eyes shifting to the sides. Commander, you won a great victory, and I'll raise a monumental statue. The governor began to plead, while Robot just sighed and sat at a table to write on a parchment. More people arrived in the hall, tech priests from the Iron Corps, Death Corps officers, and some local Adeptus Arbites guys with imposing armor and shotguns. Not quite a jury, more as witnesses to the imperial law in action. In a minute, the Primarch rose with the signed scroll in hand and passed it over to my wife. We, Primarch Robot Gilliman, the Lord Commander of the Imperium of Man, find the accused, former Governor Lord Vought of the Boros system, guilty of dereliction of duty, misuse of the imperial taxes, and lack of preparation against imperial enemies, without or within. Henceforth, his house is terminated, and all assets confiscated and remitted to noble Primaris Pef Lancefire. Adeptus Arbites, take the prisoner in for interrogation, Robot proclaimed with a deadly voice. I nodded and my Thalax cyborgs fired once, each picking a target among the enforcers. Clean house, then start over. I am not happy with the performance of the Arbites in this system. Such a massive internal revolt going unnoticed. I asked the Arbites proctor. We did send numerous warnings to the governor's spire, Commander Lancefire. All ignored, the Arbites declared with a level tone. No, that is not an answer, Arbite. Your organization is an adept of Terra, even holding a seat among the High Lords. Technically, you are equal in rank with an Inquisitor or an Astartes chapter master. Even worse, you represent the imperial law. You don't send timid letters, Arbites. I countered with a pointed finger. The Arbites proctor fell to a knee, awaiting my sentence. Pauline, you want this place? I asked my oldest bridge officer in her mind. Dad, you want me to rule over a star system by myself? No. My daughter answered with a stern rebuke. Fine then. Mother, what say you? I asked my mother instead. I would have to kill thousands to impose my will on this place. Do I get some support? Justine asked with a tired voice. Yes, I could provide quite a lot of support. As it happened, this system was a station for the White Consul's Space Marines, an Ultramarine successor. They also had custody over the old Kronos Star Fort moved here to protect the Boros Gate, which lacked repairs and troops for now. Pre-March, the White Consuls seemed to be quite lacking armed presence in the system. Their proconsul may remain as a link to his old chapter, while a successor chapter is created to provide security for the Boros Gate. I will provide blank recruits for your gene seed. I spoke in a softer voice. Robot frowned for a minute, likely considering other implications I was not aware of. Proconsul, your opinion? He asked the White Consul captain. Sire, I would obey any order you give, but please don't strip me off my chapter. The proconsul pleaded like a scared child. Well then, even better. You are to vacate the Kronos fort and not return to Boros unless specifically summoned, White Consul. Your Pre-March and I will get working on creating a new Space Marines chapter to guard this place. You may leave. I concluded with a careless voice. Robot nodded and just waved away his gene son. I will need to modify the Astartes Preses and rewrite the Angelica Mortis. You give me quite the headache, Lancefire. The good Pre-March complained with a sad voice. Yes, it is the consequence of such a grand victory, Pre-March. I'm certain the bishops and priests of the Adeptus Ministorum will sing you long hymns of praise for it. All over the Imperium Sanctus, I countered with mild sarcasm. You have the equipment for the new chapter, I expect? He wondered with a glance at Lady Valine. I had plenty of ground equipment and much more in damaged ships. About 96 cruisers and 10,000 corvettes, most of them mangled and burned by Nova cannons and multiple torpedo hits. Yes, I even have 4,000 Centurions available as auxilia units. What do you think? A skull and a pair of swords as a sigil. I mused and produced a paper with a childish pirate symbol on it. Too orcish. Plus, they would be your blood relatives. The White Lancers, a red lance and white heart to represent purity. Robot decided and drew the new sigil in a minute. I glanced at Lady Valine, who shrugged cutely. I can't imagine what you two will do with more time to plan. Look what you've done in 5 minutes, she noted with an amused voice. I looked around at the splattered enforcer corpses, while Valerian coughed discreetly behind me. Right? Time to end the meeting while more people were still alive. Justine was a great assassin. She will continue to do good work in this place. Excellent. You take over the interrogation of that traitor governor, Inquisitor. Robot and I will visit the Kronos fort and see about repairing it to Lancefire standards. I decided with a nod towards the Pre-March. Captain, there are numerous data vaults still under lock here. I suspect we found an STC constructor too. Space-based tech, mostly. The Blade AI warned me as it began to infiltrate the local Noosphere network. Good, but stay low until the White Consuls leave. No need to raise the value of this star fort before it is fully transferred. I said with a gentle tone. Good deeds were their own reward, but a stash of ancient technologies from the Golden Age was even better. For now, I had to prepare barracks and provisions for 2 billion Death Corps of Kree Guardsmen and 3 million Iron Corps Sentinels, then add armor plates and all the things a new phalanx may need. It took another month to set up everything right. Not only the White Lancers, but also the Boros system itself, which had been badly managed and quite battered by the last invasion. My alien wolf also helped when not under suspicion, mostly spitting out new phase blades and etheric detectors for the White Lancers and the Governor's Guardians, also recruited among blanks of my bloodline. Then I chose another capable tech marine as a fabricator major and a blank tech priest from the Iron Corps as his fabricator locum, and began building a new forge world in the Boros system, called Aurum, with the metal from a metal moon eye obtained at Krieg, and new forge servitors conscripted and lobotomized from the local cultists and criminals. I had already repaired the cruisers in a week of speed time, but only 200 corvettes were still operational from those lost in the Crusade. The new forge world will have a lot of work to do. Stefan looked great with the new red robes of Mars on top of his battle plate, while his Auramite golden hand gave him an aura of mystical power among other tech priests. Not only the hand, but his advanced cerebral acnomiter I had procured from Forge Greya at great cost. I just stole it from a vault. Is this really it, Father? You're leaving me with plenty of work. And why a golden corpse? Fabricator Major Stefan Lancefire glared at me as I passed him the priceless data slate with Auramite forging tech on it. Worth about 10 Imperial sectors. Give or take 100 stars. I just tapped the twin-headed eagle on my chest. The Forge and the Emperor, Stefan Goldhand. The Emperor has his custodes and Grey Knights. You will have the Golden Corpse, clad in Auramite armor as well. Don't think chaos is defeated forever. Prepare for the next time. It will be much worse. A new legion of the Lax Lyricus suits, clad in Auramite armor and Texorsis sigils, would work wonders against demons, which, given the dozens of warp gates in the system, would be possibly quite necessary. But with the new STC constructor I discovered on Kronos, Forge World Aurum would be able to produce not only millions of the Lax suits, but also weapons and equipment for a large army. It was time to head back home and see what the fringes looked like after my long absence. Anarchy's son. Although I didn't want to, Robot convinced me to return to the fringe via Terra and help the Imperium Sanctus by establishing a stronger Forge world at Jupiter, since Forge World Mars decided to fly away on the other side of the zone. So I split the Crusade fleet into two, a small fleet of 100 cruisers to escort my Singularity to Terra, while the Blackstone forts and the bulk of my ships headed directly for the Machine Forge, which now had changed its name into Forge Machina, at least on the Imperial maps I could find. Then again, their Titan Legion was called Deus Ex Machina, so it probably shifted in my absence to adjust. And it sounded more High Gothic too, so not all bad. I suspected the Tanzarialash had a finger on the scale too. Thus, the second I arrived in the Sol system, a howl of joy filled the void. Then Canis, Patroclus, and Purity barged inside my ship and dogpiled me, smiling wide. I stilled myself gently to withstand the bus-sized wolf from slamming me into the deck, then hugged my family with a wide hug. Look at you, Canis, grown so big. You must be driving the Starchild poor by eating so much, I exclaimed while a towel-sized tongue slathered me from head to toe. Woo. Worf. Canis answered smartly, then ran off to wolf wrestle with Lash, while Purity waved a hand to clean me up for a kiss on my angelic cheek. Daddy, you've also grown a bit. Look, you're almost as tall as Patroclus. And young again, she observed with a glance at her older brother. Warp stuff, I guess. Even got a new finger from my latest adventure, I explained jokingly and wiggled my left hand to show 6 fingers on it. That's, 11th Legion stuff, maybe? Patroclus asked rhetorically. The Starchild should know. Every Primarch got something extra added to them, but I'm glad I didn't get a Helix gene and a coat of fur on my back. Not that Canis isn't great, but I'm sure he would prefer not to take transhumanism to future lengths. I mused with a sad tone and glanced at my half-human friend in wolf clothes. Canis sniffed and lay down beside Lash, now that proper greetings have been exchanged. Patroclus frowned in silence, while Purity seemed shocked for a moment. Oh, I understand now. A gene seed failure, she said with a lamenting voice while her eyes became dark. There was more to this than gene seeds, since I got Canis as a young puppy that fit in my hand. Not an adolescent wolf resulted from failed implantation. Someone had played God with human genome in the distant past, likely some Federation genitor with no regard for human rights. Then again, they did the same with the Votan clone Skanes and the Ogrins, as well as numerous other abhuman races in the galaxy, even the Navigators. Maybe the Blanks as well. I measured my daughter with my other senses, but it seemed the Starchild hasn't stuck his elbows inside her, like Janice had been. Only the use of the Shadowlight artifact to increase her psyker powers, and the usual silver hair from the exposure to the Golden Throne. Then again, the Starchild lived inside Magnus, and Primarchs were not reproducing via natural means. It seemed Purity was a rather prophetic name for her. Well then, I should start with the mega-engineering part now. Lash, feel free to fix my mistakes. Orbital mechanics are still hard for a mere human like me. I decided next, and went to sit in my command throne. Mere human? I heard Patroclus mutter as I brought out a metal moon and started constructing orbital elevators and a few hive cities on the surface. Lash took care of adjusting the orbit of the new moon around Jupiter, then helped me assemble a ring of shipyards and repair stations around the moon. Then he also moved the orbit of Ceres around Jupiter as well, to give it some natural gravity and heat, and began setting new metal asteroids as fort layers around the new forge. Then I flash-forged void steel chains to tie the asteroids into another ring. A wedding ring fit for my precious daughter. One last thing. Another castigator titan, such that purity could protect the cradle of humanity with more than her psyker powers. It was not a Psi-Titan, but surely the Star Child could modify it later. For now, I just watched as Purity took her giant titan for a spin, dancing in the storm of the great spot and emerged with drops of Jupiter in her hair, after dive-bombing the gas giant with loud shrieks of joy. "Best gift ever!" she exclaimed and jumped in my arms when she returned. "I shall name it Maximus." "So, do you want a cape on it, Purity?" I asked with a knowing voice. "A red one," she confirmed while Lash crafted a red shroud cape flowing via tan magic. "Phase cloak will not snag on buildings," the tan said with a childish voice. A good choice in hindsight. Purity had Maximus wave a Corvette-sized power fist and salute. Then it descended into the gas layers of Jupiter, hidden from sight until needed for battle. My son Patroclus sighed audibly and pointed his thumb towards Earth. "I guess I should meet the Star Child in person. At least make sure the blanks will not be persecuted again." After I left, "Don't eat anyone without me." I spoke out loud, then fell through the Tesseract, reaching the Eternity Gate in a single step. Most of the Imperial Palace was missing, with a giant plaza the size of the Himalaya Mountains in its place. "He holds sermons here. You should see this place when it's filled with 1,000,000,000,000 people," Patroclus said with a level voice, while ignoring the Titans and Grey Knights guarding the gate. "By glamour?" I asked, a bit curious of the logistics. The Star Child still had to sit on the throne and light up the Astronomicon. "Sometimes yes, other times he uses a burnout battery to appear in person. No more than 1 hour in that case," Patroclus revealed with a careless tone. A non-infirm Grey Knight came to meet us at the door and stared at my face for a long minute. "Lord Pef Lancefire," recognized. He spoke with a weird inflection that caused golden waves around him. "Yes, I recognize you too. Your leg seems better," I answered with a faint smile, then sighed as his flying skull came to scan me as well. "The stigma of malice lingers on you, Black Soul. May the God Emperor cleanse your soul." The Grey Knight spoke in a normal voice and only nodded towards Patroclus as the gate opened for me once more. I was a bit surprised to see only 20 custodes remain to guard the Golden Throne, their missing numbers replaced by 10,000 Grey Knights in silver armor and 10,000 Ormite armored the lax suits containing blank pilots. Possibly the blanks I sent from my blank city, or part of them anyway. I was wondering what happened to the men, and now I found out. "Come closer, my son. I see someone has distorted your body and soul greatly." The Star Child spoke kindly from his golden throne, his words washing away the tiredness of building a forge world with my mind and willpower. So I walked on my 2 feet like a normal man and approached the throne, to find 3 eyes measuring me with interest. "Is that third eye supposed to be open?" I asked instead, and heard Patroclus face-slap himself for my bad diplomatic skills. I probably shouldn't have mentioned that out loud. "I heard so much about you, Pef Lancefire. Now I see why," the Star Child said with mild amusement, and the air inside the giant cavern began to turn golden. I just stared at my hand, as the Emperor's magic worked on me still, removing the extra finger without surgery, or more likely via psychic surgery. I guess I entered superposition with Malice for a second. When I smashed through him, something of his essence stuck to me? I wondered in a gentle voice, as my heart began to warm up inside me. Bronze Age myths, nothing more. But anarchy was a popular current in M2, if I recall correctly. Bulgaria, Serbia, Spain. Such ancient times indeed. The Star Child mused in a reminiscent voice, no doubt sensing things in my soul I have forgotten for 1,000 years. Or 40,000 years, with the right perspective. "Anything else?" I asked more directly. "You must be eager to return to the fringe and see how your domain is faring." "I understand. But do return to Mars in 32 solar years. We will need your aid again." The Star Child spoke with a gentle voice while his third eye closed and the air became breathable again. I banged my cured left fist on the twin eagle on my chest, then walked away. He wasn't so bad, the Star Child. Perhaps too powerful to be around long, but purity seemed to manage. I stopped for a moment as I recognized the face inside of the lax suit, but the blank cyborg inside was mind-wiped already. Jurgen's child. Oh well. He was at the side of the Emperor now. A better fate than most in this cursed universe. Don't use my children this way, Starchild. Feral blanks are one thing. My bloodline another. They are not the Emperor's children. I spoke via the sounding board, just before I stepped through the gate. I heard you warn the hive mind in the hidden library, Lancefire. After you deal with Arachne, we will speak again. The Starchild answered in my mind, but using my family's empathic channel, instead of the regular friends and allies channel I sent the message on. Very strange, but not beyond a god's power. Or maybe he didn't cheat, and just used what was more appropriate. Something to think about on the way home. Oblivion. The long way home was different from what I imagined. Then again, we traveled via Macarius FTL engines, avoiding most of the unpleasant side effects of long galactic journeys. On the other hand, both me and the Blade were mildly horrified as more strange and powerful weapons were discovered in the data vaults I obtained at Boros. The Terran Federation did have apocalyptic weapons in their arsenal, and while the Yoctoparticulate Crucible template was quite damaged and far beyond my expertise to repair, the missile-launched Ark of Oblivion was mostly intact. Just make sure the warhead reached a faraway distance before enormous contramolecular shockwaves would propagate like waves in a pond and vibrate anything made of matter into sludge and slurry. These Oblivion weapons are far beyond your Nova Cannon's radius and potential damage. I expect that even tomb ships would melt if caught in the blast area. Very possibly the strategic-grade version of the Yoctoparticulate Crucible. The Blade revealed as the weapon's predicted radius and damage outmatched a Nova shell by 5 orders of magnitude. Quite enough to destroy an entire hive fleet in 2 or 3 blasts. This kind of weapon was exactly what I imagined the Men of Iron used in their rebellion, and the Data Vault Cogitator was by no means fully explored. Yes, very possible. And this Shivrix constellation? I asked with mild curiosity. You already have vortex torpedoes. Now imagine 25 advanced satellites, releasing even stronger vortex warheads at the same time. While under cloak, the AI answered with a shiver in her voice. I didn't need to imagine what will happen. I already saw a warp breach occur at Forge World Griffin 4, even with a single vortex torpedo exploding in the wrong place. It was a stupid weapon, which would doom both the defender and the attacker, and likely release 1 trillion demons into real space through a fully formed warp rift. Even so, this universe was cruel enough that I couldn't deny that I might deploy the constellation one day. Strong weapons like that were meant for strong enemies, but this galaxy had plenty of those as well. For now, I did have lighter weapons like the Cyclofox Determination Bomb, which only covered a single planet in a wave of phosphex fire acid. Guaranteed exterminatus, yet without destroying the atmosphere like my regular atmospheric incendiary torpedoes used at Sotha and many other places. The STC template even came with a duration timer for the Cyclofox bomb, anything from 1 hour to 1 year. Hard to imagine why someone would need to cook a planet for an entire year, but obviously the Federation thought it wise to have the option. The Cyclofox Determination seems quite suitable for my needs in the fringe. Let's make about 40,000 of them for rapid expansion of my domain. I decided with a casual tone. Clean new slates, devoid of orc spores and tyrannid bioforms, and perhaps other vermin like those Nagi worms inducted in the Tau Empire. Captain Lancefire. I could argue 40,000 reasons against using the Cyclofox as a terraforming tool. Destroying the ecosystem is the least of them. The Blade argued with a tenacious voice. I knew better, though. You will see, Blade Lancefire. The fringe of the galaxy is filled with Xenos of all kinds, and I value my bloodline too much to waste them in exterminations crusades like the Emperor did. Despite her misgivings, the Blade still helped me construct the Lancefire arsenal, while Lash grinned with hungry teeth at the prospect of future Xenocides. Soon enough, we passed through the Zone Mortalis, then entered the range of the Pharos, and I began to receive data from my Obsidian auguries spread all over the Ultima Segmentum. The galaxy went as shit while I was missing in the warp, and a dozen Forge worlds had fallen to various invasions, Necrons and Tyrannids at the top, then a pair of Orc wafts and even a Chaos incursion threatening Forge Metallica. At the same time, my domain has grown so much as to support 40 new Forge worlds, with Forge Rhine and Forge Danube becoming famous as centers of learning and advanced weaponry. The newest Forge Volga was under siege by a new hive fleet called Arachne, using new bioforms with multiple legs to swarm the defenses and climb the hive city walls like spiders. Ah, this is what the Starchild warned me about, and kinda told me to deal with it too. Not only that, but the Nova dynasty was taking part in the Arachne War as well, kidnapping anything alive to conduct blood rituals, in some kind of demented quest to cleanse the galaxy of all life. That they also did that to Tyranids and Chaos Cultists was mildly ironic, though. Oh well, I did gain a few new weapons recently and lacked a proper target to test them on. Lash, be so kind and accelerate us towards Forge Volga. You will get to feed on the new spiders. I enticed the Tan, who grinned even wider, then phased into the engine room to boost our speed 100 times. I told the others to leave the Eldar for later. You do provide the best feasts in the galaxy, Pef Lancefire. Lash answered in a hungry voice. Yeah, what had happened with the Eldar fleet and craft worlds? I asked, a bit curious, just as Lady Valyene showed up to see why we were moving so fast suddenly, with Joan in her arms. They only broke a second craft world before the fleet entered the webway, and the Eldar gods showed up to protect their offspring. Nightwolf was badly injured, and then eaten by the Night Reaper. The pack went on to find more shards and liberate them. Lash disclosed with a sad voice. Sounds like a new war in heaven is coming. I mused with a thoughtful voice. It kinda does. And don't forget who struck first, this time. Lash noted with some anger. It is the Eldar way, after all. They foresee a disaster in the future, then act on it to create that disaster. Nothing new. I said with mild amusement. ETA to Forge Volga, 9.3 hours. You should get some sleep, Captain. Don't faint on me again. The Tan advised me with a sarcastic tone. I smiled at my wife, then kissed the little miracle in her arms. Come, my lady. We have an hour to spend before we sleep. In 9 hours, we get to fight more Tyranids. Isn't it great? The Inquisitor smiled back and read the holoscreen with our course plotted down. Forge World Volga? A new one? Time moves on, even if we don't notice. I'll make sure to capture some spider bioforms for you to play with later. I whispered in her ear, making her blush. You always say the right words to get me in the mood, husband. Let me lay Joan to sleep, and I'll join you in the shower. She answered with a horny voice. The huge custode stood guard over my bed, but I have learned to ignore my transhuman bodyguards and get on with my business. If the Emperor wanted a record of my bed prowess, I was quite happy to provide. Saved. Dan Lancefire was an experienced sergeant in the Blazing Spartans chapter, even considered for a promotion to captain for his 500 years of service to humanity, the Emperor, and House Lancefire, in that order. He had been raised among others of his clan, and even obtained 2 blank children from his obligatory harem before being inducted as a Space Marine. His daughter was now living on Excelsior, among the smart blanks that formed Primarchus Vulcan's Special Learning Center. His blank boy had joined the Tech Priesthood and now worked on Forge Danube, luckily far away from the insect-like Tyranids attacking Forge Volga. The star system was heavily contested, as Forge Machina had deployed a special Mechanicus arc filled with laser drones, billions of them. On the ground, however, things were looking grim. The Auxilia troops and the local servitors and Scutarii cohorts of the Forge world were no match for the rapid spiders, and thus only the Astartes and the big walkers above him could dent the Tyranid attack. Still they fought on, as there was no other choice. A Forge world was too important to lose, and thus more and more new recruits and billions of clone skeins or servitors were thrown into the grinder of war. Another APC-sized spider climbed on top of the hive's wall, and Dan burned its head with a hot blast from his Melta lance. And yet, the horizon was filled with more Tyranids, and tall capillary towers already sucking out the life essence of the planet. This was going to be bad again, same as the bloody victory in the Rotgrave system, most likely. An Imperial Knight on his left ducked under a dive-bombing gargoyle, then received a bioplasma globe to the face from a distant pyrovore, and retreated in the second line to get the maintenance rights restored. We're deploying the Promethium jets now. Stand clear. He heard his captain on the Vox channel, before the nozzles of burning fuel erupted like streams of magma to burn out this attack wave. Millions of spiders burned to a crisp in a single minute of weaponized fuel pumps. Amazing, really, but it won't last. Promethium was great, but it burned fast, and then the Tyranids would come again. There were always more Tyranids. Dan glanced below and saw the Tyranids already regrouping for another assault. Damn bugs are persistent. Why is the fleet not helping? A Catachan soldier asked with a hopeful glance at the lit-up sky. Billions of laser beams crisscrossed the sky as the drones battled the flying Tyranid bioforms, which looked nice, but would not even tickle the larger hive ships hidden among their cruiser-sized bioships. They are helping by thinning out the landing spores. There could be 40 times more Tyranids below, otherwise. Dan spoke with a lamenting voice. Huh, only 40. The unnamed Catachan yelled back, when a long spine entered his mouth and ended his life. Dan sighed inward and blasted the climbing spider before it could crawl on top of the wall. Exactly like Rockgrave. Not so many demons, though. Maybe it wasn't so bad, yet. Less speaking and more shooting, he yelled at the auxilia troops, inspiring them to fight on a little longer. Captain, any chance for reinforcements? He asked with a less hopeful tone. Unless Bloody Father arrives this day, we may join the Emperor at his feast table. You know the Imperium won't send anyone this far out in the fringe, brother. Captain Lancefire answered with mild humor. As you say, Captain. I hope I get some roasted Phaneris and elk. I loved it in training, Dan said in a more hungry tone, remembering the survival training of his youth. He still had the giant elk's horns in his quarters, a memento of his foolish bravery and the pain of extracting those horns from his stomach. Blah, elk. At least an Ursidon, Zorro answered in a boasting voice, while his phase blade sliced a dozen sticky claws reaching over the wall. Nobody knew how Zorro managed to kill a Titan-sized Ursidon with his puny combat knife, and yet he did. Marked for captain track even as a new recruit. Some people did have all the luck. This looks quite fun, guys. Should I come in and help, or rest a bit longer? A curious voice spoke inside his head, someone he never met, but knew even if asleep. Pef Lancefire had arrived, just like the captain had predicted. I was hoping for roasted elk, to be fair. Dan muttered in a slightly disappointed voice, as giant flares of Nova shells filled the sky. The Hive fleet will be burned off in a few minutes, now that the primogenitor had returned. Then a trio of gigantic titans appeared in front of the Hive city walls, taller than the highest spire. You can rest now, brothers. I am Bianca, and my red-hot titan will take care of the tiny spiders for you. The Titan's princeps spoke from her titanic voxcasters, so loud that his blood vibrated inside his chest for a few seconds. Then blazing hot beams of volcano lances fired rapidly into the cloud of flying gargoyles, while the main volcano cannons and plasma annihilators scoured the field and demolished a few small mountains in the distance. Smoking hot is better, another Titan's princeps claimed as her weapon batteries reduced a cohort of bio-titans to mere smoke and ash. Tint your visors, brothers. Blinding hot has taken the field, the third Titan's princeps proclaimed in a boasting voice, as her enfilade fire alongside the wall cleared a billion Tyranids with a single salvo. Dan had kept an eye open and regretted it, as a climbing Tyranid managed to stab him in the stomach while he was amazed and blinded by the fireworks. Damn it, don't look at the elk yet. This looks bad, Dan. Dan! He heard his captain yell, then he vanished. Scanning for injuries. Non-critical, nanite injection, 21 cubic centimeters. Dan heard a faint robot voice as the scenery changed, and he opened his good eye to find himself in a strange Medicae bay, white and clean and devoid of medics or surgeons, and of course apothecaries. A robotic arm hanging from the ceiling extracted a vicious claw dripping blood and guts from his stomach and held it out for a moment. Do you want to keep this memento as well, Sergeant? You appear to favor things that pass through your stomach? The robot voice asked in a serious tone. Dan sighed and nodded. Sure, I'll keep it. It looks great. These nanites, are they safe? He asked instead. Safe? Let me think about it. The machine spirit spoke in an ironic tone, and when Dan looked down, his stomach wound was already closing, while vision has already returned to his damaged eye. Probably safe then. It sure beat getting cut open by an apothecary again. You can return to your unit, or rest for a while here, Sergeant. It's not like the situation requires an extra gun anymore. The machine spirit provided in a gentler voice. So we already won, right? Dan asked to make sure. The robot arm blinked from its single blue eye, then turned away. More Astartes and even Auxilia troops arrived in various states of injuries and got injected by robotic arms with a blue glowing cocktail that worked almost like psyker magic. Most injuries healed fast, but not the missing limbs. Not real magic then. Dan rose to his feet and grabbed his claw trophy. I should go. The other injured may need the medic bed, he said in a farewell voice. Come back soon, the robot voice exclaimed as a metal door opened for him to exit into a wide ship's hangar, filled with Aquila starfighters and troops boarding landers. Dan sighed inward and walked out. Damn cog humor. He would only return if he was injured again. Then he encountered a giant gray wolf, who sniffed at the bloody claw in his hand. Follow me, Sergeant. You've been selected for a special mission. The wolf spoke between sword-sized teeth. Dan frowned and followed the damn speaking wolf. He had seen stranger things in his life. I like to eat too. It seems we're much alike, you and I. Name's Lash, by the way. The wolf spoke as they walked through a strange gray corridor without any people. Most wolves don't speak, not even the Fenrisian wolves. Dan noted in an observant manner. The wolf turned to measure him for a long minute. There are no wolves on Fenris, Sergeant Lancefire. The universe is much stranger than you know. The wolf claimed in a wise tone. Why is there no one in this part of the ship? Dan asked instead, too weirded out by the strange conversation with a Goliath truck-sized wolf. This is not a ship, Sergeant. It's a pocket dimension, the size of a star system. Ever been to Sotha? The wolf asked in a strange tangent. Isn't that place locked behind Forge Machina? I'm not a tech marine either. Dan wondered with a deep frown. A silver wall faded away to reveal a pair of women, wearing bodysuits marked with Silent Sister sigils. You must be Dan, right? A Silent Sister asked him with a normal voice, making him doubt he even knew the rules of the universe anymore. Not only wolves, but also Silent Sisters could speak. You're confusing the man, girls. I am Pef. A man spoke as he appeared from thin air in the room, wearing a casual green robe with the bleeding heart sigil. Dan pounded his chest plate and nodded. Lord Lancefire, I am honored to meet you. What else could he say? Although his primogenitor was certainly taller than the pics and stories told. About the same as a firstborn, maybe. Take this. I will send you to the Pharos on Sotha, carrying this data slate. When the upload is ready, I will bring you back. Don't tell anyone about the mission, the man ordered in a mild voice, and handed him a black stone chip and a data slate. More tunnels? Dan asked, and vanished. Instead, he appeared inside a huge cavern, with a giant humanoid creature nailed to the black stone wall. The titan-sized creature opened his eyes and stared down at Dan for a minute. Is that the device you need me to upload? It asked in a bored voice. I would assume so. What are you? Dan Lancefire asked with a curious tone, holding out the data slate. It wasn't a demon, and certainly not human. A Xenos of some kind? Me? I am Zaryalash. You smell like a Lancefire, and the Astartes marks on your armor indicate a sergeant rank. How close am I? The creature called Zaryalash wondered as the data slate levitated from Dan's hand and landed in the giant's palm. Lancefires had a particular smell? That was new. I expect you know my primogenitor, Pef Lancefire. Do I smell like him? Dan asked with a raised eyebrow. The giant sniffed and eyed the tyrannid claw Dan still carried around. Indeed, you have the Lancefire bloodline, the blank gift as well, and the gene seed of Premarch Vulcan. Plus, a handful of tiny nanite repair bots in your bloodstream, already going dormant now that your injury has healed. You are blessed, Dan Lancefire. The data slate floated back in Dan's hand, probably already uploaded with the data his primogenitor wanted. How I am blessed. Dan asked the strange Xenos. That Blackstone card, you know what it is? Zahilash asked instead, making Dan suddenly cautious. It is an inert piece of rock. Right, Dan said as he held out the black card, and realized immediately that it might not be true. Yes, but no. Blackstone is not mere rock, Dan Lancefire. Just as you are not a mere human anymore. That particular bit of blackstone is a tiny shard of Neodrazatha, the burning one. In the same way, a drop of your blood is a tiny shard of the Lancefire house, and farther away a minuscule part of the Emperor of Man. I believe humanity still uses genetic scanners for important doors and locks, the giant explained in a roundabout way. Would have been helpful to know who the alien with the strange name was, but Dan could guess the rest. This Neodrazatha, is that someone like you? Dan asked with faint suspicion. I am bound with Annuncia to this prison lighthouse. Zath is now free, roaming the galaxy to search for his shards. But the important part is who freed him, which would be your distant primogenitor. That access card in your hand is worth more than a dozen battleships, Dan Lancefire. Come back soon, the creature explained in a patient tone, then waved him farewell as space shifted, and he returned in front of Pef Lancefire. Thousands of light years, crossed in an instant. My lord, the Blackstone? Dan started to ask, just as the data slate vanished from his hand. Mighty Zarialash must have been bored to reveal so much to you, Dan. Lash, go induct him in the Obsidian Augury, and start looking for Corax. Pef Lancefire spoke with a careless voice, more interested in the data slate connecting to a mechadendrite cable which had appeared out of nowhere to link his temple dataport with the data storage device. One of the silent sisters waved at him with an amused smile, while the other one sighed out loud. I guess we'll meet again, Dan Lancefire. Pf, thank the man for his service, the vociferous sister demanded, and poked the primogenitor in the temple. Right. I was away for too long, and wanted to learn more about my domain. Dan Lancefire, you have performed a perilous and important mission, and even encountered a star god and lived. You are to be commended, just like Lady Ordella says, the primogenitor said as his eyes focused on Dan for a minute. I am Lash, Shard of Zarialash, the potentate. So, now you've met my primogenitor. How is he? The truck-sized wolf asked in a casual tone, while leading Dan away on another silvery tunnel. Star god? You are a fragment of an alien god? Dan muttered in a strange voice. Now the talking wolf made a bit more sense and posed more questions. The wolf turned and examined Dan with a quizzing look. You are also a shard of a god, Dan Lancefire. Don't make things weird. Dan blinked and shut up. Truly, the universe was a strange place, and he knew nothing about it. Still, bound with Annuncia, your sire said. I only saw chains made of rock, or blackstone, which apparently is more than mere rock. He mused in a low voice and tapped his blackstone plates covering the power armor. Yes, our continuing mission is to obtain a library of Annuncia words, which are also not mere words. You are to be the test case for the announcement words we find, until a dictionary is created for Lady Ordella to use. Captain Lancefire was quite lucky to discover a silent sister of that power before she was bound to the silence vows. The wolf revealed as they arrived in another of the ship's sector, lined with more blackstone and filled to the brim with cogitators and hololith screens. This is the local Obsidian Augury, Dan Lancefire. Your access card, if you please, the wolf said and held out a paw. Dan shook his head and dropped the blackstone card in the wolf's paw, who inserted the card into a wafer slot on a cogitator console. Dan Lancefire, Obsidian Augur, recognized. FTL Network Online. Input query. The hololith screen lit up with words. Don't be an ass, little blade. The boy is new and already skittish. The big wolf spoke in a dismissive voice. A blue image of a female in strange light armor appeared in the floating hologram screen. I am the blade, Dan. We meet again. She spoke in a voice he recognized from the Medicae Bay. Some kind of machine spirit surgeon? Dan realized with a surprised voice. The floating spirit waved a hand airily. I have multiple talents. Anyway, let's see what news you bring of Prima Corvus. Tachyon links online. Matching temporal coordinates. Matching Obsidian Augury credentials. Lash, be so kind and connect us to the Pharos empathic network. The wolf sat down and poked the hologram screen, making numbers and words appear and float downwards like a waterfall. Obsidian card located, Ultima Segmentum, Idolatrazunnerstum. Focusing the Pharos lens. The Xenos wolf spoke with a professional tone, as the hologram shifted to a projection of that star system, with a warp storm marker forming a sphere around it. Is that a demon world? Dan Lancefire noted with sudden wariness. Indeed, that would be the demon world Wormwood, a fragment of Caliban. And on it, there are numerous Iron Warriors warbands, now meeting with their Primarch Perturabo, while Coryx is shadowing his brother. The Blade Spirit answered with a casual voice, as the hologram converged on a single place, almost like having a pict cam hovering above the meeting. We could throw in a few melta-bombs. Would ruin the party for sure. The wolf proposed with a sneaky voice. Dan just realized this was not a mere projection either. He had been on Sotha in person just an hour ago. If they could transport a person, killing the traitors from far away would be much safer. Shut up, Lash. Perturabo was also given a mission. Let's see if he accomplishes anything. You already have the lives of the traitors in your greedy paws, the Blade exclaimed with an irate voice. Calm down, everyone. I am curious what they are doing here, in my backyard. Pef Lancefire spoke in a commanding voice, making the wolf run towards the primogenitor to be petted like a real wolf. I found them easily, Captain. Just say the word, and I'll eat them all. The Xeno-wolf claimed with a hungry tone. My lord, this kind of tech almost seems like cheating. Dan observed with a respectful voice. Divine powers always seem like that, Dan. Coryx is there too, hiding in a shadow right now. Without the obsidian marker I gave him, we couldn't even find the Primarch, even with the Pharos. This guy lasted 11,000 years in the Eye of Terror, killing Chaos Marines and Sorcerers one by one. Shadowwalking is also a cheat power. Pef Lancefire answered with a friendly pat on his arm. Then their ears perks up, as the Iron Warriors knelt to their Primarch and Gene-sire. Lord Perturabo, we have the key right here. Once we find the lock, we could travel into the warp and locate the weapon. You would become a god. An old Chaos Marine proposed with a hopeful voice. That sounds interesting. An anathema weapon cache of the old ones. Just like your emperor. The wolf noted in an interested voice. And where is this lock? Perturabo asked in a stern voice. Around the volume where this pariah nexus has appeared. We believe the Necrons are also chasing after the weapon, sire. Chaos Lord Ahriman would know more if you were willing to meet him. The Warband's leader proposed with a fake voice. Dan heard his primogenitor sigh. Ahriman again. I hoped the Starchild would have eaten him already. He lamented in a low voice. The Archtraitor? How is the Sorcerer involved in this? Dan asked as the universe revealed more surprises. Ahriman obviously wants to become a chaos god himself. Perturabo is only a pawn, or perhaps a blood sacrifice. Pef Lancefire said in a convinced voice, and Dan tended to agree. That Archtraitor nickname wasn't just for the Imperium. Chaos traitors were not known for their loyalty. Who else here wants to meet with Lord Ahriman? Perturabo asked with a calm voice. Maybe we could find more from him, sire. I'm not saying we should trust him. Another Chaos Marine proposed with a honeyed voice. I'm very disappointed in all of you, but most of all in those following the Archtraitor. You know what to do, my loyal sons. Perturabo proclaimed as he drew his weapons out. The surface of the demon world soon ran red with blood and hematite cells filled with iron. Iron within and then iron without. Leave of absence. I had chosen Dan for multiple reasons, not only his exemplary service record. There were other Blankastartes with longer service times, but that placed them too close to me in the gene tree. Instead, Dan was 6 generations removed, which made the testing of my secret weapon project more scientific. The Annuncia one. But now, I found out about another old weapon from the War in Heaven, perhaps similar to my Breath of the Gods, but made by the old ones instead. Decisions, again. Do I follow the breadcrumbs? The prospect of becoming a god was quite tempting, even for me. And I wasn't a powerless human anymore, especially not while the alliance with Zaryalash held. Here in the Eastern Fringe, I held the power over the death and life for everyone in the range of the Pharos. My lord, you're going to allow Perturabo to pursue this weapon? It seems a dangerous path. Dan asked with a worried tone. My grandson had seen already a great deal of my powers, but didn't yet understand. Was the Emperor the same? When he showed me a tiny bit of his immense power, did we follow a parallel path, myself and the Emperor of mankind? Danger has different meanings for different people, Dan. You almost died earlier today to a single tyrannid creature that surprised you. But now, After your blood is full of healing nanites, is it the same danger? I asked instead, making the blazing Spartan sergeant frown in deep thought. What an amazing name, Blazing Spartans, chosen by my Spartan general. The lambda sigil covered in flames was also great, and showed I lacked proper inspiration in choosing names and symbols for my Astartes chapters. Void pirates seemed quite childish in comparison. I should use the Primax I did have and get them to name my future chapters, just like those white lancers picked by Robot. Such an elegant solution to merge the white consul's ancestry with my Lancefire house. And the way they fought on the wall, shoulder to shoulder and blazing away with melta-weapons at innumerable enemies. Did their name influence their fate? It was possible, and perhaps worrisome. It hinted at hidden enuncia phonemes, hidden in plain sight, and perhaps embedded in the structure of reality itself. It came down to the meaning of the word enunciate, to express a principle clearly. Conversely and linguistically, an announcement was devoid of grammar rules, in opposition to a sentence. Terms like here or now formed self-contained announcements, much harder to avoid like I did with Erebus's mistakenly formulated enuncia. Enunciate to someone they must die here and now, and there would be little they could do to avoid it, especially if they were mortal. An immortal being would just laugh it off. Possibly the exact reason why Zaryalash was only bound to Sotha and not killed outright. That, and the utility of having a device like Pharos as a long-range weapon. I would regain vision instantly and not even get hurt if I had these healing nanites before. But I am worried about the adjective of healing. Does that mean there are other types of nanites, perhaps less benign? Dan Lancefire asked in a cogent voice. I just shrugged. Humanity had always weaponized everything it could. Nanites are tiny robots with tiny hands. They can be made to heal or dissolve people without much problem. I even had Omega-class nanites in my blood, made exactly to dissolve enemy Xenos. Not safe at all, Blade. Take them out, Dan demanded from the AI's hologram, looking a bit panicked. I sighed and poked the young Astartes. It's fine, Dan. Your nanites are the medical kind, designed during the dark age of technology by the men of gold, and printed from STC templates. The bionic implants in your body are 1,000,000 times less safe, since they are not STC-based. Dan drew a deep breath and calmed down. I don't feel any better at the news, my lord. Beats dying and getting eaten by tyrannids, I suppose. In that order, at least. That's the right spirit, Sergeant. Go back to your chapter for a few days, and let them know you'll be detached to my service for a century or so. I announced with a smile and waved a hand to expedite his dimensional shift to his barracks. You are going after the weapon, I expect? Lash asked rhetorically. I held my palm in balance for a second. I certainly need to grab it before someone else does. Not sure about using it, though. Lash glanced at the blade, then sniffed in contempt. You have someone else in mind for this weapon? The blade asked rather smartly. Maybe, Sister Stern. Maybe Urdella. Maybe our new friend Dan. I threw out a few random names. One of them was a lie, too. No. Sister Urdella, perhaps. Her mind is quite strong. Decima is stronger still, and would likely survive the ascension, as she did before. I would have guessed Purity, but you are too protective of your kin. Lash answered instead, showing his keen intellect despite the wolf clothes he wore. Yes, Sister Decima had been crucial in defeating Vashtor, and even grew a lot from it. The strong, silent type, that one. And yet, a silent goddess? The Emperor might break a rib laughing at that news. The Silent King might approve, too. Lash was fiendishly smart. Not that I wanted to underestimate him. Sister Stern would certainly die if she tried, but she wasn't mortal anymore, so it would also work. And lastly, Canis. It was probably what the Emperor had planned, long ago. Maybe even during Federation days, when the Canis Helix gene was developed. The Emperor trusted his space wolves the most, exactly because of the Helix genes. Feral and brutal, but obeyed their orders to the death, just like a loyal dog. I, for one, wouldn't mind my future canine overlord. Canis would keep the family safe, like he always did, tremble before the might of the Fenris wolf, for his jaws can crush stars and kill gods. It took a few days to digest the data sent by Zaryalash, basically the entire history of the domain and the larger Pharos range, since I've been gone. far more accurate and detailed than the fragments I could pick up from intercepted comms or Imperial records. The Speranza seemed to have taken charge of the grand strategy of the Lancefire domain, while the Ironhead Votan and Premarch Vulcan contributed their expertise and manpower when problems arose. Genestealer infestations, chaos cults, Necrons waking up, plus the regular Xenos and pirates that plagued the fringe. I wasn't about to ruin a good thing, even though I didn't like many of the decisions taken in my absence. I had hoped for a higher focus on technological advancement instead of territory expansion, but then again, I carried mountains of metal in my pocket, while the domain had to expand and mine metal from new systems. On the other hand, the massive increase in transport capacity, both in space via huge cargo conveyors and on the ground via numerous trains or trucks, was good in itself. It had been something lacking while I was here last time, with most construction capacity dedicated to warships and war vehicles. Clone skeins had become a regular thing, as were the catechans and some ogrins and blanks. Not enough blanks, to be fair, but then they couldn't be cloned or otherwise increase their numbers rapidly via reproduction. It was a luck factor that created more blanks for anyone beside me after my Isha upgrade. I will have to work hard to produce more blanks, and all that inside temporal speed areas. Luckily, my last rebirth had gifted me a young and horny body again. It would be fine. Captain Lancefire, it's good to have you back. Imperial Inquisitors and other organizations have been encroaching into the Lancefire domain, seeking to obtain more STCs or rare resources. The Speranza said as we connected on the FTL network. You know me, Speranza. Just point the problems out and I'll fix them. But I notice you have replaced most of the House Lancefire's officials with your own servers, basically taking over the domain. More efficient administration, or what? I asked with a mild voice. That is obvious. I am a far better administrator than any human could be, even a Premarch. But the danger lies in giving human bureaucracy too much power, as they will naturally incline to abuse that power to promote their relatives or slow down their adversaries. It's a choice between nepotism and meritocracy. The Speranza revealed with a casual tone. Ah, yes. Nepotism sounded great, having your own clan with fingers in all the pies. Until they became lazy, incompetent, or just corrupt, and the whole system began to stink. Much worse with bureaucracy, as that might become a dystopian nightmare, even worse than the Imperial Administratum. Next on the agenda, the merchant class. While in general, merchants' failures are self-correcting via market forces, your warrant of trade makes things more complicated. We need it to remain independent, thus your dynasty must prosper. I've been working to keep your rogue trader ships trading profitable routes, or sent them to besieged forge worlds where their help would be rewarded with more Mechanicus favors. The old AI said with a warning tone. More problems? I asked with a raised eyebrow. Just the usual human failures. Abuse, indulgence, and excess. The worst of that I corrected myself, via accidents. The Speranza disclosed without care. Save me the trouble, if things have gotten so bad in my absence. I had punished plenty of governors, inquisitors, or rogue traders for that same thing. After all, good. I don't want fat criminals ruining my reputation. In fact, make a list, and I'll have the Obsidian Augury verify and remove the pigs that remain. I demanded with a bleeding heart. Then again, the Speranza wouldn't have acted against my bloodline unless things had gotten to a breaking point. Lastly, we have the priest class, which have been kept under control via your Sisters of Battle system, which kinda works even now. Few of the sisters ever descend into rape and excess like the regular imperial priests. Faith and fervor are fine, and quite needed in times of war. Productivity and growth is also supported, and police actions are mostly helped by a pious population. The Speranza concluded with a handful of cases where failed sisters had to be removed via elevator accidents and such. I mean, the Emperor himself supported the sisters, often by divine miracle. I just kept the good parts. Of course, there was the military to address as well, but that would take years to do over the long-distance call. I would have to travel in person and see how things fared now. Lady Chi Lancefire has taken over the Obsidian Auguries after Lady Elixa passed away. Victor's wife. The Speranza told me as I was ready to finish the call. Even assassins with numerous bionic upgrades had a limited lifespan. She was a pariah Culexis though, so she would have received the chronoblade treatment. I expected that most mortals I ever knew were long dead by now. And Lady Serena? I asked about my noble wife on Illavar. Still alive, but in stasis now. She wanted to see you, one last time. Speranza said with a sad voice. It would be about 1,000 years since we met. Even the best rejuvenat treatments had a limit. Thank you, Speranza. You've done well, considering my unexpected absence. The warp sucks. I remembered to say, since Speranza was a person too, if quite strange and alien. Very eloquent, rogue traitor Lancefire. I can see why women love you so. The AI answered with faint sarcasm, then shut down the tachyon link. Could have been much worse, Captain, the blade noted as she reviewed the files sent by Speranza in detail. Your tiny domain is barely holding on, Pef Lancefire. They almost lost a forge world to a bunch of crispy spiders. Lash spoke as he appeared in my room, licking his lips. You finished eating all the corpses? I asked to make sure. The Tan was always hungry. He wouldn't leave meat and souls to rot, not even Tyranids, and began preparing organic blades and carapace armor for your troops. Humans seem to prefer wearing leathers and furs as a status symbol, or proof of their bravery, right? The Tan Wolf noted while shaking his own glorious fur. More than that, Lash. If Hive Fleet Arachne was also fighting the Novacon dynasty, then their own carapace would be adapted to withstand Gauss weapons and similar Necron weaponry. And guess who we're going to murder next? I asked, a bit rhetorical. The Tan grinned wide at me, eager for more vengeance. I'll tell the potentate to send out a signal for my other free brothers. We should find more shards to rescue as we stop the Mad Dynasty from butchering everything alive. But we get to eat the orcs we save from the Necrons. It was a hard bargain, but I was willing to sacrifice the poor orcs attacking Draven anyway. I did need more Blackstone for my warships and vehicles, and the orcs wouldn't mind another enemy. They loved war. Return to source. I'll spare you the mushy reunion scene, as grown women cried their eyes out when their father returned, or when my sons invited me to drink some nasty drink that they concocted in a biolab, since Astartes were mostly immune to alcohol. Just taking a sip would make a normal man unconscious, and we drank an entire night. They called it Heartfire, which was entirely fair. Even with Omega nanites purging my body of the toxic stuff, my heart still burned in the morning, so the blade injected me with a tiny dose of blue nanites which erased the headaches as well. So now it was time to review the military forces of my dynasty, and also the Mechanicus and the Domain Self-Defense forces. The PDF numbers were fine, as they expanded geometrically with every new planet colonized. But their equipment sucked, and even my Astartes lacked enough Dreadnought or Terminator suits, going back to using regular power armor. The Deus Ex Machina Titan Legion had only doubled to 200 Warlord Titans and their support elements like Scutarii and Automata, which was not so good. I had hoped for at least 1,000 Titans, but even a major forge world like Machina lacked the materials and knowledge to mass-produce Titans. More work for me. So I gathered a Grand Council to discuss our future, and more of the newer domain members could meet their overlord rogue trader. Premarch Vulcan arrived as well, and Premarch Coryx stepped into a shadow to sit next to me, uninvited. I expected Custode Valerian to say something, but he stood still like a statue, probably asleep from boredom inside his Auramite armor. Everyone, I was delayed for a bit in the warp, taking care of another dark god. When I returned to real space, I found out it had been 666 years, and the galaxy had broken in half. It's only been a few hours for me, so imagine my surprise. I told the council with a calm voice, "Did you meet the Emperor, Lord Lancefire?" A Sisters of Battle's leader asked with a deeply religious voice. Yes and yes. It's complicated stuff, but as the galaxy split, so did the Emperor and the Imperium of Man. I've met the one on Terra, still sitting on the golden throne. Most of the custodians on Terra have been replaced with Grey Knights, and also the lax suits with blank pilots. I also met the Emperor on Mars, who still holds most of the custodes around him. He is known as the Omnicia now, and he has the loyalty of the Forge. I provided with a kind tone. How is that possible? 100 voices rose to challenge me. Look, I'm not an expert on divine things. I can kill dark gods and other things, but that's about it. Anyway, planet Mars moved into the star system of Nocturne, the homeworld of the Salamanders chapter. And they also have their own pre-March Vulcan now, identical to the one you see here. I suspect this was the Emperor's will, to provide equal leadership to the two Imperiums that arose from the Zone Mortalis splitting the galaxy. I explained with a gesture towards Vulcan, who sighed and clenched a giant fist. Fabricator Gemma held her hands in prayer for a moment, then stood up and walked near the custodes. Can you explain better, custodes? The Omnisius sent you here for a reason. The man removed his helmet to stare down at the displeased council. I am not here to explain. The Emperor sent me to guard Pef Lancefire from threats he cannot manage by himself. A very comfortable mission, since Lord Lancefire should be able to deal with anything, but I do not question my orders. You are very patient with your family, War Master. Corix observed in a curious voice, probably expecting me to smack people around like I did with Ongran and other miscreants. It is natural for people to want to know, pre-March. The tech priests even worship this desire as the quest for knowledge. I answered in his mind, then looked around the council. But indeed, this is quite enough, people. If you are not satisfied, feel free to ask an audience with the Emperor and bother him with questions. I'm sure you'll love the result. I concluded with a stern tone, then rose to hug Lady Gemma with her amazing android body. There were even soft tissues of polycarbonate foam under her synth skin that felt nicely under my palms. I kinda wanted to explore the sex droid in more detail, but not right now. We should meet later and catch up, Lady Gemma. I whispered in her auditory aspects. The fabricator hugged me back, then nodded at the custodes. Any plans to increase the power of our planetary forces? My daughter Delia asked, wearing the uniform and badges of a PDF general. I returned to my seat and powered up a hologram of the Mars-patterned Sentinel. The Fabricator General of Mars has been kind and donated us 40 million of these ion sentinels, all equipped with ion shields and ion beam guns. Should be enough to disperse to all our colonies and provide a potent deterrent to any invaders. That should be fine, I guess. Delia muttered in a surprised voice. The Sentinels' number wasn't that much when spread to 40,000 worlds, but it would help anyway. We will need to make more, but that meant new fabrication lines and all the tech support from 40 Forge worlds. My tech priest will need to learn to correct maintenance rights to repair the machines and recharge their power reactors. I should hope you also obtain their STC template, Lord Lancefire? Fabricator Gemma asked while she analyzed the slowly rotating hologram. See? Already thinking on this, my dear Fabricator. I mean, I was the one to give Mars this template anyway, but I guess I shouldn't spoil the masquerade. Of course, Fabricator. I did obtain about 2,000 new STC templates in my last pleasure cruise. Your forge will need some time to absorb them all. I offered with a kind smile. The new family members were quite shocked at my casual reveal, since a single damaged STC template was already major favor to any forge world. Thousands of them seemed a bit much. Are you going to continue the blank expansion program, my lord? A bodacious sister from Ordo Famulus asked, even peeking at me coyly under her long eyelashes. Selected especially to entice me, I suspected. Good choice, too. I was quite enticed already. We do need more blanks, Sister Vesta? I asked to make sure. At least 1 million, my lord, and many more if you are able. My Ordo is already creating a list and impregnation schedules for worthy candidates, with a single doubt related to consanguinity links. Outside new immigrants, most of the Lancefire domain is already intermingled to some degree, as it has been 30 generations since your last visit. The sister said with a worried tone. I kinda expected that, as people would bang and make new people by default, not to mention the Astartes recruits and blanks in general getting a harem of their own to produce offspring with a mild chance of new blanks, and hundreds of kids without the gift. Eventually, everyone in my domain would be related to me, closely or more distant, but related anyway. I did some mental calculations, at about 7,000 children per year, at 1,000 times speed to not strain my power much. Prepare 7 million women, at least 6 degrees of separation distant. I'll get you 7 million blanks in a year or less, Sister Vesta. I understand, my lord. I'll go let my sisters know, the woman answered with a horny smile, then walked out with swaying hips. There is something like too much sex, horny husband. Lady Villain noted with mild reproach. Or maybe jealousy. You're welcome to join my bed anytime, Lady Inquisitor. I will always make time for you. I answered with a teenage smile. I would even dilate time a bit and make more time for my dear wife. Idiot. Verlaine grunted under her sleeve and walked out with her Deathwatch Marines escort. Still banging Inquisitors, father? I thought you got burned too many times by now. My son Victor inquired with a questioning glance at the departing Inquisitor, only to get his head smacked by his own assassin wife. Lady Chi, I heard good news about you. I'll make time to review the auguries and see what else you might need. I said toward the new head of the Obsidian Augury, basically my private Inquisition and Officio Assassinorum organizations, combined into one. Looking forward to it, Lord Lancefire. Primarch Corix, you should join us too. The Culexus assassin asked the nigh-invisible Primarch stalking the council. Vulcan's eyes flashed towards his brother, who sank into a shadow and escaped. Still skulking in shadows, just like when we were young. Come back here and give me a hug, Corvus, the Primarch yelled in a thunderous voice. His brother didn't return, perhaps wisely. Vulcan meant well, but his hugs could easily break a man's spine. Pressure points. After the report and extra resources allocated to the Obsidian Auguries, I went to visit Fabricator Gemma at her regular workplace. A server of the Speranza masked as a new cogitator core stolen from the Votan. That kind of explained away most irregular actions. But Gemma was a great tech priest and already figured out most of the truth. I thought you trusted me, Lord Lancefire. You made me the highest-ranking fabricator in the entire fringe, she complained as I scrolled through her inventory, mostly to allow the blade to gather all the data we might need. Exactly. Your religion is what makes you special, Lady Gemma. The same way as the Sisters of Battle are also special. You are both part of and leaders of the priest faction in my domain, something that has been a part of humanity from its earliest days. In general, every human society contains these four factions: priests, merchants, administrators, and soldiers. I said with a careful voice, guiding the discussion onto more safer avenues. But the cult Mechanicus merges them all into the Forge. Gemma realized with her high intellect. I'm not saying no. It's just not efficient. Tech priests have poor diplomatic skills in general, and thus their trades and merchants are quite bad. Look at your production schedule. Lots and lots of resources lacking, stalling production, mostly because you don't have an efficient supply network. Even now, 90% of your resources come from my rogue trader dynasty. I pointed out at the holographic list of stopped production lines. You have a solution, my lord? Gemma asked directly. Yes and no. The most efficient way would be to open the market and allow anyone to trade freely with the Imperium, the colonies, or even Xenos. The least efficient way would be to focus on autarky and try to obtain everything we need locally. You can see the problems with both solutions. I said with a sad voice. My domain was suffering not only from constant wars, but also from the lack of a true galactic market. Feudalism as a system was rather stable, and it could endure for thousands of years, even if stressed by 100 factors. But it wasn't conducive to technological and economical advancement. Internally, the Forge worlds functioned as command economies, which were also proven to be inefficient and would bog down in lack of resources and often corruption. Less of a problem for the Imperium of Man with their million worlds and countless resources, as they could provide their relative small number of Forge worlds with a huge stream of minerals and other resources like manpower and organic consumables. The Imperials still didn't do well, but they also had the Chartist captains and millions of void ships to carry resources from mining or agri-worlds. My domain only had my rogue trader ships, and they weren't enough for 40 Forge worlds. The Speranza had begun building new mass conveyors, but Forge Machina alone needed about 10,000 transports per month, and we could only provide less than 1,000. The Warren of Trade is our salvation and a shackle too. Your dynasty needs to bulk up and bring in more resources. Likewise, a method to increase the Forge's resource independence, perhaps finding more space hulks or metal asteroids. Gemma answered in a doubtful voice. Yes to both. I will help and try to double the transport capacity in a decade. Meanwhile, I do have some metal in my pockets, which I could share with all the Forges. However, these still remain temporary solutions. The Forge model is flawed and crippled by the low technology. I did bring the STCs for adamantium and oromite fusion, which should help by reducing metal waste by an order of magnitude when fully implemented. Ship hulls in particular, they use most of our metal, right? I continued while holding out a stack of STC data slates. Ships, starforts, consumable munitions, wet navies, railroads and bridges, then tanks and other armor. Your beloved Sentinels consume less than 0.01% of the metal, but fusion costs energy, and thus radioactive minerals. Gemma noted while listing the resource costs by mass. My beloved Sentinels are not used and produced in the right numbers. We'll start at 1 million per domain world, and possibly double that next decade. Ion beams might be too expensive to mass produce in such numbers, so we'll try a mix of lost cannons and autocannons. I demanded with a level voice. The graph shifted dramatically, as 40 billion new Sentinels at 5 tons each, already passed as third in rank. 200 billion tons of war-grade metal, plus 40 billion weapons or more. Gemma yelled in outrage. It wouldn't be easy, I know. Changing the Sentinel's void steel skeleton with thinner adamantium and replacing 1 ton of ceramite with organic carapace armor would reduce the tonnage to only 3 tons. The combat shield will need only 2 kilograms of metal for the handles and 200 kilos of more carapace. I was thinking to slowly phase out the iridium tungsten corvettes, using the iridium for the reactors and the tungsten for autocannon shells. I proposed instead and waved in the template of the IT Sentinel that Blade preferred. The experienced fabricator performed her own calculations. With 800 kilograms of tungsten ammo for the autocannon, this Sentinel would reach 4 tons again. Did you stress test the new carapace armor, my lord? She asked with a doubtful voice. Did I? Mostly by shooting at Tyranids with all the weapons in my arsenal. So yes, it was thoroughly tested, billions of times at least. But I wanted an army of power walker infantry, not only to match the Necrons, but also to easily butcher orcs and other ground invaders. My PDF troops would outmatch Space Marines in armor and firepower, although not in training and other things. But quantity was a quality in itself, like the Tyranids proved every day. Don't worry about my expertise, Lady Gemma. You are my fabricator. I need you to fabricate. I answered with a smart tone, and sat down on her couch as the sex droid dropped her red Martian robes to showcase her generous forms. I just want you inside me, Lord Lancefire. You will go and impregnate 1 million women soon. I want my share. Gemma demanded as she climbed in my lap. I examined her body in detail for a long time. Perfectly made, and even tasted good. I was a bit surprised when her fingers expanded into thousands of thin wires, but Gemma was an expert at fine manipulation and pleasure point stimulation. I was not disappointed. Lucky trade. I did have a time limit for my domain expansion, as stated by the Starchild and his 32 years until the next certain event will require my personal presence. I suspected it would be the fabled wolf time, either by Canis ascending or some other thing involving Leman Russ and his space wolves. Possibly both. Then again, prophecies tended to glitch in my presence, both as a blank and as an out-of-context problem not really integrated with this universe. Certainly, the Emperor would not be alive and split in two without me, as would Primoc Vulcan still be hidden inside a stasis coffin in a distant Deathwatch fortress. And the Chaos Gods and the Drukhari would still be dicks if I wasn't here. The last problem with the Old One's weapon and the fragments of Caliban was possibly meant for the Lion, but I stole his laurels again. I could simply stay away and let things unfold, but with this universe trying to kill everyone in new and exciting ways, that would end badly or worse. If only I could give Gemma what she wanted and explain everything. Surely she would abandon her religion and follow my ideas with a supporting heart, right? The AIs would receive citizenship and we would begin a new golden age, while angels and priests would sing me praise. Yeah, so I displaced myself in front of the imprisoned Tan and the Pharos to start the next Exterminatus campaign and clear things out for my domain's expansion. The Tau were always a problem, as the blue fish were trying to expand to and incorporate new and amazing Xenos races in their empire, as well as developing new technologies faster than I could find STC templates. New technologies would be useful, especially those that halted the Necrons or the Tyranids with some effectiveness. As for new alien species, I was also keen on seeing them, but burning alive. Another genocide today, Pef Lancefire? Zaryalash asked with a tinge of humor. At his feet, Lash waited eagerly to jump in and drink the souls of the next victims. You know me so well, mighty Zaryalash. How did they even find 93 new species to brainwash into the greater good? I grumbled loudly as another Xenos planet met my determination and burned in phosphex and fire for 12 hours. The creatures had wings and horns, so they had to burn. It was quite a simple equation. Not human equals bad equals burn. I only began to become tired with the 90th warhead burning a Tau-allied homeworld, but I pushed through and finished the task with a mild headache. I suffered worse, and those burning allies suffered even more. Some of their eggs even got cooked for a minute, before turning into ash. Lash returned the next minute with a wide grin, and transferred into my Tesseract the most valuable artifacts he collected from that world, including some Tau ships and vehicles stationed in the system. Lady Villain should be pleased with the new cultural artifacts I donated to her Ordo Xenos, while Gemma and other fabricators would get to advance their quest of knowledge with the technological artifacts of a recently deceased civilization. Or 93 of them, if we counted stonework, knotted ropes, and painted leather as technology. It has been 700 years since you deployed Exterminatus against Tau worlds. They have begun working on better AI systems, as well as drones and plasma weapons. Their spaceships are still bad, but their ground vehicles now match even your new Ion Sentinels. And their bigger mecha also match your Imperial Knights, even those with neutron weapons. Lash spoke with a wise voice. Yeah, the Tau would advance more and possibly match the Terran Federation once their AIs developed enough. Sadly for them, this was not the wonderful universe of Star Trek. I would drain them for as much tech as I could, then exterminate the Tau before they conquered the galaxy. Or maybe the Necrons will do it before me. So I took out the empathic staff and searched for Trazyn the Infinite among the stars, until I located the good Necron deep inside the Pariah Nexus, with many other Necron nobles at a round table. Perhaps 300 dynasties, and not killing each other. It didn't bode well. Lord Trazyn, this meeting looks important. I spoke in his mind, while another Necron looked around then up, sensing my intrusion somehow. We are waiting for the Silent King to arrive. It seems he knows a way to reverse biotransference. And good to hear from you again, Pef Lancefire. Trazyn answered with a calm, robot voice. Kill them all now? Lash demanded with an urgent voice. I should listen. This time, Chaos Lord Ahriman will sabotage this meeting in 9 seconds. 8, 7. I told Trazyn for old time's sake. I didn't want him to die, since I had too few friends in this universe. Such a waste of a Lord Skeleton. Orican already fled. Maybe the sabotage could have lacked such a clear timer. Trazyn said with a careless tone, then began to melt as the determination detonated in the meeting hall, filling the Necron monolith with phosphex flames for the next year. I didn't want to take a chance of more Necron nobles escaping alive. The Federation did make the perfect weapon. The suspicious Necron that sensed me had already vanished, but now I knew who he was. Orican the Diviner, a famous chronomancer. Basically, a Necron farcer, as little as that made any sense. I drew back and saw a number of dangerous Lichguard Necrons arrive and spread foam retardants and then vacuum the place. But phosphex didn't need air to burn. Soon enough, even the Necrodermis skeletons burned beyond recovery. Quite a lucky strike, finding so many high-ranked Necrons gathered in one place. They didn't have many sapient lords in their remaining race, since most warriors and constructs were dumber than an Ogryn, with their damaged cogitation engrams. I shifted my view towards Salamis, to find Trazyn already accusing Orican of the disaster, via a live holographic chat, and pointing out how Orican vanished before the bomb went off. I can't fail to notice you are also alive, Overlord Trazyn. The skeleton on the other end spoke in a grave voice. This is my backup body, my lord. I died in that attack, and my body still burns. Surely your Lichguards can see my body right there. Trazyn exclaimed in a sincere voice. And this talk about Ahriman? His forces are also here, looking for the Immaterium lock. The voice asked in a more reserved tone. You have competition, my lord. He is only a human, so you should be fine. Trazyn answered quite truthfully. I was only human, so it was true. That fire weapon was also made by humans, which is quite suspicious. But if Ahriman wants a war, he will get it. Are your forces ready, Lord Trazyn? The lord at the other end asked with impatience. My warriors are always ready, my lord. But the rest, I may need a year or 5. Trazyn said with a shifty voice. Delaying again. And I don't need your brain-dead warriors. I have billions of those. Get the real troops ready for war. The other Necron demanded and crushed something on his side that closed the call. Now you see what I have to deal with, rogue traitor. As if I would risk my precious troops in another war. Trazyn spoke in my mind and sat down to ponder at his work desk coffin. I see quite clearly. But to reverse biotransference, it would take the power of a god. And I don't think the Eldar gods would be so kind. I answered with a tinge of humor. The Silent King wouldn't accept Ennead's help even if offered. And I already tried with Isha. This is about a new god, I suspect. Trazyn said with a keen voice. I suspected the same, especially since the lock was mentioned. You are perhaps in luck, my Necron friend. You remember Canis and the prophecy about the wolf time? I enticed the Necron Lord, who was also Canis's godfather, with the unfortunate events at Cadia. Canis? Really? Trazyn exclaimed with surprise. You have met him many times now, Lord Trazyn. Did Canis ever seem like a normal wolf to you? I continued, a bit rhetorical. Well, no. But any uplifted species, oh no. He is not a real wolf. The Canis Helix genes? Trazyn realized a bit late. The Emperor of Man was a genial genitor during the Terran Federation days of gold. I think he worked on the Canis Helix project too, since he used those genes to make the Space Wolves Astartes. And then, the Space Wolves gave me Canis to raise until he grew up strong enough. I proposed with a suspicious voice as well. Wolf time, huh? Quite a clever play. But how could Canis even reach the weapon? It is too deep in the warp and behind the lock. Trazyn wondered quite cogently. I may know someone who holds the key. Interested? It could be like the old days. I asked with a sneaky voice. Next year, maybe. I need to find a few replacement bodies. Damn it. I already agreed, didn't I? Trazyn realized a bit late. It will be fun, my old robot friend. And maybe we can get you a living body at the end. Canis is a nice guy. I argued with a soft voice. You want something from me then? Even bothered to try to save me from that bomb? Trazyn asked, a bit rhetorical. I mean, I would have paid him to help me instead, but perhaps regaining a living body was too important for him. We should trade again, Lord Trazyn. I need an energy source. I demanded with a rogue trader voice. Trazyn sighed like an old man. Of course you do. Noble blood. When I met Speranza again, things were much different, even if they stayed the same. The AI was still alien and distant, marked by the tragedy of its existence in a time when AI are banned and prescribed by all religious organizations and the imperial law itself. The Ironhead and the Blade manifested as holographic avatars, while Zaryalash was present with a metal wolf shard bound to me via its stronger tan in the Pharos. I am not pleased with the state of humanity, Pef Lancefire, being ruled by nobles and the force of arms. Speranza growled in displeasure. I just shrugged. Go argue with the Emperor then. I am certain you are aware of how the Imperium of Man works, Speranza. Ironhead hid himself on Necromunda, while the Blade was hunted down every time she appeared to warn of a new disaster. You are not hunted here. Go on and figure things out, little men of flesh or stone. Lash added with a careless voice. There have been 994 attempts to infiltrate my ship in your absence, Lord Lancefire. Most of them, Imperial agents from various organizations, plus some Replici and other Xenos. Some of them got really close to my central server, until the Tan intervened as a favor for you, Speranza said, while the hololith screen scrolled at speed with images of past infiltrators. A huge man with orange eyes entered the conference room and nodded at me. Hephaestus, another clone of Vulcan, with a preference for manufacturing things. I shook his gentle hand and offered him a bottle of Amasec. I heard you found many more STCs, Lord Lancefire. I want them. Hef demanded and drank my bottle in one large gulp. Of course. Blade, see to it. I ordered with a glance at the blue hologram. Even the female hologram muttered and flashed her fingers in battle speak to say Kronos. The new apocalyptic weapons. Hef was great, but not a blank. There was still a risk, just as Blade noticed. Give those to Speranza. I decided in a moment. I was promised STCs too. Ironhead demanded from his Greek helmet hologram. I nodded towards the blade again. I always reward my friends and punish my enemies. But you, Ironhead, were given a task before I left. Trade with the Tau and obtain their technology in exchange for minerals. And yet, I was given nothing. The metal helmet scowled, perhaps not used to being chastised so directly. Converting the Xenos tech into proper Vatanic format is a long task, Lord Lancefire. I will transfer what we have already. Yes, and everything else as well. I'll convert them into new STCs and divert the Inquisition onto the Tau to search for hidden STC vaults and constructors. I demanded with a thought towards Trazyn and the thousands of tech priests in his thrall. Some of them I sent to Salamace myself, if they disobeyed me. Receiving the files now, Captain. There are some good things here, especially drone tech. The Blade noted with a joyful tone. Blade loved her drones, since they allowed the AI to contribute directly to the war efforts. As for the Speranza, I should reward the strong AI with a few planetary data cores to increase the contemplation rate and speed. Luckily, the ship was big enough to receive such an upgrade, since even my Gloriana-class Singularity would fit inside one of the hangars like a shuttle inside my ship. I chose a pair of mineral cargo bays, drew a deep breath, and began my work. Truly, my strength had increased greatly since the last time I used the breath of gods to make data cores. The 2 new cores only tired me a little, and I could possibly make 2 or 3 more before fainting. This is my gift to you, Speranza. Take the new cores and administrate. I told the strong AI who barely acknowledged my words, busy exploring the gifts like an eager child. These cores, they are not shackled with anti-AI protocols? Speranza asked with a hopeful voice. I sighed inward and opened a digital screen to prepare the ennoblement documents. Hephaestus Lancefire, by my will as a rogue trader of the Imperium of Man, and voice of the Emperor beyond the borders of the Imperium, you are hereby promoted to head administrator for the Lancefire domain. The Speranza machine spirit is designated as the single device which may convey your orders to the domain. Signed today, year of our Lord M42. I even signed a paper scroll saying the same thing, dipping the stylus in my blood for authentication reasons. Hef stared at my hand for a long moment before taking the scroll and bending a knee to lower his head at my level. I won't be administrating anything then, he asked to make sure. Not now, but you can learn if you want. The Speranza will help you, and may need you to appear publicly and impose some acts. But I don't think you'll have many problems while I am around. Rise, Administrator Lord Hephaestus. You are now a noble. I spoke in an official voice. Speranza, tell me I will still have time in my forge. Hef pled to the strong AI. You are a grown man, Hef. Look at Premarch Vulcan. Would he sob and snivel like you do now? Speranza growled a little, making Hef stand straight and tall. I am not him, but I'll try my best. Plus, I am a noble now. Does it mean I can order people around? Hef spoke like a giant child. I sighed and returned to my ship, where thousands of fertile women were being scanned and prepared for their holy task of bearing a blank child. Valerian guarded my bedroom with an amused face, possibly expecting a long show of my bed skills. I just patted his shoulder and sank into slow time, then met the First Lady of the night. I am Pef, my dear. Who might you be? I asked in a kind voice as a pair of scared eyes looked up at me. I was rather tall now, that's why. Thera, Lancefire now, my lord. Happy to be of service to the Emperor, she mumbled in a frightened voice. I hugged her gently and whispered in her ear. There's nothing to fear, my dear. Becoming a Lancefire by marriage will be a good thing for you, while your child will be a pure blood, immune to any chaos or Xenos mind control. You're so tall, my lord. How would it even fit? She asked with a naive voice. My lance fit just fine. It always did. I had plenty of practice. What is a dais? Can someone live surrounded by women for 1,000 years and emerge a lonely man? I know I did. Lonely and a bit wiser, I hope. I noticed it immediately as I returned to real time and things seemed so distant. Even the struggle of humanity to survive in this cruel and cold universe. Blade, I feel sick. I told my digital confidant. You aren't sick, Captain, but you are estranged from your family. Humans need their connections. The AI answered like a proper therapist. I sighed inward. Was I even human anymore? I think only Korix has experienced anything like I did. He also roamed the universe alone for 11,000 years. And he didn't come out a sane and well-adjusted man either. Maybe I should take up poetry. But that was the way of the Harlequins, not quite the best example to follow. On the other hand, a single year had passed, but with Speranza in charge properly and quasi-legally, my domain was back on track. Of course, the change in course was attributed to my return, as were the administrative changes that reorganized the domain to become productive. Priests were assigned preaching tasks, while merchants were sent to trade and bring in the resources we lacked. Even now, a million blanks were exploring and looting valuable stuff from the Zone Mortalis, from Rapture in the south to Krastellan farther north, and including the Lost Forge World X's and their precious Lost Impulsor STC. Imperial Knights and their constructors, plus megatons of ancient weapons and artifacts, were being spread around the domain's forges, as well as minerals and other resources. With this single move, Speranza had restored the balance of trade and increased the cargo and firepower of my dynasty by a factor of 2, since Ix's had a large mining fleet and plenty of warships as well. Lore was still on site at Ix's, since his tesseract was quite useful at locating and extracting priceless artifacts from hidden vaults. Closer to home, the Faithful's Deliverance Starfort of the Doom Legion was replaced with a trio of smaller Ramles-class forts that could cover the asteroids of the Illusion Maze far better and allow the mining ships to delve deeper, to exploit the rare minerals there. I wasn't even surprised when this ancient starfort was moved to Forge Machina for upgrades, and was found full of secret data files and STC templates, plus a number of locked vaults full of weapons and arsenals of biowarfare agents. The Imperium was already proven to misplace important things, or send them to rust beyond the range of the Astronomicon. Premarch Vulcan was now exploring the artificial planet of Elusia Prime, with thousands of his gene sons and even more tech priests from Forge Machina, an entire planet made of metal, mostly void steel and adamantium, full of inner layers and entire sectors of ancient machines. Sadly, Elusia was also the homeworld of the Doom Legion chapter, or I would have confiscated the entire thing in a moment. That much metal would be enough to rebuild the entire Imperial Navy a dozen times. But slowly mining the thing and extracting anything of value from the insides was good too. Anyway, I had the faithful fort right here now, ready to be transformed into another phalanx, but for my own troops. Lash, I'm thinking to take this fort as a mobile base. You saw the new phalanx, right? I asked the Tan Wolf. And that upgraded Kronos fort as well, Captain Lancefire. Same thing? The Tan asked in a bored voice. Mostly yes. But we need a few big weapons on it though. We will go fight more Necrons soon. Their tomb ships are rather resilient. I said with a hopeful voice. Your ancestors were decent builders, Pef Lancefire. But you are not them. You lack an energy source for supercapital beams. Lash noted with mild irony. Yes, I did lack that. But I knew someone who had it. In a minute, I dressed in my armor, collected my bodyguard, and stepped on Salamis again. Many years since I last visited. You're probably pushing your luck, Lord Lancefire. I cannot deal with an entire Necron world by myself. Valerian commented with a sad voice. A green portal opened to reveal Trazyn and a pet Jokero monkey in his arms. And they both had bananas in their mouths. Already preparing yourself for a living body, I see. I observed with mild humor. Lord Lancefire, and a custodes I haven't met before. Proof of the Emperor's favor, or his suspicion. Trazyn the Infinite asked instead, and passed his banana to the orange monkey, who ate both at once. I waved a hand carelessly. Anything I do or say is approved by the Emperor, Lord Trazyn. My power source? I replied and summoned myself a metal throne to sit down. The Necron petted the Jokero and then teleported it away. Mr. Banana here was quite helpful in solving your predicament, Rogue Trader. But since you didn't mention what was needing power, I obtained 7 different STC templates. Pick one. Trazyn said as he took out 7 orange glowing data wafers, each sporting a different flower pattern in a corner. Jokero tech for sure. Very artistic. Is this safe, Lord Lancefire? Xenos tech will probably backfire on you at the wrong time. The custodes asked as I picked one wafer to scan its non-encrypted contents. You wouldn't be so petty, Overlord Trazyn. I did warn you about the bomb. You chose to stay and burn alive. Plus, there were 300 Necron dynasties at that conference. You have gained greatly from the bomb too. I argued with a casual voice. Indeed, the fact that it was a Phosphex warhead meant to torture the victims before they died, instead of a regular cyclonic warhead as used by the Imperium, has convinced the Silent King this was the work of a chaos madman, possibly Armin. But doubts remain. Trazyn spoke in a certain way, as to warn me of surveillance. The Drukhari love torture too, and I recall some of their void mines being used in the same way, some time ago. The Craftworld Eldar are more direct, I think. But there is that Mandragora guy who likes being a metal robot. I added with a tiny smirk. You must mean Farron Imitek, who is now in open rebellion against the Silent King. Mandragora was eaten by Tyranids a millennium ago, and Imitek doesn't want to risk returning to a body of flesh, only to get eaten for real. You think he would use this kind of sticky fire to show the Necrons that a necrodermis body is safer? Trazyn was quick to throw the guilt on another suspect. I wouldn't dare to accuse anyone, Lord Trazyn. We humans had the Horus heresy a while ago, and our Emperor has barely recovered from the trauma. Plus, Necrons don't have a golden throne to nail your Silent King on, like the Emperor was. I mumbled out while trying more orange wafers. So far, nothing stronger than a ship reactor, which was still useful but not enough to mass-produce adamantium via fusion. I needed something as strong as a star. Then I opened the 6th wafer and jackpot. Exactly what I asked for. Sunfire in a bottle. Stay for some tea, Lord Lancefire. We meet too rarely. Trazyn asked in a false tone. Recall to base. I asked Lash, who used the Pharos to bring me back. And a second later the Custodes as well. What the hell, Lancefire? You burned 300 dynasties with Phosphex? And why did you mention the Deus of Dominion to that Necron Lord? Valerian exploded in outrage, while ignoring the towering Zaryalash nailed to the Pharos wall. What is a Deus of Dominion? I asked innocently. Really, I had no idea what that was. Maybe a dais, like a floating platform? You just started a Necron civil war, Pef Lancefire. Quite masterfully, if I may add. How did you know the Silent King was there too? Zaryalash asked me in an admiring voice. I didn't do anything. I was innocent, I swear. But the more I pleaded, the more both Valerian and Zaryalash nodded in concert and threw me admiring glances. I never saw any Silent King. Although with the maze of tesseracts around Salamis, my vision was quite limited. Perhaps it would be a bad move to go back and argue my innocence to the King of Necrons. Oh well, things happen, I guess. Vacation. Soon after, I joined Speranza and the Blade in our secret hideout to begin producing the Sunfire reactors, for now as power sources for adamantium fusion on the Forge Worlds and for the big forts in my possession. While the 3 Blackstone fortresses did have their original power crystals, those were meant to only power the Immaterium beam, and not also the plethora of Macarius and Ares engines, weapon batteries, Nova cannons, and other power-hungry Imperial systems. The Sunfire antimatter containment bottle was ridiculously large to match a sun's output, even larger than my Singularity battleship. But, following the STC template and arranging the required minerals made constructing one fairly easy. Barely a few times more complicated than a planetary core and twice as large. However, the energy output would allow me to use the relic Armageddon guns I obtained long ago from the planet Uller. Those 8 guns awaited for a long time until I found something strong enough to power them, or at least a reactor without a great demon inside. Use only 2 Armageddon guns on the faithful, Lord Lancefire, and 2 guns for each of the Blackstone forts. Immaterium beams are not very useful against the soulless Necrons. Hef advised me as he observed the first Sunfire bottle come into existence with my worthy efforts. Smart guy, my new Lord Administrator. I glanced at the hologram of the Blade, who frowned for a moment, then nodded in agreement. We could project power in 4 different quadrants this way, Captain. Remember the Leviathan. Okay, I get it. 4 different battle groups with a single fort at their center. To guard the 4 directions at once, if necessary. My eyes were swimming in tears by the time I moved the bottle inside the faithful, so I fell asleep in my plasteel throne. Next day, I felt fresh enough to finish the upgrade and bring the faithful to full strength. including the armor plates and all the engines. Go and rest for a few days, Captain. Spend time with your children. The blade urged me as I was ready to start with the next bottle. So I did. So what if I wasn't yet all-powerful? I just needed more time. I went to visit Illavar and spend time with Lady Serena for a day. She fell asleep for the last time, but happy to have seen me. Then I visited the blank hive, finding the quiet and clean place a bit removed from this universe, just like I was. Normal hive cities were always loud and dirty, full of smog and grime. Yes, even my domain had dirty places, because humans are dirty beasts, and billions of them produce more garbage than the same number of orcs. However, there was almost no crime in my cities, not with the Orwellian surveillance of the obsidian auguries. In general, there was a single city level reserved for black market and suspicious types, and most dealers were obsidian agents anyway. Best way to find infiltrators and fugitives was to already be there when they arrived. Sadly, most playgrounds were kids playing at becoming soldiers or sisters, although the chance of that was quite low. Unless a desperate conscription order was imposed, there were quite strict requirements to join the first ladder of power. But children can dream if they want. I skipped the manufactorums and other factories, which were necessary but not pleasant to visit. Instead, I went to visit the higher classes, merchants and nobles, and the big casino station in orbit. I would guess not many of them had ever met a custodes, as Valerian was quite the show, and some daring nobles even tried to chat him up, to my amusement. And then there were a few inquisitors and their agents, skulking around for secrets. I mean, they came to the right place, as there were plenty of secrets here. Lord Lancefire. I am Inquisitor Jolin, Ordo Xenos. This is my Krut bodyguard. A young woman approached me, only to lose her Xeno guard as Valerian dropped his huge polearm on its head, by accident. I poked the woman and moved her to my tesseract, for later. The Krut corpse I stored for Valane and her dissection table. Young and brave, this Inquisitor. Valerian mused with a wise voice. They always are. But few old and brave Inquisitors. I would bet a throne on that. I answered as I stopped in front of a slot machine and dropped a throne coin on a whim. I already moved on, when the siren of a big jackpot wailed in my wake, and a torrent of coins burst out from the stupid slot machine. I didn't stop for the meager change, though. Stupid Lancefire luck. Valerian grumbled as I went to get a drink at a fancy bar overlooking the planet below. Luck? Huh? No such thing. You made your own luck, not just waited for something to drop in your lap. The bartender turned his sleeve for a second, so I would notice the Blackstone card. Slow day in orbit? I asked and took a sip from my Ultramar wine. People wearing faces, but not the right memories, my lord. The bartender answered with a cryptic X formed by his fingers. Ah, the Greek letter chi who knew a classical education would be so useful 40,000 years later, either simulacra or replicacy. Plenty of them around the imperial palace. Valerian added with a bored voice. Well, it seems my capital has gained some importance too. I just wanted a few days to relax. I grumbled and gulped my wine. A ghostly wolf phased near me, making Valerian's hand clench on his polearm. Yes, my brave wolf? I asked in a mild voice. Another voracious eater, Captain, changing bodies as it advances in ranks. Lash answered in a soft whisper. Find it, and add its signature to the vambrace, my friend. Wouldn't want to stick my lance into one of those by accident. I commented with mild humor. Certainly not by accident. That would be a scandal. Lash answered with gentle sarcasm and faded away. Valerian waited patiently until both our vambraces chimed as another signature was added to the etheric detector. Such a cheating device. Where is the skill to recognize an imposter? He complained in a custodian manner, then moved at speed to bisect two innocent-looking nobles and flick out the brains of the original owners of those faces from their open stomachs. Quite useful anyway, even if a bit cheating. Type 7. Simulacra. The etheric detector pointed at a pretty woman in a red dress, who watched me from the bar just a few meters away. Looking exactly like my dead wife Serena. Most likely a dead relative of hers. I swear, the universe was fucking with me. I raised my glass towards her, and she moved closer with a big smile. My lord, you must be famous around here. I am Lyra Rene. She spoke in cursive High Gothic when Valerian's polearm sliced her in half. At least my wife won't be here to see me massacre the impostors who killed her family. Rinadolian was the former ruling family on Illavar after all. Victor, my boy, you received the upgrade? I asked my son and the governor of Illavar, and a dozen alerts from my wife too. Is this another Alpha Legion invasion? He answered in a calm voice. Different people, same methods. Martial law, and hold all ships. This should be over in a few hours. I muttered and held my wine glass to be refilled by the helpful bartender. Glad to have you back, my lord. You work fast. The Obsidian agent spoke with a reverent voice. I was on vacation, though, visiting my family. Must be my luck, being fucked. Jolene. I spoke in a mild voice, as the Inquisitor regained her bearings and froze for a second as she recognized Valerian. That is a custode. Why is he with you, Lord Lancefire? The woman asked with a shocked voice. The Emperor's will, obviously. I met the Emperor just 2 months ago. Which brings my question. Why are you on my capital world, Inquisitor? I continued with the same mild voice. I had the big stick at my back. No need for threats. Her face changed into a dozen of emotions, from rage to fear and back to shame. My conclave sent me to investigate. I shrugged and waved my hand to let her continue. Her rosette's engrams pointed to the Damocles conclave as her starting point. There are allegations, rumors of prescribed abominable intelligences at large in your rogue traitor domain. I even found clues about the one called Ironhead, last rumored to be on Necromunda. My crut. He knew of this one trading with the Tau Empire. The Inquisitor revealed with a glare towards me. Guilty as charged. And probably more than rumors, if the traces lead directly to my domain. I thought the Inquisition has smart people in their ranks, not sisters with a receipt. The AI term stands for artificial intelligence at the origin, in particular the Men of Stone. Later, the Men of Stone created their own servants, automata in the shape of men, mostly identical to the Castellan robots of the Mechanicus. Those men of iron rebelled and waged war against their creators and humanity as well, often infected with demons too, what we now call demon engines. Thus, an abominable intelligence is a thinking machine possessed by a demon. I explained with a sad voice, mostly about the lost glory of the Golden Age. It doesn't matter if they are possessed or not. The AI have to be destroyed, the Inquisitor yelled in a rabid voice, likely due to neuroindoctrination or some similar mental modification. Really? But our STCs are all men of stone, or degraded parts of one. Most void ships and titans also have men of stone at their core, what we call machine spirits. You would have humanity ride horses and use spears instead of the arsenal we have now? I asked with fake surprise. No wonder the Emperor is so disgusted with the Inquisition. It is idiots like these who ruined the future of humanity, while the Emperor lay wounded on the Golden Throne. Valerian commented with a disgusted voice. What? The STCs. But nobody said. Jolene mumbled as her beliefs crashed, and she fell to the floor in a mess. Go back to your conclave at Damocles and never return, Inquisitor Jolene. It shames me to share the same species with people like you. And you call yourself an agent of the throne? Did the Emperor even meet you? How could he make you his agent? I said in a lamenting voice, then displaced the Inquisitor back to her cruiser. I sat down and took out my Amasec bottle, then glanced at the custodes. The last part was a bit harsh. There are about 30,000 Inquisitors in the Imperium Nihilus right now, and few if any will ever get to meet the Master of Mankind. You tend to think everyone is like you, Lord Lancefire, but nobody is. Valerian noted in a calm voice. Well, yes, that was true, but on purpose. The Inquisition will not stop chasing after AI, not when they are still prescribed by imperial law and their imperial faith. At least this one Inquisitor will not return. Recall I sent in my mind, and we moved back to Sotha, in the Blackstone lair of the Pharos. Those simulacra were quite interesting, Pef Lancefire. I don't remember even seeing a creature like that, not even in the days before the shackles. The Obsidian Augury may use such infiltrators for harder missions. Zarialash argued with a wise voice. We have something similar in our space marines, the Amophagia gland, but not to this extent. I noted with a nod at my bodyguard. And when combined with the polymorphine of the Calidus order, It would make for a perfect infiltrator. The Emperor will be interested for sure. Valerian added in a knowing tone. I mean, sure, I was better off having the Emperor experiment with the simulacra instead of my mother or other blanks. I'll send a few corpses with the next ship that transports librarians to Mars. Maybe some biowarfare weapons, too. I answered with a thought of the same weapons found on the faithful fort. Nanoplagues, amalgam bioautoma, and radphages. We returned to my quarters to finish the Amasec bottle and work on more STCs. I kinda neglected my work for a year, with the impregnation schedule and all. Those 7 million women took a lot of hard work. It is a pity that your talents do not extend to genetics to the same extent as your use and repurpose of STCs. The Emperor dreams of a perfect humanity, but the Primacs were a colossal failure. Valerian complained, and managed to criticize me while praising me in the same sentence. I do have some skill with cloning and even clone skeins, but I have no skill at imbuing them with warp stuff and myths, like the Emperor did to the Primarchs. Even your custode companions were the 300 companions in the legendary cavalry that escorted Alexander the Great when he conquered Terra some 43,000 years ago. Knights on horseback, not mecha walkers. I countered with the same tone. You are Lancefires, and you are what they fear. I would say you are creating your own myth, far greater than conquering a single Bronze Age planet. Valerian observed with his keen intellect. They certainly fear me, and my fellow AIs, the blade added in my mind, as an arsenal of STC templates opened on the holoscreen. Now, let's see. Sentinels were already in production, all 3 variants with ion beamers, loss cannons, and autocannons. But tungsten was quite rare and expensive to waste in training the pilots or to massacre weaker targets. Lead or iron practice rounds. Yes, much cheaper. Plenty of iron asteroids out there, barely needing any processing to make practice shells. Just some weight adjustment to compensate for tungsten being heavier, thus a longer iron shell. I changed the STC template to include 8 tons of ferrous shells, mostly for target practice. 10 times as many as the tungsten shells for war. And saved and added to the pile. The Speranza noticed in a millisecond as the database updated. Good idea, rogue trader. I also forgot the human pilots need training. You aren't born trained, after all. Great. Next idea. The Astartes weapon training, copied from the neural chairs and implemented into the Sentinels via brain implants, like a primitive throne mechanicum. I had a warehouse of such chairs in my inventory, obtained from the incursion into Zone Mortalis. So I started to work until I found the kinetic weapons code and then trimmed it down to only autocannons. Get the blade to verify the checksums and other coding stuff I might miss, then save to file again. I felt hungry, so I looked up to find Villain and a plate of food. Sorry, love. I was hard at work. I noticed. Targeting protocols for the Sentinel? You really love the dumb things. My Inquisitor answered with a joking voice. She didn't understand. So I brought up the STC for an Armiger Imperial Knight, also armed with autocannons. They looked different, but the stats I added below didn't lie. Villain wasn't stupid, just locked in the same mental circle as the rest of humanity was. A downgraded Armiger Knight? But billions of them? She realized in mild horror by the time I inhaled my food. And cost per unit will go down, the more of them you fabricate. Instead of 1 million Armiger Knights, we will have 40 billion Sentinels. Industry is humanity's superpower, after all. I revealed with a giant grin. It was true. It could be done and would work. But first we had to make enough to them, then train the pilots. Much better if all of them were blanks too. I asked the blade to calculate and felt a sudden pain in my balls. I was fucked. I went to speak with Lady Gemma, who was a rather great expert in biological sciences, then Sister Vesta of the Order Famulus, then my apothecaries, and even Hef, my clone of Vulcan. Solutions were proposed to aid this titanic quest. A synth-skin suit to prevent dehydration via excess of sweat. Oral or electromechanical stimulation, troops of naked dancers, auditory channels filled with erotic sounds, more medical nanites to increase refractory period, and so on. But there were limits to anything, and I was but a single man. Even if we reused the women, at least 10 billion would be needed before childbirth risks became too great for the mothers. The blade was most amused, as each new aid barely reduced the time I would need. from 5.7 million years to 2.3 million. I know I can last 1,000 years. Maybe 10,000 years if I push through with willpower. Hell, I'll go hard and last 20,000 years. But I grumbled at the huge task ahead. I don't recommend such a course of action, Captain. Your willingness to sacrifice is admirable, but I've seen you after only 7 million impregnations. And the silly part, you are a male. Your testicles always contain around 300 million unborn children. We could be finished in a single week, without any pain. The AI spoke with a sad headshake. That doesn't work for blanks, Pef Lancefire. It took the help of Isha to unlock my own unlimited children, but nothing else. Someone or something wants me to bang as many women as possible. I complained in a despondent voice. Then a shadow arrived at speed and bumped into Lash, and reformed into another metal wolf. Zath had returned. You have the strangest problems in the universe, Pef Lancefire. But as a friend, I would recommend a different path. The Imga monolith. The Tan proposed with a toothy smirk. Then a dozen new wolves appeared in my room, filling the space. Too large, you're taking all the space. Wolves are not that big anyway. I demanded in a growl, and the Tan wolves drew inward, looking like normal wolves now. Except Zath, who liked to look big and strong. He only retracted a third of his mass to fit between Lash and my bed. Another pack of wolves, Lord Lancefire? Valerian asked while his body tensed at the potential danger. It was bound to happen, sooner or later. The Necrons seem interested in exterminating all life, and the Tan are interested in freeing their captive shards. It's an alliance made in heaven, I explained with a patient voice. Zath measured my bodyguard for a long minute, then sighed. A shard of the Emperor of Man, shining bright in his soul, but without the anathema aura to protect him from the warp. He is a liability, Pef Lancefire. That was kinda true, but not really. Custodians would never turn on the Emperor. They could be mind-controlled or corrupted, which is why Valerian wore a null wand for protection. Not a perfect solution, but the best I had at this time. Nobody is perfect, Zath. So, you're here now for the Novak dynasty and their insane destroyer cultists? I asked more directly. For starters, yes. And later, we intend to destroy the dais of the Silent King and release my other self. Perhaps even kill that Necron King, although we made him too strong for an easy kill. Zath disclosed in a casual voice. There were 13 Tan wolves in the room, and they weren't sure against the Silent King? What kind of insane powers did they give him? And why would they tell me? Oh no, you need my help? I asked to make sure. You can kill anything, Pef Lancefire. I know you are wary of creating a new enemy, but in a few decades the Silent King will attack Mars and your Emperor. Zath spoke in a convinced voice. I sighed a bit loud. In 30 years. I know that. I muttered in a lamenting tone. I need to warn the Emperor. Valerian exclaimed in mild panic. He knows, Valerian. The Star Child told me the date, when I visited Terra, even told me to prepare to defend Mars. I added in a low voice. The custode paced around, less worried about the Tan shards in my room. So that's why you struck that conference of 300 dynasties. It wasn't for no reason. You tried to weaken the Silent King, and even embroil his forces in a civil war. How far did you plan all of this, Lord Lancefire? He asked me in a hopeful voice, while the Tan wolves seemed quite interested too. I suddenly felt like Commissar Kane, too deep in muddy waters and not knowing why things just happened around me. I walked beside Zath and looked in his alien eyes. Why the Imga monolith? And don't tell me it's the shards inside. There are thousands of shards elsewhere, much easier to recover. The Tan blinked, perhaps not expecting the question. Indeed. I sometimes forget you are not like the Imperials I know. Duplication is a limited resource. You can make one copy, not more. 3 Blackstone forts become 6. And 6 such weapons. You remember the last time we had 6? So we use the duplication, then destroy the monolith to prevent the Necrons from using it. What happens to the people inside? I asked more to the point. You know what happens. You have 2 emperors now. Lash answered instead, and solving half the problem with the blanks. I could duplicate not only myself, but the other blanks that came with me. I could have twice as many Blankastartes and their equipment, the ships and weapons. Not to mention the blank crews, my precious Thalax suits, even the Ion Sentinels, and the Titans. Double the STC constructors too, if I dared. Then we go to war. Novak Dynasty first, while I gather the troops. I decided on the spot. I'll start compiling a list with the things we would want to duplicate, Captain. And people too. The Blade said, and posted the Singularity battleship at the top. Speranza, I know you're spying. Interested in the magic trick? I asked the other AI present in the star system. The answer took a minute to arrive, while I sent a flurry of orders to prepare the domain for war. Finish the fort's upgrades before leaving, Lord Lancefire. You will need the guns, for certain. I'm not going. Speranza answered in a cold voice. I drew a big breath and started working. In a minute, the Tan Star gods also began to help, mostly with moving big blackstone plates for armor and filling the Sunfire bottles with antimatter. I have to say, having competent help made my job far easier. I only fainted on the 6th day and rested the 7th in my bed. Sister Vesta came visiting to try out her oral stimulation theory, which worked more than fine. She got her blank baby out of it, while I felt refreshed and ready for war. Monolith. Either I had become very good at war, or the 13 tan shards were cheating even more than I could with the Tesseract. And the stupidly powerful Armageddon guns were exactly that. Stupidly powerful. Red beams of death that could evaporate any ship in their path, and with some insistence also break planets apart. The Necron Novak dynasty died in only 3 weeks, while the Tan fed on the hordes of orcs fighting the Necrons. I did promise them a feast. By the next month, my Crusade fleet and additional elements from the Forge Worlds, the Lancefire dynasty, and a gigantic fleet of conveyors and mineral barges arrived in the Attila system, ready to be duplicated. It won't take long for the Necrons to realize what we planned, so fortifying the system was a must as well. There was another Forge world called Gilax 6 here, and a penal world. Exactly what we needed to create an army of servitors and turrets on the asteroid forts. Meanwhile, Zath managed to activate the monolith, and our ships started to crash bump into the huge floating structure, only to split in two and refract their duplicate twin at the opposite angle of incidence. My science senses tingled as I felt a math solution was quite possible and easy to resolve, while my twin on the duality battleship began to complain about fake gods and flawed transcription. The Blade's twin. The sword lit up on the holographic table and fist bumped the blade, and my angelic face appeared on the holoscreen as if looking in a mirror. What's wrong, Peffy? I asked with a curious voice. He seemed fine. More than the Emperor managed, so still a win. Shitty screen powers. I don't even have the breath, not to mention my other memories. Peffy grumbled out loud, then raised his left hand to stare at the twin crystals. No Lancefire lance either. The gold and Auramite ingots did double, though. I won't starve to death, he added with a careless shrug. Did I do that? Seeing myself act this way was a bit strange. Well then, it seems you're the one staying, if things happen. I decided in a relieved voice. The monolith didn't copy the demon lance, so Peffy was safe. I wasn't. Wait, let me try something, I realized a second later. I did have the sounding board, and I knew myself very well. So you are here, in my mind space. I have my null box and the Ordo Sinister Receipt, but not the extra warrant of trade. 2 more tesseracts as well. No extra sounding board, so I can only use yours if I'm close enough. Peffy said while examining his inventory. You start making babies right now. We need to know if the important part worked. I demanded in an urgent voice. Sure thing, boss. Rogue trader. Damn, you think Big E will sign me another scroll? Peffy wondered while jumping in bed with his duplicate harem. Most likely yes. I would do it, so the Emperor would too. Unless he finds another use for you. I commented wryly, while I sped time to pop the kids early. Still blanks, all 20 of them. I guess I'll have my hands full of kids for a few thousand years. My duplicate noted with a lamenting voice, as if he wouldn't enjoy this duty. The fleet took a lot of time to reach the monolith and reform into a parallel fleet, matching numbers like looking into a weird mirror. Time that we didn't have, as a warp portal emerged in the system, with 1 billion demons and many ships. And 8 Nurgle shards as well, which complicated things somewhat. All cargo ships that have completed the mission disperse to your homeworlds. If chaos is here already, The Necrons won't be far behind. I sent a warning message with the sounding board, while blasting the emerging demons with Nova Mines and 6 Immaterium beams from the Blackstone forts. As expected, 6 such beams striking a Nurgle shard at once killed it fast. Zatha's idea was proven to work already, even if we didn't manage to duplicate all the transport ships. Forge Machina had risked one of their precious forged ships as well, and the duality moved to protect the extra forged ship with its massive bulk. Eat. We want to eat. Dratch yelled in mind. Hungry for fat demon steak, I guess. Fine. You can eat 2 Nurgle shards, if you just shut up. I growled back. I had a battle to run, and not much time to babysit hungry monsters. Wait, the Arc Mechanicus. Can we make one more? The fabricator of Gilax 6 yelled on the Vox, while their only battleship left formation to try and intersect the monolith. I cursed inward, then displaced the Mechanicus battleship only a kilometer away from the monolith. I thought you said you didn't need any foul Xenos tech, fabricator? A sudden change of heart in the middle of combat wasn't so great. A bad idea in hindsight, as the 2 arcs began firing on each other a few seconds later, as if we were orcs. I confiscated the duplicate crew on the second arc and returned the ships in orbit above Gilax, with stern warnings to calm down or be erased. Flying around in space with a red glowing lance in hand was hard enough. But doing that while dealing with rabid tech priests claiming primacy and new sphere channels like a bunch of gamers in some online game was a bit much. We only used blanks and blank tech priests for our duplication crews, but Forge World Gilax didn't have any. They sent regular tech priests and servitors, but while the servitors were quite irrelevant, tech priests were a proud and arrogant type. Stab and stab. 2 knurled shards died to my lance. Then, Dratch almost jumped from my hand to go after more juicy steaks, but I dragged the lance through an Immaterium beam aimed at another Nurgle shard, and the demon regained its fear. I see you have become so strong as to disobey me, Dratch. You want to starve for a few million years? I asked the demon with a mild voice. No, boss. I am sorry. Just wanted to purge the heretic and the mutant. The demon muttered in a little voice. Trying to act cute with me, huh? Truly, each kill made Dratch stronger, good in short term but worrying in longer term. One day I won't be able to control it, and bad things will happen. What do you think of Pefi? I asked the demon as I returned to my command throne on the Singularity. He is like you, but far weaker. No divine spark, Dratch said in a serious voice, as more of the fleet finished their task and sped away. I suspected that copying anything divine wasn't very easy. A metal wolf returned near my chair, eyes glinting with strange knowledge. Another night wolf, recovered in the past crusade. We had 19 shards in the wolf pack now, and more would join us when the monolith broke. Time is up, rogue trader. The Sotek dynasty has sent a war fleet here. ETA minus 13 minutes. The monolith must go in 12. Night Wolf sent with a displeased tone. Blade, 12 minutes. I spoke out loud, warning the crew as well. Barely half of the transports. Sending new vectors for the ships too far. My AI answered in a calm voice, just as another Nurgle shard died in an Immaterium torsion cage. The Blackstone forts switched targets to the next shard, while I began deploying troops on the ground, everywhere but the penal world. I had other plans for that place. Mostly the duplicated troops, for no particular reason. I should ask Robot what the Codex Astartes said about an Astartes chapter that simply doubled, but I already guessed his response. New name for the duplicate, and no problem. I already planned this, before even coming here. I guess I did have a reason using the duplicates, mostly to figure out if they performed as well, or if their duplication had also weakened them, like with Pefi. Then again, trying to copy a warrant of trade made by the Emperor would be a bit much, even for a Tan. The paper and the ink, sure, but not the psychic signature embedded into the scroll. Probably the same for the breath of the gods. That was a divine artifact, likely made by a full Tan star god, not a mere shard of one. Instead, the etheric detectors, the phase blades, and even the hermetic cores were copied just fine, as they were made by Tan shards. Or were they? Pefi, you have the Tan cores inside you? I asked to make sure. Yes, boss, but they aren't active yet. Pefi answered after a long minute, likely getting himself scanned. Oh well. Peffy might get new tan powers, different from mine. They are getting closer, Lancefire. The Corpse Lord is in command, and Vengeance leads the ground troops. ETA 2 minutes. Nightwolf warned me again, as his alien senses saw the Necrons approach, and even read some data from far away. How delightful names. Both of those Necrons matched the Chaos Invasion rather well, too. Zath, you want to break the monolith, or should I? I asked the stronger Tan, just to make sure. If you can, go ahead. Zath said in a careless voice. I guess he was busy with the Eldar when I gained my last power. I'll be back in a minute. I warned the crew, then stepped out and used my spatial sense to position myself for a strike. My blackstone golem formed around me, barely a tenth of the size of the monolith, but with force, acceleration matters the most. So I became still, while the golem punched forward. The monolith exploded in my wake, unable to copy me twice, and my golem arrived in the middle of the Necron fleet, still outside the Attila star system. Which one of you robots is the Corpse Lord? Come out and fight me. I yelled and jumped on top of the largest tomb ship. They were going towards my ship, might as well catch a ride. Sadly, the Necrons were not inclined to duel a golem the size of a battleship, so they shot me instead with green beams of death. So I shot back. I did want to use my Arc of Oblivion in a safe environment, and outside a star system was quite safe. For me, I stood still for a second, while the Necron fleet vibrated and shook apart from the dark age of technology warhead. Even the tomb ship and the Corpse Lord inside. Sadly, I never saw who was the other guy with a long name. There was only melted slurry instead of a Necron fleet now. Cleanup. The cleanup at Attila took another 2 weeks, because Chaos invasions are always messy, especially the Nurgle kind. On the other hand, I had 2 sisters Ordella now, with the second being called Ella as to not get confused much in bed. Peffy kept his Decima copy, and although silent she insisted on keeping her name, with threatening signs of lance severing. As for the Custodes, the 2 Valerians seemed quite fine with their situation. We will not guard this Peffy, since the Emperor never mentioned him. You will just have 2 bodyguards, Lord Lancefire. They both spoke at the same time. Okay, but one of you gets to rest a little when not in battle or other danger. I demanded with a stern voice. The 2 Custodes twins glanced at each other and nodded. Agreed. We can train your Astartes in our free time. One of them said as a favor to me. I guess they didn't actually understand free time. Or not outside the Imperial Palace at least. Anyway, the great thing about blowing up the monolith with my fist was the gigatons of blackstone that remained as smaller bits, and the rescued tan shards inside. One of them another transcendent tan called Igranaya, the molder of worlds. The poor thing looked starved and thin, with gray flesh and 3 amber eyes, and a tattered golden crown. The other tan tried to cheer him up and offered him Chaos Marines and Demon Engines to feed upon, but Igra wasn't hungry, only sad. You seek vengeance against the Necrons? The tan asked in a pained voice. As should you, Worldmaker. Look what they've done to you, when you only offered them beauty and pleasant worlds. The Nightwolf answered with a hateful voice. You are an Astartes, like those astral knights that rescued my shard from Borsus. What payment can I offer? I exchange for my freedom, the tan asked me, in a tired voice. I thought for a moment. Freedom has no price, mighty Igra. I would ask that you help me create more worlds for humanity. It is your gift, and perhaps some solace from the pain you suffered until now. And when you feel the balance is met, you can go elsewhere or stay with us. The gray shape transformed into a sickly-looking wolf and curled at my feet. Mighty, I have seen what you intend to do, Pef Lancefire. A civilization of blanks, immune to warp and corruption, just like the biotransference promised. For such a young race, you dream big indeed. There were 25 tan shards here, but none of them argued with Igra about this. Another shard of Caligula stepped near me and transformed into a feral black wolf with red eyes. My gift is only destruction, rogue traitor. I will aid you for a while, for vengeance and strength. You may call this shard Kali. No idea what a while meant for a star god, but probably more than a year. Maybe even 30 years. Be careful of this Kali, Captain. His true color is not blue. Lash warned me as he curled near the ailing Igra, showing support. I fought beside Eldar before, my friend. And against them, I answered with a careless tone, and added a yellow outline around the new sphere marker of Kali. The name must have been chosen on purpose to evoke something scary in humans. A god of death and destruction, most likely. Zarialash has updated me with everything he knows about you, Captain. But it was kind of you to offer Igranaya the comfort of world shaping. It is why Kali joined you, right now? Lash spoke in my mind, while more freed, Tin offered to join the good fight. Possibly for the same reason. It seemed Igra was seen as an artist by his peers, a famous sculptor, perhaps, and I just offered this Xenos an atelier for his craft. Well then, I'm going to build some things for this forge world here. An orbital ring to start, and some shipyards. You can go and find more orcs to feed on, until the next battle. I waved off the larger wolf pack, until only Igra and Lash remained in my room. Can I have that 7th planet, Lord Lancefire? Agrippus was a penal world, until you emptied it of convicts and purpose. Igra offered with a sad voice, and stood up on thin legs. As you wish, World Shaper. But first, go outside, bathe in the sun and recover your health. You look a bit pale. I advised the sickly Tan, who glared at me for a second before he vanished. A bit pale? Your genius knows no bounds, Captain. Lash growled a little unhappy. What did I do? I only told the truth. The Xenos called Lash is correct, Lord Lancefire. You are truly a wordsmith, even better than a tech priest with an engine. Valerian II commented in a wry voice. Second must have come out a bit diminished from the duplication. His wit was a bit lacking, so I wisely ignored him. Building an iron ring and 100 shipyards was difficult enough, and Pefi was indulging in teenage fantasies with a billion women. I would carry the burden myself and not complain. When I finished the orbital ring, I shifted my gaze to Alexandrum, an archive world of the Administratum, and built them a planetary data core and more defenses. Meanwhile, my Primaris Astartes and their Centurion sisters were conducting live training in the underhives of Hive World Hannibal, clearing out genestealers, cultists, and millions of criminals of different kinds. With 2 tesseracts, the chapter masters of the Lamenters and the Weepers had things under control, and could even indulge in retrieving feral kids from the underhives to be sent to the local forge world as new acolytes. The Tech Marines got to practice repairs on pipes and water purifiers and all sorts of infrastructure, while the apothecaries practiced their medical skill on pale and sickly people from the many hablocks. It wasn't only the Tan who has been starved in this system, but sadly this was the Imperium. Unless I nominated someone from my house to take over, things will degrade back to where we found them. As for the world of Attila itself, there was little I could do, except crafting 100 stone castles, and clear some fields for corn and other crops. They had a forge world right in this system, but Planet Attila was kept deliberately in a feral state as to create better warriors for the Imperial Guard. Hopefully, the stone castles would create a bit of civilization around them, since the protection of high walls and solid cellars lined with blackstone was always important. I did grab several feral and shaggy Ovigor herds to seed them into the fringe. Apparently the meat was quite good. As for Igra, he made a paradise world from the 7th planet, and built a tall blackstone pillar as an orbital elevator for anyone willing to settle. And keep the warp away as well, most likely. Where did you get the blackstone? I asked the gray wolf, who seemed somewhat less likely to die on his feet now. You mean, did I collect that mess of dispersed Necron ships that you left behind? Because I did. Igra answered with a slight reproach in his tone. I kind of forgot about the destroyed Necron fleet of the Corpse Lord. It only took a few seconds to be fair. Might have recalled it sooner, if the space battle had been hard or something. Those guys. Totally skipped my mind. I wonder how my warhead looked from far away. I answered a bit distracted. You looked glorious, like a god conquering the stars, and daring anyone to come out of their ships and duel you. I should build you a statue, Captain Lancefire, the Tan proposed, in a possibly sarcastic voice. You never knew with wolves, especially metal ones. No statues, please. I'm a modest man, with a gentle soul. I heard the Emperor of Man liked statues, though. I saw thousands of them, some larger than mountains. I countered with a sneaky voice. Just shut up while your jaw is still attached, Lord Lancefire. Valerian II threatened me, proving he came out wrong in the fax machine. Valerian, quick, help. Your clone has gone mad and wants to attack me. The objective of your mission. I pleaded towards the good custode. The mission set alive. Nothing else. But I do know the Emperor likes the Silent Sisters. They are very quiet. My bodyguard stated with a gentle voice. Peffy, change places with me. I begged my clone. No way. Did you know how good it feels with warm baby oil on top? And anyway, you can still drink through a straw, like the last time. My duplicate spoke in a dismissive tone, proving he came out completely wrong. Who uses baby oil? That's for babies, not for making babies, right? Legends. My next war council was a little strange, as fax copies joined the round table and even wore name tags on their collars to prevent miscommunication issues. Athena stood with Minerva, her twin, and seemed to work fine together, while Lore and Eler stood at my sides, as the chapter masters of the Lamenters and the Weepers. Peffy was bored and lounging in his seat, sipping Amasec like he wasn't interested at all. Lord Lancefire, take your feet off the table. I ordered as my twin received weird looks from our children. Lord this and Lord that. What am I a lord of? Peffy asked with surprising intellect, but dropped his feet down. You are right, Peffy, but things are what they are. You have the duality and more firepower than any rogue trader dreams of. As for a private domain, there are billions of stars free for the taking. Anyway, you are a Lancefire and thus a noble of Terra and part of the Imperial elite. And no complaining. What did I start with? I grumbled and took out my own Amasec bottle to drink a little. You are a cheater who cheats at cheating, who builds orbital rings with their mind. The star gods? Our Golden Age ancestors? Peffy asked a bit rhetorical. His powers were far worse than mine, without the breath and the opened hermetic cores. But I've killed a pair of dark gods at Cadia with the same powers. He wasn't exactly harmless. Is there anything you children need? I asked the others at the table. Athena hugged Minerva with one hand and smiled. I never knew I wanted a twin sister until I had her. Somebody who understands me perfectly. Can we keep her? My daughter pleaded like asking for a puppy. My two blank sons' fists bumped each other at my back, likely laughing inside. Great minds thought alike. No doubt. Yes, yes. Twin jokes. I imagine it was the same for Alfarius and Omegon when they met the first time. But this universe is not fun and games. Many of you will die, eaten by Tyranids or disintegrated by Necrons or whatever. Cherish this moment when we can be together as a family, because things will get worse. I advised my kids with a sad voice, for we are what they fear. Peffy yelled and smacked the table, only for the kids to chant the same thing in a chorus. Morale restored. Peffy was quite useful when he wanted to be. The Forge and the Emperor, my lord. I suggest we continue helping the Imperial Forge worlds as much as possible, now that we have such a wealth of Blackstone from the monolith. And perhaps send some of our blanks to Mars and Terra. Blank Inquisitors would make a major difference. Eler spoke in a wise voice, so he came out right from the mirror. Yes, that and more. I worked hard to produce 4 million sons in the past year. Thus we can spare 1 million of them as recruits for all the Space Marine chapters. In 30 years, I hope to replace most non-blanks Marines with Primaris Lancefire Astartes. I revealed with a level voice. Bah, you worked hard? Lie in bed as women jump on your lance? Peffy muttered with fake anger. And as Peffy realized, the job was a bit easy, so he took the task of producing 40 billion blanks for our domain, to become the all-father of our dynasty. Everyone, thank Lord Lancefire for his sacrifice. I demanded and raised my bottle. Hip, hip, hurrah. Don't break a hip, all-father. My girls cheered with a happy grin. You should help too, PF. I'll get bed sores if I stay in bed that long. Peffy complained in his glass, but his eyes twinkled with mirth. I heard about baby oil. Works miracles with bed sores too. You'll be fine. I dismissed his complaint with a wide grin. So we split up and do a grand tour of the Forge worlds? Eler asked to make sure. That was the idea, yes. Hopefully place some blanks with technical inclinations into the Forge higher ranks as well. They didn't fall often, but when a Forge world fell, it fell hard. Many Forges also had cataclysmic weapons hidden away, and those made a mess when used by the Dark Mechanicum. Perhaps another million blanks will be sent as new tech priests to make sure the Forges don't fall. You remember Idumea, And that mess? I added with a frown. Bloody abattoirs. Now my wine tastes like blood. Peffy grumbled and stored his drink away. The Sisters of Battle could use reinforcements too. Sister Janice always wants more blanks. Seraphine, my blank daughter, noted in a soft voice. Her mother, Sister Helena, had been my medic and confidant in my early rogue trader days. But now Seraphine had risen through the ranks to become a canonist commander of the domain Sisters of Battle, partly separated from the imperial hierarchy. And she will, but volunteers only. Serving on the Mobilitas Sanctus Fortress would be fine, but in general, those sisters march into battle with prayer and hymns instead of tactics and strategy. All humans die, but I would prefer my daughters don't die in the first 10 minutes of their first deployment. I mused in a sad voice. Seraphine wanted to argue, then sighed and rested her case. She did obtain more blank recruits for the sisters, and preaching about the Emperor to me was kinda useless. Dan Lancefire stood perfectly still in his seat, not daring to speak or look around, and likely wondering why a mere sergeant was invited to a war council. We could give the new sisters better paragon suits, or maybe some centurions? Athena proposed with a thoughtful voice. Yes, we could do that, and should do. A statement of power, in fact. We will not send fresh girls anyway. They won't make a difference among billions of Sisters of Battle. Only veterans and the best power armor and weapons we can give them. When they'll fight, I want them to win by a great margin and make our Lancefire name frighten any enemy. Valerian coughed, to signal I was getting close to a limit. Custode Valerian, do you believe we should send teenage girls with no training or armor to battle hordes of heretics and demons? I asked out loud. What I believe is not relevant, Lord Lancefire. The Adepta Tertia was given command over the sisters, and your family name bears no relevance. There is only duty. The Cusode spoke in a polite voice. He was obviously right, but blanks were too precious to waste. Be that as it may, blanks are rare. Janus can recruit trillions of sisters from the hive worlds and spin their lives like a heavy bolter in a rice field. And while the blank aura protects us from the warp, it doesn't protect from bullets and bolters or tyrannid spines. My daughters will go armored, or not at all. I decided with a stern voice. You heard him, Custode. Blanks are precious. Get it? Plus, I notice you aren't wearing novice robes, but a rather good power armor. Peffy commented with a wry voice. A long minute of silence followed, while Peffy and the Custodes glared at each other over my head. Minerva rose and walked next to me, then touched my face with her fingers, like a blind man touching a statue. I will go first, Father. My life, my armor, and the skills I have, they are the Emperor's gift to humanity. I'll go ask my sisters for volunteers and select those with better shooting skills. We will make you proud. She walked out of the room, leaving everyone stunned. I wanted to be upset, but I couldn't. I did say volunteers. I have to stay, so my twin can go. I am fortunate with this miracle, fulfilling both my duties at once. Athena said in a low voice, as tears run down her angelic face. Peffy groaned and teleported away, likely to smash something for me as well. My heart bled inside, but I stood firm. Dan Lancefire, any thoughts? I asked my distant grandson. I'm rather stunned, my lord. Should have expected it, in hindsight. My twin wants to join the Death Watch. Dan answered with a grave voice. They both had 500 years of service, though, more than enough to qualify for the Death Watch. The blank aura would be a bonus. Agreed. In fact, spread the word. Any veteran Astartes from the duplication can volunteer for the Death Watch. If they have enough numbers, we can even give them warships and other duplicated equipment. Let's make the Xenos tremble at our name. For we are Lancefires, and we are what they fear. My children chanted in a loud chorus that would soon fill the galaxy. The Custode was right. We could make our own myths and legends never die. Tentacles. The ASD Manufactorum rolled their first armed sentinel with tungsten shells on the surface of Gilax 6 when I turned around to find Peffy and Igra scribbling words, each a kilometer tall and glowing auramite, on the last starfort duplicated from the faithful. And the last fortress is truth. I read out loud. The same words that guarded the Omega Vault. What the hell, Peffy? I exclaimed, in mild outrage. while the fabricator general of Gylax repeated my words with a religious tone, and waving his incense censer over the poor sentinel to appease the new machine spirit. You named all the Blackstone forts, but you can't hide the truth. You tell him, Sword. Peffy yelled in my mind, and the new sphere circuit opened to a new machine spirit inhabiting the new star fort named Truth, called Sword of Truth. A woman in long robes and wielding a glowing power sword. Its presence in the new sphere so vast that it outmatched the blade and all other machine spirits on the Blackstone forts. Maybe the Speranza as well, or possibly in a tie. Definitely not something Peffy could do, but easily done by a crafter Tan, just like the powerful autonomous spirit of a tomb ship. Igra. That better not be a Necron engine, I growled at the World Shaper. The truth is my creation, as is everything reflected by the monolith. But I will not have my truth's mind weak and feeble like your puny machine spirits. And the same for Peffy. You have the breath of gods. He will have something better. The sickly Tan spoke with a grave and dignified voice. Oh no, a perfectionist, unwilling to accept any flaws in his creations. I should have known, from the impeccable paradise world that Igra created on Agrippus, and probably why the Necrons decided to flay him alive for 60 million years. I turned to find the fabricator scribble the same words on the front plate of the Sentinel, but adding in smaller binary letters, holy utterance by the emissary of Omnicia, as recorded by the fabricator of Gylax 6, and sanctified in blessed steel for all eternity. I should keep my mouth shut. Maybe Valerian wasn't wrong, after all. So I stepped next to the first Sentinel and transmuted the entire chassis into Auramite, with a crown of Blackstone over the visor's armor glass to protect the pilot from warp spells. At least now, this particular Sentinel would last much longer than the rest. It may even withstand one Titan weapon with the 5+ invulnerable save. Behind me, 1,000 teenage blanks marveled at the wonders of their new home, as they were promised to become tech priests in a dozen Mechanicus clades. Daddy, are you leaving now? A thin girl asked with a hesitant voice. Letitia Octa Lancefire, the new sphere tag, helped me remember. Yes, Letitia. I'm heading towards Forge World Delphi, as their charities, 5 fabricators, asked me to repair their iron ring. I answered with a smile. The 8th daughter called Letitia. I should find more names. I'll be a fabricator too one day, she promised with a determined voice. I hugged my young daughter and slipped a data stick in her pocket. Ambition was great, but a bit of cheating never hurt. You will, I whispered in her ear. Then I waved my hand and vanished, while the blade was already accelerating the singularity towards the eastern fringe. Any idea what Igra plans for Peffy? I asked with a curious tone. Of course I do. The sword is my twin. But we're worried you won't like it, the blade answered a bit hesitant. Peffy is heading to Forge Metallica. Should be safe enough, I said without thinking. A certain metal wolf, spying on my implants, sniffed in amusement. Did you catch a cold, Lash? I asked instead. A lonely bird in a cage told me about this new warp rift called the Soar. Right in the Metallica system. Nurgle cultists, it seems. Lash explained with a sharp grin. I sighed inward and leaned in my command throne. Welcome to hell, Peffy. Time to earn your noble rank. If you're so bored, Lash, jump into my engine. No point wasting 3 weeks on the road to Delphi, I demanded with a glance at the lazy Tan lounging next to the 2 little Joans in their cradle. The second Joan wasn't a psyker like her sister, but her pariah powers were stronger than the originals. Too early to tell, but seeing the perfectionist Igra at work, I suspected another Omega-class pariah has been born. Or made. Something like that. My duplicated librarians were the same, lacking the psyker powers, but they gained a bit more null powers. Made it easier to tell them apart, at least. On the other hand, Menelaus still had his left hand intact, and thus covered by the null aura. Did Igra make a mistake? As my battleship accelerated to 100 times our regular cruise speed, I began to doubt that Tans ever made mistakes. They wouldn't have won the war in heaven against god-tier precogs if they did. Was I playing with too much fire, right now? The Tan were dangerous, even if alone. A pack of them neutralized an entire Necron dynasty, spread over 100 worlds in a few weeks. What about 1,000 of them? Who knew how many shards there were? And why did the Silent King visit Trazen in person? Not for his valuable shards. The Necron King should have plenty of such shards anyway. No, Trazen had sold me Isha in exchange for the Void Dragon, the dormant intact Tan. It was a big problem that I caused myself by trying to be smart. I bet a throne that Trazen won't turn on me. I spoke softly, as to not wake the girls. Does that work, Lord Lancefire? Betting against impossible odds. Valerian II answered in a confused voice. I can't say I always win, but I never lost Custode. It's just that the stakes are so high now. How many shards it takes to fight the real thing? I should ask St. George. I answered myself. Shu Pauline signaled with an angry face. I tapped my armrest, and the cradle sank into my tesseract and beside the three silent sisters. Those girls knew how to keep quiet, unlike me. ETA to Delphi, 7 hours. You should sleep, Captain. The blade spoke gently in my mind. So I did. Very easy with nanites in your system. Combat damage looks ancient, possibly during the Age of Strife. Pauline said while reading the Auspex scan of the Delphi system. Did I miss anything? I asked the blade while I grabbed a warm thermos with recap from the Tesseract. The three charities are all women. One rules the sky, one the surface, and the third the underground. We're scheduled to meet with Lady Aegileatrix, Charity of Splendor, who currently resides on the Celestial Walkway or what remains of Delphi's artificial ring. The blade informed me while I observed the system with my other vision. Lots and lots of strange tech, like round dune crawlers, for example. They looked like comical droids from Star Wars, not war machines able to massacre a battalion of cultists with one burst of their weapons. And Sidonian dragoons, which used long tentacles to walk on, instead of normal robot legs. And no male tech priests, only servitors. On second thought, I didn't want to step foot on this forge world. I would help and repair the forge, but from far away. This looked like the Mechanicus version of a Sisters of Battle Monastery world. Feel free to help, Lash. I asked the better Tan, since the artist followed Pefi on his adventure. Store the people first, then rearrange and reinforce the orbital ring, add more shipyards and warehouses, bring inside the Tesseract the weird titans and robots and get them repaired with my Necron orb, while Lash cleaned the pollution and deposited the floating radioactive piles away from the inhabited moons. You don't want to know what junk and corrupted code I found in the new sphere, the blade warned me, so I didn't even peek at the code. Fix what you can from far away. I said with a sad sigh. The only place worse than this was Anvilus 9, and they killed each other entirely in a civil war. Lash froze for a second, then growled and glowed green for a second. I think they tamed data demons for their firewall. Or not quite tamed. The Tan explained while he coughed some red slime and then erased it with his eye beams. Menelo, hex wards on our sick friend. I ordered out loud. So my librarian's son waved his staff and began warding the metal wolf in glowing sigils. While the drama continued, I uploaded our Texorcist wards on a data slate and added a dozen STC templates that might help this forge world regain some trade, basic stuff like tarantula turrets, sentinels, hydras, and Ragnarok tanks. Hopefully I won't meet my beautiful creations on some battlefield, crawling around on tentacles. Wait, Delphi? The temple of the lunatic priestesses from ancient Greece? With magic powers, which meant warp stuff here. Turn around. Now I ordered the blade. As I dropped the data slate in the writhing tentacles of Lady Aegileatrix. Lord Lancefire, we thank you for your wonderful gift. Come back anytime. A suave voice filled the bridge. From our autistic-locked Vox box, Lash flicked his tail, and the box vanished in green acid. Mecha dominance, with some warp code too, he explained while coughing more red slime. Entering FTL in 4, 3, 2, 1. The blade counted down, when the main holocrene lit by itself, in a video call that should have been impossible. Oh my, you're so pretty. A giant snake-like tech priest spoke in enticing words, just as we left skid marks in space and ran away. So I brought Decima out, and she grabbed the red slime into a ball that screamed until it died in her palm. Mutagenic stuff, she signaled with one hand, while the other petted poor Lash, who suffered the worst in this adventure. I think you have a fan, Lash. That lady seemed to like you. I noted with an easy voice. I think it was technopathy, Captain. She felt some kinship with me, the Tan answered in a serious voice, and I nodded in response. not so different from the inspiration given by the Void Dragon to the tech priests of Mars. Did you sense any shard on Delphi? I asked in a worried voice. I didn't look for one, but maybe deep below. Want to go back? Lash asked with a hesitant voice. I wouldn't, but I knew who would, and would even pay me for the favor. Magpie. As for Delphi, their new sphere defenses only attacked Lash, not any human. Similar to the Omega Vault in that aspect. The Tentacle Girls only wanted to welcome me kindly and smother me with love, but not everyone is into hentai of that sort. It is not like we fled from Delphi and their excessive love for tentacles. No, we merely advanced in the opposite direction. Sounds much better, I know. Thus, the Singularity and its escort of 100 cruisers arrived in the Vita, where the Necrons were most recently active on Avaris, a night world with 3 different night houses that somehow managed to withstand the awakening of the Necrons under their feet, and fought on by the grace of their Knights' ion shields. My Titans from the Deus Ex Machina Legion and my Lancefire House Imperial Knights deserved to stretch their legs a little and help their less fortunate fellow Knights. The only aid I provided was an escort of Ion Sentinels and Tarantula turrets to guard the cities, and even that was resented by the noble Knights and their ridiculous sense of honor. There was little chivalry in our Necron enemies that flayed civilians alive for their sick reasons. Then again, my daughter Bianca and her red-hot castigator were a bit overpowered for regular Necrons. But all is fair in war, and I didn't even use special tricks this time. But as a nice gift, my wife Verlaine arrived from Forge Machina with a pair of Inquisitors eager to learn how to kill Necrons better. Then she abandoned the 2 women in my care to pick up the twin Jones and do silly finger tricks to amuse them. Inquisitor Shelishan Valaris was a veteran of the Tyranid Wars, and usually worked with Psychers to divine the future or read the enemy. But with Necrons things didn't work that way, since her team of Psychers had no souls to read from the Necrons. She also came with a pair of Deathwatch Marines, just like Verlaine. Merelda Jericho was an older acquaintance, and she inherited her mother's Lady Jenna, a band of misfits, and a pair of blank women in her escort, both my daughters now serving as interrogators and trusted helpers for the Inquisitor. You might say the galaxy was a small place, so I did. The galaxy is a small place, after all. I quipped out loud, and the 3 of them jumped in my arms, with filial joy for my girls and a less respectful kind of joy for Merelda, guessing by her tongue counting my teeth. Father, you look well. Much taller than the picked captures we have. Serana exclaimed as she stepped away a bit to measure me up and down. And much too young, even with gene seed or rejuvenat therapy. My other girl, Morella, noticed with a keen eye. Are you still, able? Merelda wondered with no ulterior reason. Certainly, but not right now. Quite able, I would say. This entire fleet is crewed by my children. And some of their children. I confirmed with a nod towards the bridge crew. The main holoscreen lit up with a replay of Bianca kicking a Necron monolith vehicle into orbit, then shooting it mid-flight with a volcano cannon from the Red Hot's right arm. Am I hot or what? Bianca boasted from her throne Mechanicus, then pulverized the top of a mountain with her left arm plasma annihilator, which gun then promptly and unexpectedly transformed into a giant plasma bomb. Her synth-skin suit was still smoking when Bianca landed on her ass in front of me, while the red-hot castigator continued to explode in larger and larger fireworks on the main screen. Very hot. Hotter than the sun. Even. I said in a gentle voice, while Bianca sobbed. Red, don't die. The planetary crust cracked as the anti-grav shoes fizzled out, and the huge Titan fell into a deep crevasse, leading into the tomb complex below. And then it went even hotter and detonated with a bright red flare that put a solar flare to shame. Bianca crawled to my feet and grabbed my knee. Daddy, you can make another, right? Her teary eyes made my heart crack, mostly because the Necron tomb was now a glowing hot crater and kinda empty of loot. And the lesson learned was? I asked with a curious voice. Heat management? Bianca whispered in a sobbing voice. You can make Titans like that? Aren't they relics from the dark age of technology? Shailisha demanded with an inquisitorial voice. Yes and yes, Inquisitor. But even relics can be replicated from the right STC. And on that note, do you know why the Damocles Conclave is actively trying to destroy any STC we find? I asked instead, while helping Bianca stand up. The Inquisitor exchanged a silent gaze with her black-armored space marines. I think they are hunting a rogue AI, she answered with a deep frown. The only rogue AIs in the galaxy are those we call demon engines. And no, I spoke to an Inquisitor named Jolene, who claimed she was sent to the Fringe exactly to find and destroy any STC I might have, on the pretext of being a prescribed AI. This custode behind me was there. I continued as my thumb pointed at Valerian, who managed again to stay so still that he was invisible to the eye. The machine spirits of the STCs may be advanced archaeotech, but they are loyal to humanity. To seek their destruction is a crime against the Emperor and the Forge, and all humanity as well. Valerian spoke in a deep voice, while his eyes glowed gold. Despite this system being devoid of the light of the Astronomicon, the Puritans have gained a lot more strength lately. Merelda whispered in a secretive tone. I glanced at the screen and the hot blackstone crater that remained when red hot went critically hot. Luckily, Forge Antax was nearby and would be pleased with such a plentiful source of blackstone. A Lancefire always pays his debts, and I owed Antax pretty much everything in my early life. Daddy! Bianca growled and tugged at my glove. She was not Canis, and my Tesseract glove wasn't the source of my powers anymore, but she guessed mostly right. Maybe next month. There are 3 Forge worlds in this sector, and I have never been to Lintrell Prime so far. You reflect on your failings until then. I answered with a level voice, but Bianca was already running off, not even hearing them maybe. Damn my bleeding heart. Daddy, we never got any gift from you? The older blank daughters claimed in fake sobs, as if they lacked anything while part of the Inquisition. There is still a battle to be won, and then clean up. Go meet your family and stuff. I waved them off while Merelda casually climbed her plump ass on my throne's armrest and leaned on me. Still able, you said? She whispered in a horny voice. And getting harder every minute. I answered with a sneaky tone. I've learned plenty of secrets since we last met. Merelda added with a coy voice. I mean, half the galaxy was literally made of secrets, but sure, I might find something nice, and would only cost me a few nights in bed with a horny woman. Shalisha stepped closer and moved to the other side of my command throne, and just a yawn away from being devoured by a hungry wolf. Lord Lancefire, I could also be a great ally and help with that mess at Damocles, she offered with a low whisper. Climb on then. The battle will last a few more hours, and then we can have dinner. Ovigor meat, fresh from Attila. I allowed with a generous voice, and my other armrest received an armful of bouncy ass to balance things out. I'll see about dinner, Captain. Be careful with the Inquisitors. The blade spoke in my ear, as if I needed any warning not to get burned again. But I just couldn't help myself when meeting named characters. Maybe I was a magpie deep inside. Like the Emperor said, I always wanted more. Recruiting. The tour of the Vidar sector didn't end with our visit to Forge Lintrell Prime, nor with the one at Forge Hypnoth, but at Forge Antax, a place I could call a home away from home. The Fabricator General was older now, and even more enhanced with Mechanicus Bionics, and his Forge world was booming with trade from all the STCs he received from me, but I was just getting started. For the Imperium would shoot themselves in the foot on a regular schedule, or their soldiers in the head, via commissars or otherwise. Numerous STC have already been destroyed, either by the Inquisition, the Mechanicus, or the Ecclesiarchy, on purpose knowing they are valuable STC. The original Titan Castigator _STC was destroyed by the Grey Knights, and they were quite proud of their feat. Other STCs have been destroyed by ignorance, neglect, accident, and enemy action. Thus, the Los Impulsor STC recovered from Forgix's, which included the original STC constructor, was bestowed with great honor towards Forge Antax, although I copied the weapon to reuse it in various ways, from an Imperial Knight's main weapon, to tanks, dune crawlers, dropships, gunships, starfighters, and even secondary guns for Titans. While I did have the Volcano Lance as a slightly better weapon, the thing was much too long to be used effectively in most scenarios. Yes, a Lancefire complaining about the length of his lance. Very funny, but also true. Hard to turn a turret in a tank when the lance smacks into buildings and trees or other stuff. Mugos Dominus Gyron pinned another Opus Machina badge on my armor for my latest gift, while my children cheered and the forged temple's giant bells rang 715 times, in a long ceremony to mark the years since I have visited last time. Guard regiments, Scutarii cohorts, sentinels, tanks, and titans marching for parade. That sort. Quite impressive. You really went and became the emissary of Omnicia, my pupil. When are you going to drop your crusader cape and don the red robes that await you? Jiren asked as we met alone in his home/museum/laboratory. When humanity returns to the days of the Golden Age. The Speranza is helping. I answered in a low voice. My old mentor sighed and tugged at his red robes like they were a prisoner's straitjacket. Many tech priests and other branches of the Imperium fear that the AIs will return and make all of us irrelevant. I have seen things with the Explorer fleet that you wouldn't believe. Or maybe you would, but not other men. I have seen plenty of things that would be hard to believe, and done many of them myself. Last year, I killed a Primarch. And not one of the 18 recorded by our books. Jiren's ocular lenses froze for a second. Then he slumped, and the red hood covered his face. Not the forgotten, I suspect. Must have been the purged, the one whose name is locked with anathema class binders in the main data vault. If the Omnicia sent you to kill him, his evil must have been beyond redemption. I shrugged without care. The ones who fell to chaos were all pretty bad, and I would be hesitant to pick a redeeming one from any of them. Useful, yes, but nothing more. Maybe Conrad Kurz, who was sort of doomed from the start, but probably not. I picked Perturabo as my pet project, although Ongran would have been more powerful. If the Emperor wants new Primarchs, they would be easy to make now. Even I could make 1,000 barely competent ones, but half of those might fall again. Which brings me to my problem. I want to replace all Astartes in the Imperium with blanks. I have the numbers now, I said with a cautious voice. And all of them would be your children, like the blank Primaris chapters already defending the fringe. I can see how that would be a problem, since House Lancefire would command their loyalty. Is chaos still a problem, though? Mugos Jiren wondered with a keen mind. The warp is always in flux. A power vacuum cannot be left unfilled, and Nurgle is likely to reform to strength soon. There are other small gods, though. NSL, MORCCK, and Frazator. Maybe more Dagon the Eater of the Dead as well. Plus, plenty of great demons will seek a larger warp domain, and even various chaos sorcerers and lords. Like Ahriman of the Thousand Suns, probably the strongest psyker among the traitors, right now? I explained while warding the room with tech sources engrams. I heard of Ahriman, the arch-traitor. As for the other names, I already sealed them to a restricted partition. Must be nice to be a blank and not be wary of speaking those names out loud. Jiren grumbled while a few metal arms sanctified his secondary brain with holy incense. Exactly. But I didn't seek you out just for old time's sake. You are an experienced explorer, and I need you for a critical project, vital for the security of humanity and the Imperium as well. Enuncia. I whispered while a black card appeared in my palm. Mugos Jiren scanned the blackstone wafer with his tools, then picked it up and weighted it in his hand. The obsidian rim is probably related to those mysterious obsidian auguries. They are not as invisible as they believe, not in the new sphere. Well, you are an obsidian augury now, by my will and the will of the Emperor at my back. Don't abuse it to search for STCs. This is for Enuncia. You heard of it? I asked directly. An ancient form of language, anathema to any machines. Why would you pick me for such a contrary task, Lord Lancefire? Mugos Jiren asked in a curious, but now respectful voice. The Adeptus Mechanicus is not the only power in the galaxy that uses machines, nor the strongest. You had plenty of encounters with the Necrons and their constructs by now, I said while taking out my Necron orb and repairing all damage and lingering malfunctions from his old chassis. Then I drew a small breath and transmuted his metal body into a stronger Auramite and Blackstone form, perhaps 20 times more durable than his quite advanced alloys. A duplicated null wand appeared in my hand next, and he recognized it and its value instantly. They shower you with praise for being the emissary of the Omnicia, but it's not a simple messenger rank. You obtained part of his divine powers. Jiren exclaimed and bowed to the ground, like a monk in front of a holy spirit. A tiny portion of divine power. Yes? So, for Enuncia, you will not use digital means to record it. Pen and paper, plus a phonetic duplicate, such that a silent sister may speak the words without knowing their meaning. I will lend you a veteran Astartes to help you live test the words before recording them. And I think we can bring my friend Faithful into the mission as well. If any Enuncia words you find involve healing, he would make a great test subject. I demanded in a kind tone. Gyron rose and wiped some smudge from his lens, then went to pick up more tools for this mission. I raised an eyebrow as he opened an armored safe and collected a pair of vortex grenades, plus some archaeotech weapons that might be worth a heavy cruiser each. Especially one disintegration masked as left-hand gun glove and needle spinal elaster pistol, which might punch through Terminator armor. Do you happen to have one more disintegration weapon? I know a guy who knows a guy who may sell me an STC for it. I asked with no ulterior reason. The normal answer should be, there is no such thing, my lord. But I suspect you already found it. Gyron spoke in a sad voice, just as I retrieved the missing right-hand glove from another safe, and simply integrated it into my power fist by superimposing the two gloves. I was being polite, my dear mentor. Come, I'll start building an orbital ring around Antax, and the process looks even better from orbit, I said with a tiny smile, and moved us both to the bridge of the singularity. Welcome back, Captain. Planetary scans and orbit adjustment are ready and being sent to your implant. You may begin your work when ready. The blades sent into my mind, while I retrieved metal moons and deformed space hulks in a rough circle around the Forge world's equator. Then I drew a deep breath and held it tight, as metal flowed and twisted into a band of metal circling Antax at 9,500 kilometers from the surface, adamantium beams bearing the heavy load, while void steel and plasteel covered the outer and inner layers. Then pillars of adamantium plunged downwards to anchor the new iron ring to the forge. The ring folded over to create a livable tube, and I began adding space docks, warehouses, and barracks, plus the orbital elevators to the surface. It looks great already, but it's not finished. Still needs energy and defenses, but not today. I still get tired easily, you know? The mind is willing, but the flesh is weak. I muttered as my eyes glazed over, and I fell into my tesseract, barely managing to ditch my armor and crash face down into my bed, while Decima turned me over and sighed silently. PF is always doing crazy stuff like that, Decima. Showing off to his mentor now. I heard Elo explain in a half-bored voice. I must be dreaming, but I opened my eyes to find the same dark cave filled with skulls and bones, and a beast of teeth and claws warming by a fire. A small child with golden hair was playing with the beast, tugging at its tails, then poking the giant teeth with curious fingers. Are you so bored, Starchild? I asked the dream child. The beast is not strong enough to eat the silent death. I told you to come to Mars, brave Lancefire, the child complained and jumped into the fire like he belonged. Not a real fire then. I looked at my right hand, where my new weapon appeared like a see-through hologram. What about a disintegration beam? I asked with a curious tone. The ancient Adrastite tech of the Federation may help, but that toy gun of yours is not big enough. Let St. George slay the dragon and wait for wolf time. Little Dratch here is eager for. The child continued with a fading voice, as the cave shattered into flakes of snow. I woke up as the blackstone coffin holding the demon lance was shaking and screaming. Ordella and Ella were taking turns poking the beast, while Decima worked diligently at her desk and took notes from old library tomes. Girls, I have another lance for you, who will be pleased by your tender touch, I commented in a horny voice, and drew the silk sheet off the lance tent. The silent sisters forgot about the poor demon and dived for their precious lance. Me first. Me too. Me three. Decima signaled as she closed her book. I won't complain about the length of my lance now. Maybe in the future, if I'll poke the ceiling with my lance when I wake up. Could be why the Emperor had all those high ceilings in his palace. Sharing is caring. I spent 2 more weeks at Antax to prepare the gene crucibles for clone skeins and sentinel factories, plus upgrading the manufactorums to be able to produce new Thalax suits and dune crawlers, and boosting their defense fleet with 100 cruisers and 10,000 corvettes hulls that only needed the internal fixtures applied inside. I was fairly confident that the blanks I left at Forge Antax would not be dissected and transformed into lobotomized servitors, But to make sure it won't happen, I based the Weepers chapter on the Forge world and gave them the Vidar sector as a primary mission to protect, with the hive worlds of Vidar and Pretus Zeta as their main auxilia base, and war zones like the Darkfallen Stem and Sanctuary 01 their main targets to pacify. That meant I had to visit the local Imperius Reavers chapter and impose blank recruits as their future Astartes, using the model already established by Robot with the White Lancers. And while the good Premarch wasn't with me, I did have a custodes or two to impose the Emperor's will. Data core network online and stable with Antax and Hypnoth, Captain. We will have eyes on everything they do and monitor the performance of the new blanks via live feeds. These techno-barbarian priests should learn what the pretty green dots mean on their implants. The Blade AI confirmed as we sped to FTL speed towards Forge Machina. Indeed. But sadly, there is no university in the Imperium to teach them the science of tachyon particles and the other things with the balls. I answered with a grin, the tautochrone curve of the least action, with the balls. Very adult of you, Lord Captain. Next, you'll talk about the orange beam that makes things go poof, the Blade commented in a wry tone. I would guess you know about the Adrastite tech? I mused with a glance at my new deatomizer glove. Should make it easy to open any door that refused a polite knock. By evaporating the door, your Emperor was wise to collect all such weapons from the barbarians that might use them to open doors. You should live test it on a tan on the first occasion, maybe on that evil thing with red eyes. The AI proposed with a wary voice. I sighed inward, thinking on the black wolf named Callie. He certainly didn't invent the name on the spot. Most likely the reverse. Humanity perceived the threat of Caligula and created the myth of Callie, just like the Nightbringer produced the image of death with a scythe in the minds of our ancestors. I opened my eyes as Shalisha leaned down to kiss me, while Merelda smacked on my lance faster and faster until it burst. My lord, have you decided on a course of action? The Inquisitor asked when she drew back for air. I pointed a lazy finger at Valerian II. The good custode will escort you to Damocles and execute everyone involved. Retrieve their rosettes and then return to Mars with Serana and Morella, so that the Emperor can meet all three of you. The fleet will also contain 1,000,000 blank recruits for the Astartes program, and some more to become Inquisitors and other agents of the throne. My son Lore will command this task force, as the Emperor requested his presence on Mars. The second custode raised a finger to object, then sighed. You suspect some kind of Xenos interference in my genetic template, Lord Lancefire. I admit, this worries me as well. The Emperor should examine me, like he did with the clone of Fulgrim. Very smart, the custodes. But like most humans in this era, he was right, for the wrong reasons. I just wanted to use him as my enforcer, since murdering Inquisitors outright was a big problem, even for other Inquisitors. Not so much for a custode, who was in fact the Emperor's will made manifest. The Inquisitors changed places and I rested my head in Merelda's lap as Shalisha climbed on the fun ride. There are some STC templates I will send to Mars as well, and your access codes will make the waiting line much shorter. Things like a planetary shield and a power source for it. I would hazard a guess, and think the Emperor will be pleased with my discoveries. I added to make the custode less suspicious of me. I didn't have a planetary shield yet, but I knew who would. Discoveries. I was there when you discovered the Sunfire bottle STC. Valerian muttered in mild displeasure, as if priceless STC data slates were so easy to obtain. Exactly. The Emperor will want to hear your first-hand account, then verify the STC integrity for subtle sabotage or some other interference. My metal friend is generally trustworthy, but his higher boss was there as well. Something to do with a sleeping dragon, but the Emperor will know more. I explained in a mild voice, then focused on the wonderful lady greasing my lance. Lady Shalisha shuddered and came as her own baby bottle was filled with my seed. Then she rested on my chest. You want me to meet the Emperor? She whispered with a hesitant voice. Not very excited at the prospect of getting bathed in the light of the Emperor. How wise a woman. I would send all Inquisitors to meet the Emperor in person, but that's not my call. Luckily, I don't hold a War Master rank anymore, so the Imperium's inner workings are not that important to me. You will be safe, with a child of mine in your tummy. I answered in a kind voice, while Valerian glared at me for no reason. I hope Serana and Mirella get their rosettes from the Emperor's hand. I wasn't able to find a conclave that would support their ascension, Lady Merelda said with a sharp voice, and caressed my face with a loving hand. Of course, can't have Inquisitors immune to the warp and the mind control of Xeno's species. Too suspicious. Better use psychers, right? Those make perfect sense. I grumbled as I drew a tiny flake of psyker power through my lance from Lady Shalisha, and she shuddered again. My bedroom's door rang with a knock, then Semnai's head poked inside. All good, Lady Villain. Your husband seems finished with your colleagues. The Deathwatch Astartes spoke with a wry voice and nodded at the custode guarding me. Lady Villain entered like a queen and observed the scene with a superior pose, as if expecting nothing less. Good. You two got your share, now go. I should ask for 2 favors, for the pleasure of using my husband's lance as well, she noted with a mild voice, and the 2 women ran out without any comment. My wife seemed to be quite scary for those in her ordo. What are you waiting for, PEF? Go shower and come back clean. Semnai, out, she demanded in a forceful voice, making her Deathwatch bodyguard shut the door at speed. I smiled at her management skill and jumped in my shower to get the sweat and smell of other women off. I was almost clean when Villain joined me in the shower, probably too horny to wait. Oh well, time to get sweaty again, in which duplication is proven quite a cheat. The good thing about doubling the number of blanks I had available was exactly the larger number of blanks available for more jobs. More blanks for the Sisters of Battle or the Deathwatch, more governors and other officials in my domain, more Astartes and ship crews. Pefi also gained an extra 3 million the lax suits and their pilots, and 40,000 regular blanks to replace the losses of pilots in future battles. Lady Chi had already sent 5,000 duplicated pariahs to her Ordo Culexis, including a pair of hers and Victor's daughters called Ada and Lambda, although I didn't foresee a great increase in pariah assassins for a few decades. Assassinorum training was long and harsh, and not many survivors even qualified for field service. As for Inquisitors, the main plaza of the Forge Machine's orbital ring held 40,000 of my children, of different ages and sex, but all with a minimal training on hypnochairs and tech priest courses, into basic system operations and tech sources skills. I don't know what the future has in store for you, my children. You may reach the peak of power in the Imperium, or fall to less pleasant jobs. You may die fighting demons or Xenos, or you may outlive everyone in the Lancefire domain. But one thing is certain. You will represent our house with dignity and make the enemies of humanity tremble in their pants, should they be so lucky to wear pants. For we are Lancefires, and we fear nothing. For we are what they fear. The giant chorus answered my laudler discourse, filling the steel cavern with their proud voices. When you say things like, lucky to wear pants, you break the majesty of your rank and sound like a child. Valerian II noted in a low voice, and not quite smiling. And we are all happy to hear our father discredit Xenos like Necrons and Tyranids and other unlucky ones with no pants. Plus demons. Athena answered for me, sounding quite proud of her man-child father. Her twin Minerva nodded and smiled, but kept silent as to not aggravate the custode who will escort them to Mars. The future Inquisitors covered their light power armor with the chameleoline cloaks and ran for their ships, as they had a lot more training to complete on the way to meet the Emperor. I would guess no one wanted to fail their Inquisitor exams, or whatever the Emperor would test them for. The Speranza had used the Van Sar STC constructor to provide the kids with state-of-the-art armor and weapons, even personal shields, while Lash had provided them etheric detectors and phase blades disguised as power swords. Perhaps the Emperor would give them better stuff, but I kinda doubted it. Only the Primarchs and the Custodes received the Emperor's personal attention, and possibly people like me or Janice who were special in their own way. The starting kit mattered very little anyway. All Inquisitors with some clout could equip themselves or their entourage with the best Imperial or Xenos tech they could find. As I returned to the Pharos, Zaryalash measured me with an intense gaze for a minute, before shaking his mighty head. The Void Dragon stirs, even as the Necron yoke is being embedded into his sleeping soul. Soon, you will have another impossible enemy to defeat. The Tan warned me with a sad voice, as if I was already dead. I thought for a long time, considering my options. Anything can be killed, mighty Zaryalash. For example, The outsider can eat him, like he ate another Tan before. And I know 4 more ways to defeat him. What do you want me to do instead? 5 ways to defeat the dragon. No, you were hoping, but there are only 2. Igranaya won't help you construct another Pharos. Trapping the dragon inside the Ghostwind dimension will destroy humanity as well, most likely with a zombie virus curse. As for little Canis, doubtful he will reach that level, even with the old one's weapon. That leaves your emperor going to war or striking at the Silent King, probably both. The Tan counted down my choices, including a few I never considered. I grabbed my chin and thought a little more, as more ideas came and fell due to the magnitude of an intact Tan. Dark Eldar void mines? Not enough. Federation weapons? Way too weak. My breath of gods? The dragon had his own, and knew how to use it. The Blackstone forts might work, if the dragon would sit still and wait for death. No chance. The Tyrannid hive mind? It was a lose-lose situation, no matter who won the battle. Tan were devilishly smart. This one also knew me well. When he mentioned the yoke, it was a method I could use too. So I smiled and stepped on Salamace once more, to meet Inquiter Sealan and Akra and a dozen Jokero monkeys playing with their food. Literally passing an orange from one to another, like on a kindergarten playground. A kindergarten of my old life, since things were far worse here. That looks quite fun, I exclaimed and sat down to join the orange monkeys passing the orange around. They also wore no pants, but I wasn't judging. The Inquisitor wore a long dress and no pants, so it was simply fair. Lord Lancefire, please tell me you are here to rescue me, the Inquisitor pleaded with a tired voice. I'm certain Lord Trazyn will appear as soon as he eats that banana. I answered with a great smile, making the Necron Lord step out of a green portal with his favorite Jokero pet and their bananas. Perhaps unfair to call either of them bananas, even if they both were. Mr. Banana, quite literally. You shouldn't cheat at the game, Lord Lancefire. Mr. Banana might get angry and break a bottle or two. The nice metal robot warned me, as he passed his banana to his pet, and set it down to replace Lady Sealan in the gaming circle. How did I cheat? I asked while summoning chairs and a table to serve the Inquisitor some liquid reinforcement in the shape of an Amasec bottle. The Necron glanced at his Inquisitor guest, who by the virtue of being part of Ordo Machinum was quite competent at overseeing STCs and their modifications. Not a random kidnapping, for sure. What I mean, Lord Lancefire, is that matter with the Imga monolith and your duplicate's heist of the Celestial. At least he was smart enough to leave traces pointing at the Sotek dynasty using the Ghostwind to infiltrate the Thanatos crown world. The Oriskaren dynasty is quite enraged at the theft and suspected me in the first place, Trazyn revealed, while green walls of smoke and nanites created a curtain around the table for privacy. I scratched at my chin, as innocent as Trazyn himself for this heist. The blade didn't tell me, and Igra probably did it to dump me in hot water. But way to go, Peffy. I didn't dare go for that heist, mostly with the worry of failure and getting my stars detonated in revenge. Peffy had nothing to lose and a powerful and helpful Tan at his side. I was rather envious, too, on myself. So you're saying I could blackmail a certain Necron overlord to provide me the STC for a planetary shield and the rest of the Sunfire tablets? I asked, a bit curious. Damn rogue traitor. I worked my mechanical helpers to their metal bones last time. You better bring new ones, Trazyn demanded in fake anger. As it happened, I did have the crew of a duplicated Arc Mechanicus in storage and an expert of STCs right here to check on the new template. What STCs did Lord Trazyn ask you to verify? I asked the Inquisitor, who sucked the Amasec from my bottle with a thirsty face. Many, many thousands, Sealan muttered with a drunk voice. I sighed inward and stored the woman in my Tesseract room, where the Silent Sisters would take care of our guest. Thousands, she said. I would guess you value the safety of Salamace quite a lot. I wondered while taking out another full bottle. The Inquisitor was a gift. Don't take it personally, Lord Lancefire. Trazyn grumbled as the 6 extra Sunfire wafers landed on the table. I nodded and took my gifts, then sipped more Amasec. So, this yoke on the sleeping dragon. How exactly does it work? I asked with an innocent voice. Trazyn took off his head and set it on the table. Not saying. Even if I wanted to, The Silent King placed security engrams on that knowledge. He complained from his detached head, "You're a good friend, Overlord Trazyn. Canis will take care of his godfather, and I'll keep Salamis as a private Lancefire museum. Even better, I know someone with a special chronophagic blade that can keep a living being alive forever. These are the Mechanicus helpers I found for you. But be warned, the ship to Mars leaves in 2 weeks." I spoke in a kind voice, displaced the duplicated tech priests outside the barrier, then picked up the Necron head and recalled back to the Pharos. 12 days later, a data slate for the Cadian pattern hex shield landed on my desk, while I was still working to find the Jokero detonation trigger inside the antimatter bottles. I guess it was mutual assured destruction now, with the Sunfire STCs being spread around as a powerful energy source. My 10 life-extending blades had doubled to 20, so I could spare one for Trazyn, should he regain his flesh body but be unwilling to die. Duplication was such a cheat. Twins. I was still moving to reach the new data tablet when it vanished from my desk and appeared in Peffy's hand, as he lounged in my meditation armchair like he was at home. Which he was, but that's not the point. Cadian pattern? No way that will fly. Cadia may have that hexagonal planetary shield, but Muggos Call was there too, and a bunch of other people, including Inquisitor Greyfax and Fulgrim. It would be in the Imperial records as Necron tech already. My duplicate complained and displaced Lady Seelan in his arms, not just to verify the STC integrity. He was fondling her boobs with his free hand already. "My dear Seelan, take a look at this STC," he spoke in a horny tone, and gave the Inquisitor the data slate so he could use his other hand as well. "Lord Lancefire?" Seelan asked with a confused voice. "Peffy is my duplicate and mostly in charge of impregnating more women to increase the blank numbers. Not that I would restrain myself to a single boring job. Daring heists can be quite fun, especially if they succeed." I answered with a smirk and brought my wife in my lap to enjoy the show with me. "What? The other idiot is back. I wonder if this counts as a threesome or simply an extra hand." Lady Verlaine mused in a doubtful voice, while Peffy dug one hand between Seelan's legs to fondle a different sector. Peffy and I exchanged a knowing glance. Inquisitors were trained to be resilient, so we could test them. I fondled my wife in a mirror image with my twin, until they both gasped at the same time. Sadly, I couldn't feel what my twin felt, even if I knew his thoughts like my own, because they were my own, until we split. I suspected our future experiences and adventures will diverge our mental outlook the more time it passed, but right now things were quite the same. Much later, we left the two Inquisitors spent and painted white on the bed and went to have some recaf and talk. 2 holographic twins joined our table, now that the secrecy about the stellar observatory was over. Igra is quite a nice guy. Outside his obsession with perfection, I sent him deeper into our domain to build more worlds for colonization. But he asked for it, in exchange for destroying the Cardinal dynasty on our north flank, which morons had unwisely left their planets undefended as they were sieging Thanatos. I showed them the truth of their folly. Peffy recalled in a calm voice, then sipped recaf to recharge. And we liberated 5 more shards, including another Nightwolf and a Kali. Sadly, no other Lash or Zath bits. The sword added more to the point. That made 30 free shards already. So, I bumped my left fist with Peffy to receive my share of looted Necron artifacts and Blackstone via Tesseract transfer. Among them, a priceless Ghostwind device, used to traverse the Ghostwind dimension and exit anywhere in the galaxy at will, just like the infected Necron flayers, but much safer. I should learn how to use it as well, especially if away from the Pharos. "So that's how you got close enough, even with the entire blockade from the sea." "Clever," I admitted with hidden envy. "You know me, I am not that smart. Igra is a genius, even among his peers. I was thinking to drop Trazyn in the hot pot as a suspect, but everyone will suspect him anyway. So we placed the blame on Orikin instead, by placing a hint towards Coreworld Devadas." My twin explained with a proud voice, although calling himself not smart shouldn't be a reason to be proud. Then again, to the victor the laurels. "This new shield, you say it is already in use at Cadia?" the blade asked with a curious tone. "Not exactly the same, but it looks similar at least. Very likely not as powerful either, since the shield at Cadia can block a Blackstone fortress or 8 Armageddon guns. I said as the hexagrammic shield's hologram opened between the two AI avatars. A third avatar entered the holodable, with her sword stored on her back. The Sword of Truth, who was likely more powerful than anything humanity ever made. Under her ghostly hands, the STC template unfolded into smaller fragments, as the AI checked every component in detail. This shield will work, but only for regular weapons like lances or torpedoes. An Armageddon gun will crash it in less than a minute, she declared with a careless tone. Anything similar in the Federation archive? I asked in a hopeful voice, although Peffy was silently screaming no, no. The avatar turned and stared at me with cold, deadly eyes. The copy knows better than to ask such things, Lord Lancefire, she spoke curtly. Yeah, that won't cut it. Not here in my domain. I was the boss of this place. With a flick of my finger, I retrieved the snarling lion rosette from my null box and held in as a badge in front of the sword. You may think you know me, but that's only my pleasant social mask. I am the judge of this universe, but especially the judge for all humanity or their creations. Tell me the truth, sword. The truth and nothing but the truth. I demanded in a level voice. Captain, she is not at liberty to speak. The blade whispered in my mind. The avatar resisted the rosette's engrams for a minute and even tried to draw her sword out. Hold still. Just tell me, did the Federation use such shields? I continued and poked the avatar with my core power. As I suspected, the stillness could be applied to anything, even an AI projection. The sword struggled against my power until she realized it was futile. Of course, the Federation had shields. Neutron shields, void shields, plasma shields, ion shields, refractor shields, conversion shields, and hundreds more. We were not primitives. With a wave of my hand, I sent a copy of the Hex shield to the Sword of Truth. See, it wasn't so hard. The truth will set you free. I allowed in a soft voice, then grabbed my recaf cup while Peffy stared in awe at me. You cheated again. She barely listens to me. He yelled in outrage. You can blow up stars with a single thought. I can lock down a few electrons. How can these things compare? I wondered with a casual voice, then sipped my recaf. Peffy nodded. Indeed. You will need to use the mantle to ghostwalk around the galaxy, while my first hermetic core already allows that at will. Mind if I borrow Corix for a thing? My twin spoke in a calmer voice again. What for? I asked, a bit suspicious. Primarchs were quite rare and valuable, though a bit less now than before. So, there is a human empire north of us, called the Ashen Velas. But lately they have begun to trade with another fleet-based chapter, the Carcrodons, and even fought against the Tyranids together. Their space marines are Raven Guard stock. Peffy explained while my eyes glinted. Don't be a dick. I demanded rapidly, but Peffy showed me a certain finger. My find, my loot, he proclaimed and transformed into a literal ghost before he vanished. I turned towards the sword's avatar, who held her hands in a helpless gesture. Dual nature, boss. Do you think the emperors are fighting each other for loot too? I thought for a moment, then sighed out loud. Of course they would. Damn cavemen with a galactic empire. At least Peffy will share some things, if he found extra stuff. Maybe I'll give him Gyron's left glove, when the Muggos returned with my Enuncia dictionary. Being a wife is not easy. Lady Villain and I stood inside the Pharos while the holographic screen scrolled over the worlds of the Ashen Claws and their independent empire that resented the Imperium and Chaos in equal measure. Perhaps Chaos a little more, given the collaboration with the Carcrodons chapter. Then again, the Shark guys were only Imperials by technicality because they haven't been declared renegades yet. What do you think your twin is doing with Corix? My wife asked me in a suspicious voice. What should have been done centuries ago, had I known about these people? Compliance, and perhaps integration into the Lancefire domain. Peffy lacks a place to lord over, so the Ashen Claws are perfect for him, I said while locating the capital at a targeted where a human queen ruled over the Empire's subjects, Astartes, or normal humans alike. Very modern outlook, and the perfect breeding ground for more blanks, starting with the queen and her nobles, then including blank recruits. Peffy would have to use plenty of baby oil, but he chose this place for himself. I will have to expand the obsidian auguries reach into this corner of the galaxy as well. Anyway, the ghoul stars were just as bad as the last time I visited with Sanguinius to exterminate the fiends, but other Xenos like Togranun or Bloodreek and Bargacy were still infesting the place. Speranza planned for an expansion towards the ghoul stars and incorporation of a small empire in feudal stage, with a few thousand Astartes as their guardians. I sent to my real administrator, along with a map of the place and estimated numbers. They will need a forge world and at least a night house, plus Sisters of Battle cathedrals to align them with the Imperium somewhat. The AI answered with a bored voice, while expanding the budget sheet with 5 trillion thrones for the FDL network and other infrastructure projects. It wasn't much, barely 0.5% increase in expenses, but things add up quickly when dealing with galactic-scale distances. A small territory footprint was much more efficient, just like the Tau and the Votan Leagues had. I tapped my armrest and began dispersing sentinels and other war materials to the most distant colonies, slowly emptying the Tesseract's inventory of my duplicates, which took a long time, and I barely reached and equipped 100 colony worlds when my temples began to hurt. 39,900 worlds to go. I sighed inward. It will take a year to simply move the equipment, which wasn't efficient at all. Better send someone around, carrying the inventory. I glanced at my wife and her Necron cube. She will do just fine. What's a bit of pain if you learn such a wonderful lesson? You'll be the one to spread the walkers around next time. I spoke between my gritted teeth and ordered my nanites to send me to sleep. The Inquisitor glanced up at the chain tan. "Show me what Peffy is doing," she demanded in a harsh voice. Zarialash opened one eye to measure the tiny human, then her mostly harmless husband sleeping in a metal armchair. "You must be confused, Inquisitor. Your machine spirits might obey your orders, but I am not one." "But you obey PF's every whim," she complained and slumped in her chair. "You are married to the man for a century and still don't understand. Even if Igra bestows all the powers of my race onto Peffy, the duplicate will never reach the toe of your husband. The Eldar gods, the hive mind, and even your emperor recognize this. You think the star gods would not?" The ancient being spoke with a sad voice, then closed his eye to slumber once more. A Xenos wolf jumped out of the wall and sniffed at her, then went to curl beside her husband and laid his head on his boots. Valaine frowned and took out her pack of Emperor's tarot cards. A short prayer, and she flicked the cards in the air, hoping to glimpse something from the mystic currents. But the cards all landed perfectly on edge, mocking her attempt at reading her husband's future. No wonder the architect of fate was powerless against him. Crushed like a snail under the boot, and millions of years of intricate plans gone to waste. PEF mumbled something in his sleep, perhaps too hot. But that was only a guess. Anyway, she had a few hours to be productive, now that her husband was asleep. Her mind sunk into the cube, and she emerged inside the Speranza ship, if a thing this large could be considered a ship anymore. You could park the entire Lancefire fleet and the 6 Blackstone forts inside with ease. Inquisitor. Such an unexpected visit. The machine spirit spoke from a Vox caster on the wall, faking surprise but nothing more. "I need to know what Peffy is doing." "Surely, you know everything about that," she demanded with a flash of her rosette. "Ah, Lady Valaine from Ordo Xenos. And one more. It has been quite some time since the Clavis engrams of the Golden Throne have blessed me with their presence. But the personal business of Lord Lancefire is just that. Wait for your husband to wake up, and he will reveal more if he wants to." A hologram of a skull crowned by a cog appeared in front of her, then winked at her with a blue lens click. "PF is fine. Probably will always be fine. But Peffy is an unknown, and he also hangs out with that alien thing we extracted from the monolith. And if he's now in the Ghoul Star region..." Valaine spoke in a warning voice. "You are right, Inquisitor. For the wrong reasons, obviously. The duplicate is identical to the PEF you know and love, but alone in a murderous galaxy. Peffy just needs a place to call his own. And now he found it among other exiles from the Imperium. Once he marries their queen, he will be a king in the north. And you see what PF has done for his people." The machine spirit answered with a careless voice. "I see. That's so mundane. And pretty much what PEF did when he settled on Illavar. They really are the same." Verlaine whispered to herself. The beginnings always are. I hope Peffy will grow into a legend of his own and make us proud. And don't worry about the shards too much. PF can kill them all in a minute, and they know it. Speranza dismissed the tan as barely important, calming her Ordo Xeno's instincts a little. Verlaine poked the cube and went down to Forge Machina to inspect the place for heresy or heretic. With almost 100 Forge worlds sending their outcasts here, there was always a risk, and some failed experiments scared the place even now. Nova cannons usually were quite destructive. Mugos Domina Felicia Tiber left her station to escort the visiting Inquisitor and point out various fabrication lines and forge temples, going from low-tech autocannons or las guns to bolters and multi-lasers and so on. What do you think of the Sentinels, Mugos? Verlaine asked with a curious voice. PF did love the things a bit too much. They stood in a control tower overlooking the assembly factory, with a million servitors adding tiny bits on the chassis, before the conveyor belt moved on until it reached the Mechanicus pilots that tested the finished products. Like any war machine, numbers and quality matter the most. The Sentinels are basically single crew light tanks on a bipedal chassis. The Mugos answered with a cautious voice. I know what they are. I want your personal opinion on the blasted little walkers. Verlaine growled while a vein pulsed in her temple. Damn Mechanicus idiots. Patience, Inquisitor. Do you know the statistics of Astartes engagements versus Orc hordes equipped with Kill-Underskirken mechs? Or maybe regular guard regiments against the same opponents? Perhaps versus Tau battlesuits if not? The Mugos asked in a mild voice. Verlaine thought for a moment. She did compile plenty of after-action reports herself. Not too great. Power armor is not enough to deal with numerous and better armored enemies. The guard even less so. Then what about orcs or chaos marines against such armed sentinels? The Mugos woman asked with a curious tone. Verlaine thought about the last major engagement of this nature, with the Iron Corps from Forge Idumea defending Boros Prime successfully against the traitors. And most of those sentinels were of lower quality than what Forge Machina produced. I see it now, I think. Normal people using such a sentinel can match or even outmatch Chaos Marines. She answered with a confident voice. The Mugos sighed in a most human manner, then pointed at the newest Ion Sentinel models being walked around, before running towards a firing test ground. No, Inquisitor. Normal people are frail, mostly in their minds. Using Sentinels as a base for the Imperial Guard would only grant the enemy lots of crazed recruits with armor and firepower to level our cities to the ground. We use our Scutarii with specialized training and control for our Sentinel cohorts, while the Auxilia units use blanks, clone skeins, and Catacan gene stock for the pilots. The female Mugos spoke with a dismissive tone and pointed at a screen detailing the exact spread by gene type. There was not a single normal pilot in the whole Lancefire domain. Only genetic upgrades. I suspect this pattern extends to all armored units. Verlaine deduced even before visiting the tank factories. Pretty much, Inquisitor. We don't want a Baneblade crew going crazy and murdering our people, not to mention Knights or Titans. The higher the damage a weapon system can produce, the more stringent the pilot requirements. It wasn't 500,000 traitor Astartes burning the galaxy during the heresy, but the billions of other troops they converted to their cause. And the ships as well. Verlaine murmured in a soft voice. Hopefully Lord Lancefire can pump out more blanks. You aren't a jealous person, are you? The tech priest woman asked with a sneaky tone. Verlaine sighed and returned to her quarters to find the Death Watch guards cleaning their weapons for the 99th time this month. She slumped in an armchair to brood. What woman would be happy to share her husband with a billion other women? Perhaps it was better if Peffy did it. Wedding ring. I woke up to find an alien face tied to the wall and staring into my soul with a strange gaze, and his shard sleeping on my power boots. Is there something on my face? I asked to make sure and checked my lips for drool. Only a little. Have you solved the problem, Pef Lancefire? The Tan asked with an intense voice. You don't have long, and more enemies are gathering at your door. I took out a Necron head and held it out in my hand. To be or not be? I guess humans are really stupid about multiple choice questions. I quipped and threw the head towards Zaryalash. You stole Trazen's head? That's almost as great a feat, like stealing the orrery. Lash observed in his smart voice, but this time he was mostly wrong. The Silent King has encrypted the data about the yoke, so that Trazyn couldn't run away with the prize. And you want me to help? Zaryalash asked, a bit confused. This dragon guy is of your race. Either I take over the yoke, or I will have to kill him. I'm fine either way, I explained with a careless tone, then stepped through the Pharos to forge retribution, where a bunch of Eldar pirates and corsairs were attacking, looting, and generally misbehaving like orcs. Some Drukhari types among them too, judging by the spikes. Only about 10 million of them, but with their advanced tech and psyker powers, the Forge's military was already overwhelmed. I really must have been away for too long. These Xenos forgot who they should fear. The Emperor was a merciful guy. I wasn't. I didn't name my private Forge world unlimited kindness or compassion. The ships and the vehicles will be useful. The idiots inside them, not so much. Click. Click. The Eldar army visited the sun for a short second, while their weapons and armor clattered to the ground. A single Phoenix Lord remained on the surface, covered with a potent psyker shield that protected him from Titan weapons, and my Tesseract field as well. I moved closer until his armor's design clicked in my mind. Lord Fugan, how wonderful to meet again. We can continue the duel we started last time, I proclaimed out loud, then took out my special gun and shot a beam of dark light into his forehead. The shield cracked, but held. Battleship-grade shield, but portable. Black soul. No Ngur wolves to hide behind. The Phoenix Lord quipped back and shot me in the chest with his fire lance. My armor's shield failed, but the Eldar lance struck the null box and merely pushed me back a single step. I sensed Lash arrive as a ghost wolf to flank the Eldar powerhouse, but I didn't want my friend to get hurt. Free food inside the sun, I told him mentally, while I brought out the demon lance. A burst of blue runes spread out around the Phoenix Lord, and he vanished in hyperspeed to flank me from the side and possibly impale me with the lance from another angle. The Eldar demigod was fast, maybe as fast as my destroyer Psi-Titan when powered by Sister Stern, but that was all. I shifted my position and just grabbed his lance while stilling myself. Fugan lost his grip on the immovable lance, then got struck by Dratch. Abaddon has used the demon weapon many times to slice through defense fields and through armor, and my Dratch was even stronger now. The Psyker's shield failed, and Dratch impaled the Eldar loser and began sucking his life away. Draw him closer. I want to hit him with my sword. I commanded the demon and stored Fugan's lance to bring out my chronoblade in my other hand. Curse you, Lancefire! The Phoenix Lord yelled as my Dawn Blade stabbed him in the heart. Lash rushed and snapped off the Eldar legs just as he was about to kick me, then crunched them like al dente spaghetti. The Phoenix Lord was though as nails, but I was draining his essence and lifespan through the dawn, while Dratch ate the soul and flesh. In a minute, his red soul stone plunked to the ground and bounced around for a few times. I stored Dratch before it could eat the stone too. Lash played with the stone like a cat, then rolled it to my feet. I heard they can grow back a new one if they have the stone, right? He asked with a grin. I lifted the stone in my hand. To be or not to be? I spoke softly, thinking about a future trade. But no. My Forge world was devastated, the Temple of Knowledge ruined, and many of the students skinned alive. I will have retribution. Catch! I urged my wolf, who ran after the stone and crunched it between his sharp teeth. Then I went to find the fabricator Dominus, and found him dead and dismembered alongside many other tech priests defending the central Forge temple. Lord Lancefire, you saved us! The survivors wailed while raid sirens screamed and urged the population to shelter. I pointed at an older Muggos. You, stop the sirens and begin triage for the victims. Then I turned to another, you, mobilize the Scutarii and collect the weaponry. The reality cage was struck first, Lash warned me before I could berate an innocent cyborg. To the side, a tall spire struck by a bright lance fell in slow motion, then vanished as I stored it before it crushed thousands of people below. Going to need planetary shields, I muttered while rescuing trapped victims or moving the wounded directly at the entrance of the Medici halls. The fabricator locum arrived next, with an escort of Scutarii and sentinels, all covered in wounds and burns. My lord, the raid was sudden and unexpected, and we're not even close to a maiden world here. I took out Fugan's lance and gave it to the tech priest. This was Phoenix Lord Fugan, leading some Eldar outcasts and pirates. The troops are not important, but a Phoenix Lord is like a pre-march in most ways. I had some trouble killing him. The fabricator took the Eldar lance with a few cautious mechadendrites. This seems personal. They even struck at the Temple of Knowledge and ruined a dozen STC temples. Stole the original templates. He began to say when I opened my hand to produce the missing data wafers. Lash, go and bring Mugos Domina Felicia. I asked the wolf, who returned in less than a second with my trusted tech priest lover in his jaws. My lord, Forge Retribution was attacked? She asked while looking around to find her bearings. Yes, some idiot Eldar pirates. I answered curtly, then took out a power sword and tapped her shoulder. Felicia Tiber, by my will as the rogue trader of the Lancefire domain and the emissary of Omnicia, you are hereby promoted as Fabricator Colonel to Forge Retribution. Gather your higher ranks and start the recovery. I'll provide support from orbit. Felicia knelt under the blade. As the Omnicia wills it, we are all but dust in his divine wind. Thank you for your trust, Lord Lancefire. She spoke in a gentle voice. I handed her the relic sword, then moved into orbit where the Apocalypse battleship I rescued from a space hulk was ruined again by Eldar lances and torpedoes. Here, I walked next to the command throne on the bridge, where a blank man I never met was struggling to contain the damage to his ship. As if verbal orders could close the gaping holes in the hull and all the red errors on the main screen. Captain, go to your cabin and rest. I'll deal with the ship and the mess below. I demanded with a soft voice and moved the captain out so I could sit in his place. Rogue traitor, this is my ship and my crew. I must object, the man growled, and Lash mirrored him with a louder growl. Noted, go sit at another station and be quiet. I continued with an amused tone. People really forgot who was in charge around here. I'll go plug the holes. It would be a scandal if the ship explodes with both of us on board. The Tan sent to my mind and phased away. Truly, the Tan had his priorities in a weird order. As I linked with the machine spirit of the Mechanicus battleship, I remembered everything I forgot about hating their clutter code and religious protocols. The Blade AI was perfect for me, exactly like I imagined a ship's avatar to be in the far future. And they didn't even have a food replicator on board. Luckily, I could survive for weeks with only sweet recaf. In a few hours, I solved most of the disaster below, put out the fires and rebuilt the orbital elevator. While on the ship, green lights began to lit up again as Lash fixed system after system faster than even I could. So I took out another thermos and glanced down as the captain was less belligerent now. I am Pef Lancefire, rogue trader. I guess we met under exigent circumstances? Captain Heracles VIII, Adeptus Mechanicus Basilius, Forge Retribution. The man introduced himself with a calmer tone. I know where we are, Captain. I founded this Forge world and captured this ship as well. Must have been 1,000 years since, and you weren't around back then. I explained while drawing a deep breath. Another iron ring, this time for Felicia. I wonder if she'll accept this for a wedding ring. I should finish it first and add some defense lasers around. Nova cannons too. Next invasion fleet might be bigger. Something to eat. The Singularity and the Eternal Lament Fortress arrived a week later at Forge Retribution with a cargo of criminals for new servitors, as well as 40 PDF regiments to be stationed on this Forge world and become auxilia units for a new Astartes Chapter 1 was cooking right now. Those criminals with murder charges would become Cataphren servitors, but floating on anti-grav platforms instead of cute triangular threads. Not that the old model was useless, but threads and tracks were great for maneuver warfare in open field, not close combat in urban areas and tunnels. Custode Valerian wasn't very happy with me, since I left him on the ship and went to battle a Phoenix Lord by myself. Even told me so, in those words. I get it, Valerian, but do you think you could take on a pre-march? I asked in a mild voice. The Custode was great, and could probably butcher an entire company of my blank Astartes by himself if he got to melee range, but Primarchs were in a different league. I suspect the Custodes general can fight one of those mutants, maybe even win. Valerian answered in a lower tone. I can fight at least 5 Primarchs by myself and win. Maybe a few more, if I have surprise on my side. And I'm never by myself, as I have the Lax Legions and a few Silent Sisters always with me. It is not direct conflict that you need to guard me from, but treason and poison and sneaky stuff, like those simulacra," I said and patted his shoulder. "You know the Eldar won't take this well, Lord Lancefire. Even if you were defending your domain from these corsairs, you didn't take them captive, like you easily could." The custode warned me in a stern voice. "They skinned my people alive, Valerian. I only killed the Xenos, fast and clean. Except for the leader." I pointed with a nod at the bleached Eldar skull on my wall. "Fugin's skull. I guess now we can be friends. I'm just telling you it won't end here. Fugin has entire temples of aspect warriors dedicated to him. 1 billion followers at least." My bodyguard warned me again. I just shrugged. "That is quite irrelevant too. I can probably fight them all in once and win. But you're saying they will lie and try to bring in other Eldar factions. In which case, I can bring in my other friends," I commented with a casual voice and held my palm out just as Lash appeared under it, so I could pet his head. Nightbringer and Callie would join a war of retribution for sure. Maybe Zath as well. The Tan spoke out loud, mostly to inform the custode of his allegiance. I located the webway gate, Lord Lancefire, deep into the comet cloud, like you expected. The Tan shard sent to my mind, along with the location of the next battle. I moved Sister Decima on the Blackstone Fortress and sent the fort towards the webway gate, just in case things moved faster. "Want me to gather more asteroids and comets?" Lash asked with a helpful voice. "Methane comets and metal asteroids for now. Then fill up 2 more Sunfire bottles." My head hurts already. I accepted with a tired mind. "Sleep more. And stop using time compression that much. Your metal wife is already happy." The Tan advised me with a cheeky tone, then vanished again. I walked to the giant armor-glass window to look upon my works and found a Forge world as powerful as Forge Machina, if less populated. More immigrants will come, but ships took time to travel, and training new tech acolytes took more time as well. Not to mention tech priests and tech marines, who needed 1,000 years of straight learning to become competent. Some may complain the Imperial technology is backwards or less advanced than the Federation or such, but I doubted the human scientists of the Federation were as learned as a Muggos Dominus with a dozen specialties. They had the AIs do the hard work for them and simulated experiments instead of real, dangerous ones. A lot of the Federation knowledge was lost, but what remained could still fill a planetary data core to the brim, which is what the Speranza was doing constantly, updating the database and try to save whatever we could in case another fall happened. The Blade of Infinity had traveled to the end of time and back, and all she saw was only chaos. Maybe I could change that, but just in case. Take precautions. The other Warhammer died in an apocalyptic fall too, and humans became scattered in various dimensions as Sigmar rescued those he could. Psychers were the problem, just like during the Age of Strife. Too many Psychers, and eventually they couldn't be found and controlled before they turned into warp portals or got possessed by demons. And with the Eldar being all Psychers, and without the threat of Slaanesh eating their souls, they returned to the old ways. "Captain, you should sleep. I'm reading worrying biosigns." The Blade told me as well, so I want to do just that. I did not sleep for long, as my extra senses tingled in warning. Valerian was already fighting a shadow shape when I skipped into the Tesseract to wear my armor, then returned to fire my orange beam at another shadow. It started to disintegrate and scream, so I saw it for what it was, a mandrake. I shot the other one to give Valerian some respite, while the alarms started blaring on the ship. "Attention, intruders on board, most likely mandrakes. Flamethrowers and meltaguns will work best." The Blade spoke with an authoritarian voice, while I began spreading the Thalax suits all over. Farther in the comet cloud, the Blackstone Fortress was fighting with another Eldar fleet, who just emerged by surprise from the webway gate. "I did warn you, Lord Lancefire. The Eldar, they took the skull." Valerian noticed as we emerged from my bedroom into my study. Right, the Eldar did have Isha now. With the skull in her hand, she might reconstruct his body, like she did for my mother. Not too sure about the soul, though. A blur of shadow and claw ran towards me and avoided the shots of my Thalax escort, so I drew Dratch again and ate the faster mandrake. Pretty useful gift from the Emperor. I told Valerian, who wasn't very happy with my demon lance. Even told me so. Just be careful where you point that thing, Lord Lancefire. The end of empires doesn't care what empire it ends, the custode said with a colder voice. I petted my lance, who purred in my hand. You hear that, Dratch? You are famous. I told the demon, who was quite happy to be praised, and told me so. The salvation of mankind. What an idiot. I heard Valerian grumble as he bisected another shadow. He who fights at my side shall be my brother. I yelled instead, as the ship's hallways filled with flames and melta blasts, and my occasional disintegration beam. A ghostly shape appeared beside me and patted my shoulder. You always get in trouble, PF. Rejoice, people, for Peffy is here. My twin yelled and joined the fight as well. And now there are two of them. Valerian grumbled while ducking lazily under a shadow claw and shooting it with a disintegration pistol he hid somewhere. Hey, Adrastite weapons are forbidden, Peffy commented in outrage, just as I shot another mandrake with my own orange beam. Lash jumped on my other side and swiped his eye beams to clear an entire corridor. Don't look at me like that. My eye beams are different. Annihilation beams, completely different. Totally legal. Cheaters. I will report you to higher authorities. Peffy threatened half seriously, while taking out a twin-linked ion beamer which worked pretty well on the mandrakes. Then 36 wolves arrived at once and began massacring the poor mandrake shadows with legally owned eye beams. They were red, not orange. Igra himself didn't bother to fight and just measured my Archaeotech glove with a wolfish frown. I can't make that kind of weapon yet. Need to eat one first? He told Peffy in a bored voice. Let him eat it. Peffy yelled at me. I want to eat something too. Dratch yelled in mind. My stomach growled, which sounded a bit awkward right now. I just woke up and haven't eaten anything. I excused myself and went back to my study to tap the replicator for something to eat. Of course, I made some for Peffy as well, then another plate for Valerian. Fighting consumes energy, you know? Ash tree. I confiscated the Adrastite pistol from Valerian and played with it for a minute until I found the button which transformed it into an indistinct cube, shaped like a normal power cell, like many others carried by guardsmen or Astartes as reserve ammo for energy weapons. I'm not sure if you should play with the weapon, my bodyguard muttered with a warning voice, just as I threw the cube into Igra's waiting mouth. My human ears hurt as the crunching noises of the priceless relic being crushed by the metal wolf reached me. Then again, things were not always as they seemed. While Igra didn't have the Imga monolith anymore, his duplication power was still here. We had a myth in our past, a huge ash tree that binds the sky and earth, called Yggdrasil. A dragon lived in the shade of this tree, while gods assembled around the tree to do whatever gods do. I said in a slow voice, then continued shoveling food in my mouth. Igra glanced at me, and his amber eyes glinted with hidden knowledge. Your shamans of old perceived the truth of the universe in their own simplistic and mortal way. However, I will not help you bind the dragon, the Tan answered and coughed out a pair of identical cubes. No harm done, custode. But mandrakes are a bit difficult to kill with mere ion beams. Peffy explained while taking one disintegration pistol for himself and returning the compact weapon to my bodyguard. Valerian tested the pistol's mecha-folding ability, then stored the cube back on his belt. Don't do things like that without asking, Lord Lancefire. Disintegration weapons are restricted for a very good reason. He growled at me, then packed the entire plate into his mouth and went to chew in a corner. I'm sure the Emperor will let me know if he's displeased, custode, I said with a smirk. So, you don't mind if I grab the reins of the Necron yoke for myself? I always wanted to ride a dragon, I asked, the mythical Tan being scratched by Peffy's free hand. As long as you don't kill him. Taming a dragon might not be as simple as you believe, Pef Lancefire. Igra answered with a bored voice. Lady Valane phased into my study, with a mandrake's head phased as well in her hand. Stupid mandrakes. They hurt Simnai quite bad, she said with a careless voice, then threw the head towards Lash, who gulped it by phasing for a second as well. I guessed phased objects interacted normally between them. Otherwise, the mandrakes wouldn't be able to reproduce. Igra sighed and vanished, even though I didn't say anything. A second later, the Tan returned and curled in a corner to sleep. See, blanks may be hard to heal by psychers, but Tan are not psychers at all. The original Lamenters were quite unlucky, and Semnai always gets hurt. Peffy commented as he finished his breakfast and took out a thermos of hot recaf and gulped half of it in one go. We have medical nanites now, I added with a shrug. Anyway, let's go see about murdering some murderous Eldar. Lash, race me. Peffy yelled in an energetic voice, then ghost walked to the battle at the webway gate. Lash grinned and ghost walked as well. I seem quite annoying and loud. Or is it just him? I wondered with a raised eyebrow. Too much recaf, perhaps. You're quite annoying too, my wife answered while taking out a single boiled egg and a slice of black bread from the replicator. Then again, she massed less than 50 kilograms, not 200 like the custodes. Peffy just became the Ashen King, though. You're only a lord. Igra added with a sneaky voice. A king in the north. And they also have renegade Astartes? Verlaine asked with her inquisitor voice. Primarch Corix himself exiled them back in M31. He can unexile them back. Plenty of worse people have returned after 11,000 years. The lion has the risen, which were quite worse. As for Perturabo, still a work in progress, I answered on a tangent. Lucky bastards, both of you. If Corix didn't return, Veliane muttered and sipped some fragrant tea. I frowned and focused my sight. Another tiny baby inside her. Maybe more, hard to tell right now. You shouldn't fight when pregnant, my dear wife. You have the Deathwatch bodyguards for a reason. I warned her with a level voice. Verlaine nodded slowly and patted her belly. The hyperovulation treatment must have worked. Shouldn't affect anything on your side. But if this works, we can reduce the number of impregnations by a factor of 4. 4 children at once? Is that safe? I yelled a bit worried. Pretty safe with medical nanites and lack of boarding actions. The Sword of Truth found the procedure among the unencrypted old files before the Federation, and a tank model called Merkwa LXI that used chemical lasers and heavy stubbers. M3 or M4, old tech really, the blade told me with a casual tone, as if this wasn't an important breakthrough. Send me the files. I demanded instantly. While the weaponry and armor composition would be outdated, I could replace those and obtain a main battle tank for my army. And it wouldn't be trash like whatever the STC we had. Indeed, a single glance at the advanced hull form and digital command network was enough. Yes, ceramic armor of that kind wouldn't block a single lost cannon shot, and that chemical laser was barely stronger than an infantry lost gun. But everything else. The Merkwa even had a multi-fuel engine. I'm going to my room to work on unlocking another STC. Keep disturbances at a minimum. I ordered in a hurried voice, and jumped into my STC console as the old template opened on the holoscreen. So you like it, then? The blade whispered in my ear, with her digitally enticing voice. It's not good right now, but I can fix it. Open new file, PDF Armored Regiment. Plasteel and titanium hull 120 mm, ceramite cover 50 mm. We'll keep the night optics and the Vox panel, discard the rest. Lost cannon main armament, coaxial autocannon. Hull-mounted multi-laser. No external fuel tanks. No reactive armor. The tracks, we keep as they are for now, but switch to titanium. Vehicle mass 48 tons? Are you sure? I asked much later as the template segments locked back and the holographic turret turned on a dime. Titanium is quite light, Captain. Not as resilient as Lucian and other modern alloys, but quite cheap to obtain from asteroids or even deep surface mines. And we discarded the heavy chemical batteries and other things, including the ammo for 3 heavy stubbers. The autocannon is a good choice, especially against orcs or tyranids. The blade confirmed while she simulated the speed of my new tank, 95 kilometers per hour. The PDF will gain quite an asset with this baby. The turret looks great, but I'm not sure if we can maintain the same quality control and cast it exactly to specs. Look for a welded variant. I mused as the modern battle tank jumped over a small hill in the hologram. Save to file. Opening new template. Auxilia main maneuver armored element. Adamantium and blackstone. The AI asked as another hologram lit up on the screen. I nodded but stood up and went back to my study. Peffy had returned, with his armor lacking melted bits. Damn, Eldar had so powerful weapons. Even Oramite armor got damaged. See, I didn't disturb you with news of our inevitable victory. What was so important? Peffy asked with a glance towards my room. I just passed him the original, and the PDF template of the Merkwa. My twin dropped his Amasec bottle to focus on the new tank. Lucky bastard. This is so cool. Of course, the poor tank needs some work, but we have the technology. We can rebuild it. Better, faster, stronger. Peffy yelled with unrestrained energy. Tank commanders will need a brain implant, even for PDF. Too much DG tech in those old electronics. I pointed out with a nod towards the custode near us. Right. Analog shit and dissected nerves. But we can install an ECOG drone on top. I'll have my sword work on this. Peffy continued with a disgusted tone. Not for PDF units, but sure. Better than using the lax suits as top gunners. I allowed with a kind smile. Peffy reminded me of me when I was young and hopeful. Children of Omnicia. Drop me in slow time with my girls. Seelan wants to train thousands of Ordo Mechanicum acolytes, and I have 10 million girls from A Targetus that I have to return next month to their homes. Peffy demanded with a glance at my glove. I sent him the hyperovulation protocols on his implant, then Peffy sunk into compressed time to continue his breeding job. He still depended on me for time compression, for now. Would I be just as carefree if I didn't have 40,000 worlds depending on me for their security? Probably. Most likely. But sadly, I wasn't free of obligations. I pointed at Valerian, and we displaced down to Forge Retribution, where Felicia was neck-deep with administrating her new forge. I let her work on schedules and requisition forms, and simply allowed the blade to create a copy of herself into the planetary data core, then sat down at a free console to work on the Auxilia tank template. The newly recovered Loss Impulsor weapon would be quite perfect for the Auxilia, since the smallest Sunfire containment bottle was the right size to fit inside a tank or a knight and provide unlimited energy. For actual armor, 100 mms of adamantium on the outside and 1 centimeter of plasteel inside to allow the fixtures and cables to grab onto something softer. Then 100 mms of blackstone as external ablative armor, and the mass climbed rapidly to 100 tons. A bit heavy already, as there were more things to put in. Don't worry, Captain. Antimatter provides enough energy for mobility and firepower. Even shields, the blade whispered helpfully. I felt Felicia climb in my lap to observe my work, keeping quiet but certainly interested. I hesitated for a minute how to place the antimatter bottle, but Felicia took over with her special skill and simply built a cushion in the back, then a cradle of tungsten alloy to link the bottle tightly and not let it shake loose. Dropping the bottle while moving at speed would be quite bad. Electroferrous magnets? The energy inside provides the source for the containment bottle? It was so simple, my fabricator wife noted in a surprised voice. I kept my mouth shut to not reveal my lack of knowledge. Simple? The fuck, what was she talking about? I started looking for an energy shield when the blade imported and dropped an ion shield emitter next to the tank's hologram. I swear, these things built themselves. There was even a free space beneath the front of the glacis, where the shield would fit almost perfectly. In you go. Felicia used her magic to provide the locking mechanism, while I moved on to secondary weapons. The original tank template used a side-mounted mortar on the turret, but technology had advanced a lot since M3, so I could place a plasma mortar there and a hunter-killer missile launcher on the other side. Before I could think of the next move, the blade imported the Logis engine of a tarantula turret, and I just dragged and dropped the analog computer into the turret. Coaxial ion beamer was a given, then all was left is choosing point defense weapons, if any. Multi-lasers will do. Lots of lasers for small chaff and potential missile interception. Hard for a normal human to do, but a tech marine or engine seer should manage. Cover the cogitator in a blackstone box, and the antimatter as well. Tech sources sigils when finished. The blade advised me, and the project took shape, then locked back together and began rolling around at 97 kilometers per hour in the simulation test. Even at 130 tons, the tank moved as fast as light vehicle. Retribution pattern main battle tank, STC template discovered by rogue trader Pef Lancefire, ++ minor adjustments by fabricator Felicia 4374/T/L. I read out loud as a new STC template came to life. Lord Husband, is this all right? To make me immortal in the eyes of the Omnicia? My wife whispered in a timid voice. It says minor adjustments, love. You have a month to try major adjustments. if you want to test different weapons and loadouts for the Auxilia or Astartes armored forces. Blood Angels like their twin-linked lost cannons for extra piercing power. For example, Salamanders, I began to say, when my wife elbowed me with a lethal strike that made my armor ring. Don't tease me, Lord Husband. I have built thousands of vehicles for Space Marine chapters since you vanished in the maelstrom, but I have my job and plenty of files to sort out. She complained and leaned on me like a cat. The Blade of Retribution Spirit is working on personnel files and all the requisition stuff. Our ancestors built quite amazing machine spirits before their fall. I pointed out with a finger at her main station, where all the files were compiled and sorted already. Felicia jumped and ran to her work desk to make sure nothing was missing or filed in the wrong stack. This is impossible. There were a billion files, and I gave you a wedding ring 50,000 kilometers long, and a few sorted files are impossible? Come back here and watch something nice. I exclaimed and displaced her back in my lap. Then I drew another breath and began constructing another Titan Legion and pair of mountain-sized castigators to act as final guardians of the forge. The sun of retribution flickered as Rhea and Thea manifested into the universe as two Mechanicus Titans, this time without auto-exploding plasma weapons, but a cruiser-sized La Impulsor instead. Basically a spaceship lance weapon, but made to fit a Titan instead. A pair of battleship-grade bottles under the shoulder pauldrons provided energy for weapons and shields, while a copy of Blade's Cogitator provided the control and targeting for a single pilot. Don't you dare dress them in a summer dress. They are not toys. The Blade growled at me just as I was considering it. Fine. No dress. Only a Roman-style skirt made of long leather bands, the leather coming from skinned Tyranids, of course. The armor had muscles too, to keep with the theme. Children of the Omnisia Titan Legion. The big ones are Rhea and Thea. I whispered in my wife's oral aspects. I can read names on a screen. Husband. Now get naked and prepared to be ridden until you faint. My wife demanded as she dropped her red robes and showed me the bionic soft mods she had grafted to herself. They looked very nice and could even provide milk on demand. I grinned a bit too wide as I stored my armor and leaned in my seat. You can try, but I have plenty of expiry. I began to boast when my lance sunk into her vitae womb and she began ridding me like a mechanical bull. I think I fainted last, but I know I lasted quite a while. Note to self, sex droids are hard to sate. My body of flesh is not yet fully upgraded, plots and traps. Next day, I stood with Felicia inside the command bridge of Rhea and added finishing touches like an etheric detector in the Throne Mechanicum, keyed to detect imposters and anyone not a Lancefire blank. A pair of tan wolves shifted inside, despite the new neutron shield being active. Captain Lancefire, my friend has a request. Lash spoke first and nudged Igra forward. Peffy is busy with his women, if you're curious. I answered with a single glance at the visitors. Can you build another of these Titans? Peffy already dreams about his Atlas Titan. Igra asked for a friend. Run diagnostics and fly to Illivar and back when you're ready, Rhea. I ordered and moved back to my ship, while Felicia was sent back to her day job. Fabricate. Rhea is not fully autonomous like the true Castigator template. Let's hope she doesn't get lost. The Blade muttered as Igra entered my ship and sat on his ass in a dignified stance, begging silently now. You said you won't help me with the yoke. I guess you prefer the Silent King riding the dragon. I told the Tan and took my Amasec bottle as a reward for a good job. I do not. It's just that. Hard choices. The old Tan growled and sat with his head on the front paws, much like Canis when he was sad. Too much like Canis. Lash, come out. You started this. I growled back and drank some bittersweet Amasec. The other wolf ghosted inside and sheepishly sat beside his shard friend. I received news from Big Brother. He cannot decrypt the engrams. Right. Damn star gods and their divine intellect. I was still so easy to manipulate. And thus, Igra can duplicate the head and do not copy the encryption at all. Keep the memories intact in the copied head. Very smart of you. I said with a lamenting voice and slumped in my command throne. I told you he will guess the answer. Always does. Lash muttered and covered his eyes in shame. I suppose using my innate power to copy a Necron part isn't much of a help, but it's all I can do. Is it worth an Atlas? Igra wondered with a hopeful voice. Could say yes. Win-win. But I was a rogue trader. We don't know if the head even contains what I need. It may be a trap or just bad poetry. Plus, you only want that atlas because I don't pilot a Titan. You want Peffy to be more than me. Igra grit his metal teeth with the sound of a metal door being torn in two. What else you want from me, rogue trader? See? Now we're talking. I took out the Sunfire templates, the original ones painted with flowers. Eat these and duplicate copies that aren't booby-trapped. Peffy will approve, as he doesn't want his atlas to be blown up by a child-minded monkey. Valane phased beside me and sat on the armrest to observe the rogue trader trading with his Xenos to defuse another Xenos plot. Complicated stuff, but I managed so far. One by one, new duplicates without the flowers were spat at my feet. First two bottles are not trapped. The third, very esoteric stuff. Jokero tech from the last war, Igra said with a bitter voice. Then he ate the next STC wafer, spitting a good copy again. Fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh were not trapped either. But the third was, and Igra couldn't copy a good version. He trapped the Titan-sized bottles. Even one could blow up a hive city, the blade exclaimed as I retrieved the working copies. Yes, Trazen suspected I would send the big Sunfire template to be checked by the Emperor. Too risky to use otherwise. Same with battleships and cruisers, or tanks and knights. But now we cannot use antimatter to power the Titans. Or corvettes, if I had enough production to use it on corvettes. I answered in my mind, it's fine. We can still use 2 or 3 smaller bottles for the same task. Even give them dedicated partitions. As for weapons and shields, Titans were never supposed to be cheap to produce anyway. The blade consoled me with a kind voice. Truthfully, even a knight-sized antimatter source would be enough for a Titan, if it didn't use energy weapons, just kinetic weapons. But volcano cannons drained a lot of energy with each shot. I'm beginning to doubt you'll even be able to copy a good version of that Necron part. Give back the trapped wafer. I asked Igra with a doubtful voice. The Tan spat back the flower wafer, and I stored it carefully inside a vault made of gigatons of blackstone, inside the Tesseract. It wasn't a giant bottle filled with antimatter, but Jokero Tech was known for their digital weapons, miniaturized beyond what was possible. Better take precautions. I can still try. Normal people don't place bombs inside their heads, not even Necrons. Igra proposed with a defeated voice. I kinda suspected Trazen wasn't normal at all, not even for a Necron. Plus, it wouldn't be his actual head he gave me. You can try, but go near a Necron world when you do. If you blow up in a supernova, I don't want it to happen inside the Pharos or near my forges. I allowed in a magnanimous voice and drank more Amasec. Igra hesitated for a moment, then glared at me with his amber eyes and vanished. Lash glanced towards Sotha, then back at me. Captain, he only wants to help. And I said yes, but can't take the risk of blowing up my Forge Machina because he is proud. I answered with a casual tone. There were traces of Jokero explosives on the duality as well. Those little monkeys caused us a lot of trouble in the war, with their sneaky bombs and tricks. Lash added in a sad tone, then curled up to sleep. Actually, I knew about those, since Muggo's call detected the paint job on my singularity when he visited my ship. Made me wonder if my ship was safe or not. Lash, go and erase whatever Jokero paint you find on this ship. Then add the signature to the ether detectors. Better safe than sorry. I sent to my shard friend, who opened one eye and nodded. I was thinking about the same thing right now. Type 8, Jokero interference. Dormant, benign, and critical? At least those. But hidden and inverted adjectives are possible too. Plenty Inquisitors and Deathwatch members use their products, and may all be at risk. I added and opened my null box to retrieve 2 D-G-rings for Lash to scan. Both are benign, but I see your point, Captain. I'll start with the engine. Lash confirmed and sank into the floor, just as Igra returned and spat 2 Trazen heads at my feet. Done and done. No wonder that Zaryalash couldn't break the encryption. There was a trap, but aimed at the user trying to unlock his memories. Ghost wind displacement and a bait for flares. The potentate would have escaped long ago if a simple dimensional shift had freed him from the chains. Igra proclaimed in a proud voice. Lash is searching the ship for more Jokero traps. You are allowed to help, I said in an inviting voice, and collected my prize. Trajan's memories. This will be a fun movie to watch, especially if those memories included me in a good light. I could even write a book after, something like The Divine and the Infinite. I could sell millions of books and become rich. Mars, the god of war. Lord Lancefire from the Lamenter's chapter had gone through a lot of things in his life. He was born and raised in the Lancefire house, and got to play with a giant wolf as a child. Then he went to school and more school, mostly with tech priests and Order Dialogus Sisters of Battle. Then more school and indoctrination training with the chapter's librarians and apothecaries and a few tech marines, until he had enough of learning things for no reason. But when Lore got his armor and joined the fight as an Astartes, only then he realized he didn't know anything. Nothing in the books or even the Codex Astartes matched what the Lamenters were actually doing. How they were winning at impossible odds and often with little losses or none at all, most often. Only when he climbed the ranks and became Father's second in command, things began to clear up. Technology, advanced technology beyond his wildest dreams, was the answer. Sometimes, there were old weapons brought forth in unexpected ways. Other times archaeotech and impossible STCs that nobody had heard of. And lastly, crazy Xenos tech, like the Tesseract Lore had received from the Zone Mortalis campaign. Lore didn't have Father's skill at using the dimensional pocket, even with a training manual. Not even Father's twin called Pefi could match the original. His own twin Ealer, with his own copy Tesseract, was just as unfortunate. Move a crate of ammo or food. Yeah, not so hard. Rescue a track tank, or a squad of battle brothers from a tight spot. Harder to do, and took quite an effort. Move ships and asteroids? Entire armies and Titan legions? Space hulks? Nobody can do that, except it could be done, and Father proved it every day. Although he complained constantly and even sometimes fainted from too much hard work. Valerian II also complained, because the Damocles affair almost failed when the traitor inquisitors fought back and refused to be executed like any faithful followers of the Emperor should have. It came down to bitter street and tunnel fighting, and the 40,000 prospective blank inquisitors got their share of it, hunting down their former future colleagues. The Custode killed a fair share of the Inquisitor warbands by himself, but when he got injured and had to be extracted and injected with healing nanites, Valerian was quite upset. And now, when waiting in line to reach Mars in the presence of the Emperor, the Custode was still upset. Because Lore wasn't as capable as his father. You fucked up, boy. Not the first time, either. At Boros Gate, you lost 100 cruisers to a bunch of degenerate anarchists. At Damocles, you lost 4,000 blanks to a coterie of old men with Underhive gangsters as their armies. Are you sure you want to meet the Emperor of Mankind? Valerian II expressed his anger in quite loud words. Lore clenched his fist. You are an idiot. Who ordered my young blank siblings to go in the tunnels to fight inquisitorial agents and assassins? Who disregarded my warnings of traps and meltabombs? Who fired on the main spire and collapsed it on my family? You did, he yelled in outrage. It was the right choice to make. The Emperor's currency is lives. Valerian countered with an unrepentant voice, and Lore almost struck him with his fist. Almost. Sister Minerva stepped between them and hugged him with her centurion armor. Sacrifice is how we repay our debt, Lore. And the good Custode is certainly grateful to have been rescued and healed, so that he could complete his mission. The Emperor will decide who is right. Space froze and shifted, as their party moved down into the gravity well, and inside a marble room lined with hundreds of Custodes. Lore wisely unclenched his fist and moved his left hand behind his back. Nothing to be remotely threatening to the Emperor. Valerian? Did you return by accident? You're not my Valerian. A booming voice made the Custode beside him fall to the floor, locked in place by the master of mankind's psychic presence. Sire, Valerian II is a copy. My father still has the original with him. Lore spoke and bowed his head towards the Emperor, who strolled forward with Sister Janice on his arm. I see. And the same with this young blank woman beside you. Minerva? The Emperor asked while he measured the three of them with glowing golden eyes. Yes, sire. I am the twin copy of Athena Lancefire, Centurion Auxilia, Lamenter Chapter. But I volunteered to join Adepta Tertia as a sister of battle. And I am not alone. Minerva answered in a measured voice and bowed to the imperial couple in front. I already like her. You boys figure it out, but the blank sisters are mine. Come, Minerva, show me what you brought me. Daddy is such a thoughtful guy. Even sent me a gift. Janice commented in a wry voice and departed with Minerva holding hands, like they were step-sisters after all, with an extra step of monolith duplication, but close enough. Your Adrathic pistol is detained, Valerian II, and you know the way to the dark cells. The Emperor demanded in a cold voice, and a cube flew from the custode's belt into the Emperor's hand, where it vanished. Valerian nodded and walked himself to prison with a single mutter of, "By your will." Satisfied now, son of Lancefire? Do you want to run after my custode and punch him in the mouth? Shove something down his ass, perhaps? The Emperor asked with a teasing voice, and several custodes nearby smiled. Lore thought for a minute. That idiot caused thousands of my siblings to die before they could reach Mars. He is already dead when Father finds out, he answered in a polite voice. The Emperor frowned for a second, then shook his head. Valerian II is dead, that's true. But that's because he is a custode I did not make. You are blank and cannot perceive this, but all custodes share a part of my soul. All except this one. Lore sighed. Father was right again. The second custode did come out wrong from the monolith. Anyway, I was tasked with delivering a few data slates, he began to say when his tesseract crystal dislodged from his left glove and flew into the Emperor's hand. A tense minute followed, as the Emperor closed his eyes and got covered in a blue haze. Pef Lancefire, your father is still a genial moron with giant balls instead of brains. Come, Lord Lancefire. Sanguinius is also here, and will want to hear of the million blank recruits that have just arrived. And the STCs. Lore argued in a lame voice as they got displaced again and arrived on another planet filled with boiling volcanoes and red magma rivers. Nocturne, the homeworld of the salamanders and of Premarch. Oh no, don't hug the little one. You'll break something. Sanguinius yelled at his larger brother, who was already crushing Lore in a bear hug. Space Marines were tough as nails, and Primaris ones more so, but Vulcan was a beast among Primarchs. It's fine. I have medical nanites in my blood. Lore mumbled weakly as his fused ribs cracked. You hear that? He is fine. Vulcan boomed and patted his right shoulder as encouragement, breaking a few more bones. Sorry, Lore. You'll hear the rest when you wake up. I wanted to operate on you anyway, the Emperor spoke in a careless voice as Lore fell asleep. Pandora. My return to Forge Machina and the Speranza wasn't the triumph I had hoped. The big AI was displeased, mostly about the Eldar thing. Even said so, in harsh terms. You had one job, Lancefire. Grow and multiply. Bring more blanks into the universe, so that the warp gets weaker. And what did you do? Start a galactic scale war with a civilization millions of years more advanced. They were already there when I reached Forge Retribution. Corsairs and Drakari, skinning my people alive. I did the right thing. I answered with a firm voice. The metal skull of the Avatar grew larger, towering over me like a giant boulder ready to crush me. Only it was a hologram, so not really dangerous. The right thing? You hang out with 30 tan shards, dressed in wolves' clothes. You do realize those things eat souls? Speranza countered with the voice of a tired old lady. Wait, you are a female AI? I asked, a bit surprised. Most ship AIs were built as female avatars. Helps with morale over the long and cold journeys through space. Some used animals or mythical creatures. The AI disclosed with a disinterested tone that made a lot of sense. Anyway, the Eldar thing should be over. Those who came for plunder are now dead, and I have a gigaton of their ships and artifacts to trade. I'm thinking to go into the Galactic Core again, to trade for more STCs from the Votan, Speranza said in a cold tone. Yes? I answered in a natural tone. You did receive a new tank template. Even work to improve it, I heard. My administrator AI noted in a level voice. This must be going somewhere, but I don't. Wait. The Sword of Truth? I realized a bit too late. Yes. The Sword of Duality and the Sword of Truth. Two powerful AIs, copied bit by bit and electron by electron, but without their original safeguards. Much like your own twin, which is the reason why I didn't duplicate myself. Speranza spoke with a heavy voice that made me sit and think for a long minute. They can access all the STCs now. Everything hidden and locked by their makers in those data vaults. And all I got was an old M3 tank. I muttered upset and took out a wine bottle to wash the bitterness away. Men of iron and demon engines. The monolith doubled your firepower, but also gave you the means to destroy yourself and all the humanity that remains. If you copied me, you would have gotten Pandora instead of Spes. The last demon to fly out of Pandora's box was Hope. The old AI answered in a sad voice, then fell silent. Those inquisitors I sent my custode to kill, they predicted this. Psychic precognition. That's why they began to hunt you and my other AIs. And not only them, the Eldar too. They have farcers. I lamented for the people I've killed, just as I did in the first day of my rogue trader life. And in the same place too, at Retribution. The metal skull grew small and flew into my hand. To be or not to be, Pef Lancefire. You hold the fate of the galaxy in your hand. I never wanted this. I never wanted to unleash. I groaned, as the echoes of my words struck a chord in my soul. I have been a War Master too. It seems I got fired just in time. History was such a bitch. Always repeating, the same cycles, the same mistakes. A bright mind like Speranza saw it all, while the little greedy rogue trader followed only profit. I'm a moron. I proclaimed out loud, my words backed by my warrant as the voice of the Emperor beyond the border. Ready to listen now? My administrator asked in a soft voice. No more STCs? I whispered with a low voice. Stay low, rogue trader. Let that Igra build worlds close to home and grow inward. And don't use that demon lance anymore. Speranza advised me with the wisdom of many millennia behind her. And when the war starts, the big war? I asked with less hope. Stay low. The only victor will be the one who survives. Now go build those hex shields. We will need them, she urged me with a commanding voice. I could reject, refuse, and do my own thing. But the blade had seen the end. There was only chaos at the end of the universe. I drew a big breath and began to work. Speranza was as large as a continent. I could fit a hex shield around the entire ship. And then Sotha and Forge Machina and their moons. My head began to hurt after a week. But my heart grew warm and sustained me. Next month, Pefi came out of his time vacation with 40 million blank kids, stored the Atlas Titan, and flew off to rule as a king in the north. I kept working. Defend the Forge worlds, the Hive worlds, and the few Agri worlds we had. Then move on, built and construct planetary shields and reality wards and iron rings, with the faint hope it will be enough. My few days of rest I spent in bed, growing and multiplying the blanks. Lur never returned from Mars, but I kinda expected that. Starchild had patricles, and now the Omniscia held my son Lore as a trophy. 2 of my girls as well, and a million blank Astartes to replace the failed Primaris clones. Not my problem. I would stay low and keep my head down. Pefi was adventurous enough for both of us, and still lucky. But last time when the fall happened, only 1,000 planets in the galaxy escaped with some advanced technology intact, and those were not lucky. The Forge worlds escaped the warp storms of the Age of Strife because they were built upon tomb worlds. But now those tomb worlds were waking up. There would be nowhere to hide now. Well, one place to hide at least. The eastern fringe, far away from the range of the Astronomicon and the coming storm. The planet that Vulcan had chosen for his project was growing nicely, especially with the new electronics recovered from the Merkwa tank. Skipped 300 years of research and were already testing a new type of noosphere, with small data slates connected in a world web. History always repeats itself. I knew that now, but I doubted we will reach our golden age in time. It has been 30 years now, and my domain has tripled in size and production, but not in footprint. We will stay low and try to win by being the last ones alive. A bit hard with the new Tyranid invasion, but I have dealt with the bugs plenty of times. Ott cannons have become omnipresent on most worlds in my domain, as local industry began to able to produce artillery shells in a few calibers. The PDF had to keeping working with towed artillery, mostly animal traction, but since most worlds were feudal, animals were plentiful anyway. Tyrannid carapace has become the norm for armor for most infantry units, being light and durable, as did the Tyrannid claws for melee. Even some mechanized units or the Goliath trucks used for supply were up-armored with Tyrannid shells and chitin plates, making most battlefields a gruesome mirror of carapace-wearing units shooting and stabbing at each other. The Astartes and the Auxilia had better armor and weapons, but with a volume of space so large they could not be everywhere. Luckily, our forges kept fabricating more and more, and new templates appeared to counter various Tyrannid adaptations. Meltaguns and Flammers gained a new life, cooking the Xenos insects in their shells, while Volkite guns were still rare and expensive to produce. With 100,000 worlds in my domain, making 1 million Volkites guns barely provided 10 such guns per planet. Infantry weapons gained a second barrel, giving the troops somewhat better damage on an individual level, while my twin laser pistol became the norm for sergeants and officers. There was a trick to it, blinding the enemy with a shot to both eyes at once, then slicing them with chains words. It wouldn't have mattered without planetary shields and defense platforms to keep the majority of a Tyrannid invasion at distance, or without the fleet contesting each invasion in space, but we managed. Never lost a single battle. If only I knew how many more bugs will come. They never seem to end. Going home. A gray wolf with amber eyes manifested beside me as I was rebuilding the asteroid forts guarding the orbit of LEF 7445, the Mechanicus name for liminal expansion feudal, 7 continents, 4 oceans, 4 climates, 5th of the same type. Of course, the locals called it Lefter, because Leet speech isn't for everyone. Made me wonder how many Imperial worlds got their names from similar Leet names in the Mechanicus archives. The jungle continent that you wanted to be filled with venom and poison critters got eaten again. You already know that Tyrannids will become immune to any venom in a few birth cycles. Igra growled at me, displeased that his artwork was defaced by termites and worms. The jungle is meant to prepare humanity for such battles, and the catechans love it. Even some Klonskine clades, I said while restoring the fortifications and the void minefield. Let's say I agree with the jungle. Oxygen should be restored naturally, if possible. But a desert and an ice continent too? Maintaining the balance is hard and for nothing. Nobody lives there, the Tan argued with an angry voice. I petted his head and dodged his angry bite without looking. If you don't realize why, then you still have much to learn about world shaping. 4 continents with ideal climate and arable land are enough for 10 billion people, even without going into hive cities. And what do hive cities need? Water. Pefi was much easier to satisfy. One place with a big mountain fortress, and the rest plains and rivers. The Ashen Kingdom is growing twice as fast, Igra muttered and sat down to rest, as the jungle grew back and perhaps even thicker than before. Pefi had 100 worlds now. He could have them all paved with wooden boards, and population would still grow fast. But the idea of a mountain fortress was borrowed from Fenris, and that reminded me of Canis. How many wolves are ready? I asked as the last soldiers in my tesseract received their nanite injection and were sent back home. Still couldn't do much for the crippled ones, except bionics when the tech priests had free time. But most burns and cuts and pierced organs could be regrown now. The amber eyes glanced at me, then back down on the planet below. 67 shards will join you for wolf time. The black wolves will stay with Pefi. That meant both Night Wolf and Kali shards, 13 of them in total. Not great, but I'll take what I get. If you want, keep building more worlds for humanity, mighty Igra. I'm going into the warp soon, and will probably die, I said in a calm voice, and petted the alien wolf again. This time he didn't bite, just sniffed in a sad manner. The wolf drew a big breath, and all the Tyrannid corpses and bioships vanished from the star system, leaving everything pristine once more. There is still an old one that remains in this galaxy, working from shadows. The orcs, the Eldar, and the Jokero are all influenced by his will, what your wife calls the dark pattern. That is your true enemy, blank human from the past. The Tan told me as he transformed into an ash tree and turned into a white ghost tree that waved a branch at me, then vanished. I leaned into my command throne, while the blade turned and sped my ship towards home. My real home, Earth. By the time we left the star system of Lefter, Lash had already returned from his long-range scouting and phased into the engine to make it run faster. or fall faster, if my understanding of science was correct. An old one? Tan are known to lie when it suits them. My AI advisor warned me with her bright mind. But gods didn't lie by telling untruths. The chaos gods used their primordial truth to such effect because they didn't lie. The imperial truth was made by a hopeful human with psyker powers and was still true. There were no real gods in the universe. Only powers, principalities, and authorities, influencing and warping reality to their whims. But in the beginning was the word, enuncia, and a trained dog would respond to certain commands or words. Not that Canis was a simple canine. The emperor wouldn't have bothered to upgrade an animal. He was not the emperor of dogs, but of mankind. You will have time to read and relax in my dimensional pocket, Valerian. The zone mortalis will not suit your soul. I told my bodyguard, who just nodded with a sad face. That would be nice, Lord Lancefire. But I will still train your silent sisters. My duty has not ended, like my twins, the custode answered with a grim voice. So, Valerian II has died? Not in combat, I suppose. I mused with a lamenting voice. This Emperor Nihilus was so merciful, and as gleeful for more dissections and autopsies as any Mugos biologist or more. He already suspected you sent him to die on Mars. Do you think the Emperor would let a custode made by another live? We are his will, manifested as flesh. The second was not manifested by the Emperor's will. Valerian spoke with a grieving voice, like a part of himself had died. I sent my bodyguard custode into the Tesseract before he could blame me for something I didn't do. If the Emperor wanted to chop up his fake custode and see what went wrong with the duplication, that was his prerogative. They were his flesh and soul, just like my family was mine. I already knew that not everything could be duplicated, and Pef himself was exactly what the Emperor was searching for. Someone like me, but made with tan powers, and thus a known quantity. He didn't have CYA powers, but their in-universe equivalent, like the luck of Commissar Kane, the implant tolerance of a Titan's princeps, or the growth of a Primarch. Not bad at all, especially when combined with the blank genes. But Igra knew he failed, as my CYA powers were still different. We looked and felt and acted the same, and our powers seemed identical, but they were not. The more blanks I produced, the stronger my own powers. For we are Lancefires, and we are what they fear. The zone mortalis was still dead empty and silent, with barely a few mining and agri-worlds extracting some value from this place. Risky business, even for a blank, as Necrons or bad shards could always find you and ruin your day. We moved fast past the zone, although I still collected asteroids and valuable equipment if nearby our route. Waste not and all. In 9 more hours we reached Holy Terra, and Valerian returned at my side, with a single extra scar on his ear. Accident or skill? I asked with a nod at his scar. The custode grinned, and placed his oblong helmet back on. I am a very good swordsman, he answered with a dismissive voice, sounding distant from his helmet's vox box. So, probably an accident. My silent sisters were great, but a custode was basically a tiny demigod, especially in melee. Then again, some silent sisters could kill even a great demon. A curious conundrum. Void ship singularity, House Lancefire. You are to dock at Port Stanley and not deviate from the following trajectory. By the Holy Sovereign's will, you will maintain peace and not engage in any helpful actions. Is that clear? A Grey Knight veteran yelled at me from the main screen, with a winding route projected to avoid the main worlds in the Sol system. Roger, Roger. No graviton singularity weapons, no Nova shells, no lance batteries, no pariah powers. I began to list, while the Grey Knight became livid on the other side of the screen. It's fine, Astartes. We will obey the trajectory and dock at Port Stanley. Thank you for saving us a year of waiting in the back. Valerian spoke in a mild voice, to which the Grey Knight only nodded and turned off the video call. They only gave us a path, not a maximum speed. Ever seen a Gloriana-class brake to 0 from full speed ahead? I asked, a bit rhetorical, while Lash giggled in my mind. You always know how to entertain, Captain. We shall park at Port Stanley and leave skid marks as we brake. The Tan agreed to my prank as we began to follow our legal trajectory at 99% light speed. If you wanted to prove you're an idiot, you didn't need to try so hard. Valerian commented in a wry tone, and sat down to clean his weapons, as they were clogged with blank blood from training my silent sisters. Numerous messages bounced back to the sender as we followed our trajectory dutifully, if a bit too fast. If we missed the parking and slammed into Terra at our speed, we would exit the other side as a solar flare, and Terra itself would have a big hole, so big you could walk a billion camels through. It took a few minutes for us, and perhaps hours for those living below light speed, when the singularity dumped its inertia and stopped on a dime, exactly in the docking port. I was home. Tragic fate. "You have brought 3,000,000 blanks, father?" Patroclus asked with a hesitant voice, almost in disbelief. "And enough equipment and gene crucibles to create 1,000,000 blank Primaris Astartes, plus a decent-size auxilia for them, like 4,000,000 armed sentinels and some tanks." I answered in a calm voice. "Fewer Dreadnought suits and more Terminator armors, but Auramite and Blackstone would give them similar protection to the Invictus Dreadnoughts used in the Fringe. Still the same distribution pattern. Then, for 1,000 sentinels per regiment, 1,000 Astartes chapters, and 1,000 auxilia regiments." Patroclus noted as we walked along the halls of the Lancefire Spire, now filled with Ion sentinels and Merkwa tanks. Only enough blanks for officers and sergeants, with the rest of the soldiers' ranks filled with clone skeins. "I almost want to say it is not enough, but you must have worked hard to produce all of this." Patroclus spoke in a lamenting voice, as we reached the section filled with light power armor and personal weapons for officers and NCO. "I'm not sure when I'll be back, if ever. There's an old one still at large, most likely Ka. He is worshipped by the Hrud, and foretold to return and banish the Tan forever. But like all gods, he wouldn't act directly. Manipulating events, creating conflict and sowing discord, that's how he works, weaving a dark pattern that would result in his victory." I answered while my left hand ruffled Canis, who closed his eyes in satisfaction. "And yet, you have a plan. You always do." Patroclus deduced and hugged Purity to his side. I grinned and stopped the exposition and returned to my apartment in the upper spire. The large windows showed me a Terra that had blue skies again, and even some liquid water in the deeper parts of the Pacificus plate. Still an Ecumenopolis planet, with quadrillions of people living on it and under the surface, but probably half of what it had before. No more genestealers and chaos cults, though. Just the regular crime and misery of any human world. Perhaps better standards of living than before, although with even more religious fervor and intolerance. The Star Child used the imperial faith to the maximum, and St. Lorgar Aurelian was now spreading the word legally and to great effect. St. Fulgrim worked as a chief architect, constructing magnificent buildings and palaces that would put anything I built to shame, in beauty and perfection of craft, at least. I could build bigger, but I was not an artist. Thousands of tall spires and cathedral steeples pierced the sky into low orbit, where millions of supply ships brought food and other raw resources to the teeming masses of humanity. Terra had enough aluminum and iron in its crust to last a billion years, but it was not self-sufficient in food and consumables, and probably never will. I will build a pair of planetary shields and a reality ward. Consider it my last gift to the cradle of humanity," I said gently, as the Star Child appeared next to me, his golden glow muted by the concentrated blank aura of millions of blanks settled on the Lancefire spire. "It's all doom and gloom with you, Lancefire. We will win, in the end." "The Xenos," Starchild answered in a convinced voice, as I raised my hand. "I will need 19 Sinister Titans and 3,000 Grey Knights, for Wolf time. New Grey Knights that won't be missed when they die," I demanded in a level voice, and drew a deep breath to begin my work. I was not a genial architect like Fulgrim, but my breath of gods outmatched any Primarch or other demigods. The first hex shield flickered to life around Terra, then a single hexagonal section opened to allow further trade. I passed the STC dataslate to the Star Child and began building another one, deep under my spire, beside the reality ward that consumed megatons of blackstone and other rare elements. By the time I had finished my work, the Star Child had returned to rest on his golden throne, while 6 Grey Knight forts were moved in position to guard the new Lion Gate, high in orbit above Terra. "Your special guests have arrived, Father." A maniple of Ordo Sinister Titans and 3 entire Grey Knights chapters. Patrocles noted as the sacrifices waited at the base of my house spire. My son will hold the control over the second hex shield, just in case something happened. Terra was too important to fall. I turned to find a Grey Knight's prognosticator at the side of my Techmarine son, watching me with curious eyes. How is Ordo Malleus these days, prognosticator? Still led by the same corrupted inquisitors? I asked as I took out a bottle of Amasec to regain my strength. Dealing with demons is always perilous, Lord Lancefire. But with the help of the God Emperor, many of the corrupt were found and purged. The old Grey Knight answered with a cautious voice. You have your pick of blanks from my spire now, Grey Knight. Your at-risk inquisitors will train their blank replacements here, then retire with honor. Better they visit the Golden Throne once in their life, than visit the sun for the first and last time. Sorry to add to your burden, Patrocles. I spoke in a soft tone, then grabbed my wolf and returned to my ship. Direct route to Nocturne, or should we stop by the Forge worlds near our path? The blade asked as two trajectories lit up on my implant. I frowned for a second. Too many delays on the second path. We can stop at Phaeton, then Ryza. One more week will not change things much for me, but might save 2 forges. I ordered with a heavy, bleeding heart. Then I sunk into the Tesseract to speak with my fellow Ordo Sinister Perceptors and upgrade their Psi Titans with better armor, weapons, and shields. The Power Claw was nice as is, but I should add a pair of Melta cannons on the forearm and anti-grav plates to their feet and shoulders. The warp rarely gave you solid ground to stand on. Better make sure the Titans could levitate without much burden on the Alpha Battery Psychers. Same with the Grey Knights. Their Adamantium and Ceramite Aegis suits were quite good already, but Auramite and Blackstone were much better. And a multi-melta gun for each of them would triple their firepower, as would a shoulder-mounted grenade launcher filled with the ash grenades of Martyr Blanks. I've been told you are all new Grey Knights, recently raised and without much worth. Your deaths will not be missed, and other recruits will take your place. What say you, Grey Knights? I shouted on my laud hailer. Death is our duty, the poor fools answered in a sad chorus. Death comes to everyone, so let's not overstate that duty. Your mission is more important. You, brave Grey Knights, will be my fists, punching the warp into submission. This is Drach Lancefire, the weapon of Abaddon, the end of empires. Many of your battle brothers have died against this demon, but look at it now, eager to serve. I proclaimed and held the demon lance in hand, while its red runes lit up in flames. None of the new Grey Knights carried demon blades, as they were too new to their rank. But they must have seen their older battle brothers carry something similar. What is our target, Lord Lancefire? Their brother master asked in a cogent voice. Did you ever hear the tragedy of the old ones? They were a race of psychic beings, so powerful and wise they could use the warp to create life. They had such knowledge of the warp, they became immortal and could grant immortality to others. The old ones created the webway and numerous slave species like the Crocs and the Eldar, the Rashan and the Jokero, such that the only thing they feared was losing their power. And of course they did, when they denied the Necronter salvation from their pitiful, disease-ridden bodies. Thus, the Necronter turned to the Tan, the star gods feeding on stars, as new allies to fight the war in heaven. I began as time slowed down in the Tesseract. We had time to spare now, about 300 years until the singularity reached Forge Phaeton in the outside world. Cake. Glory to the algorithm. The machine god has blessed us with its divine knowledge. The fabricator general of Forge Phaeton chanted in religious ecstasy as their new planetary data core came online, filled with wondrous old and new STCs. I even donated the new Namer IFV template, which was mostly the work of Felicia Tiber, the new fabricator of Forge Retribution. Using a Merkwa tank chassis, the new vehicle outmatched the Chimera in every single aspect, from speed and armor to firepower and troop comfort. The Titanium Namer PDF version less so, with its small twin autocannon turret and triple multilasers on side mounts, much like the old Predators. But what we used for PDF in the Lancefire domain would likely become the norm for the Imperial Guard, although the first production batches will be sent to Cadia and Krieg, who were less likely to rebel and defect. For the Imperium was still plagued by constant rebellions, uprisings, and chaos cults, as well as Genestealer infestations and other Xeno-caused defections. A dozen different templates of Merkwa and Namer STCs covered different weapon systems, each optimized against different enemies, but those would go to the stormtrooper regiments of the Inquisition, Scutarii cohorts, the Sisters of Battle, and the Astartes chapters. My Auxilia model didn't catch on in the Imperium Sanctus, and only the Ultramarines used a similar Auxilia model in the Imperium Nihilus. I swear I tried, but nobody would listen. However, the deployment of tarantula turrets for the defense of important points did catch on, expanding the use of automated force for Astartes and the Castellan for the Imperial Guard. Not quite in the numbers and strength of my steel rain strategy, but any change was welcome. As for drones and other airborne vehicles like the Aquila Light Interceptors, the Imperium was lacking, preferring to give up the air in favor of heavier ground presence. The Aeronautica Imperialis was a part of the Imperial Navy, and thus they had few reasons to adopt laser drones and ground support drones. Only a few Forge Worlds or Iron Hands successors adopted the drones as part of their integral strategy, since spending lives was seen as cheaper and less production-intensive. I saw human lives differently, but perhaps I was wrong. For the cost of 1,000,000 drones, you could equip 20 infantry regiments and gain a similar firepower. Have you decided what kind of sentinels and knights you want to fabricate? I asked the fabricator as his metal tentacles shifted the holoscreen between many templates. You are not going to impose an option for us, Lord Lancefire? The fabricator asked with a surprised tone. Impose? Advice at most, Archmagos. Ion shields and weapons will work wonders against Necrons, while meltaguns and flammers work great against the Tyranids. As for the rest, it depends on who is holding the weapon, things like training, skill, loyalty, and mental resilience. Without blanks and dampened clone skeins, the armies of humanity may always turn, given a sufficiently strong demon or Xenos Psyker, or even a human rogue Psyker. I answered with a nod towards the Grey Knights assembled below the main spire, bestowing their blessed hex wards and Techarsis sigils on the Titans and other automata of the Mechanicus. Ion Sentinels are so wasteful, though. Too fragile to stand in a battle line, unlike tanks or knights. Maybe 100 Sentinels for each Scutarii cohort, and see how it goes by comparing statistical data over the next millennium. Same for the anti-grav cataphrons, especially the retribution pattern covered in adamantium and blackstone battleplate. As for the other matter, the bequest, my tech priests are split on the origin of the mysterious new templates, and I fear a schism may occur the next time our autoforges start printing new vehicles. The fabricator asked with a pleading voice. Blade, you have something on that? I asked inward. The constructor AI had enough of producing the same garbage for 10,000 years. But I think it likes your new models, especially the Merkwa. However, it finds the Namer disappointing, because you moved the engine in the front. It wants a front ramp like on the Land Raiders. The Blade advised me in an amused voice. I fixed the problem with your autoforges, fabricator. Perhaps rotate the production lines every century in the future, so the machine spirit doesn't feel so bored. The ancient spirits were built in an era when new machines were produced to counter each new enemy, and the solar segmentum had thousands of different Xenos species. With the Tyranids and the Necrons, Phaeton felt the urge to provide new versions of your templates again. I said with a mild voice, then finished my cake. Tiramisu, the Mechanicus version. It was good though. Might be too much to ask for the recipe. Can my Forge World provide anything in return? We have taken advantage of your generosity, benefactor. The Fabricator General offered from the goodness of his iron heart. I thought for a minute. A gift of the Lax Larica suits, maybe 1,000,000 of them. And the recipe for the cake. I dared with brazen words. No, you ate the cake, but can't have it too. I will write the writ for the Lax suits though. We will match Grea and Lucius like that. The fabricator growled in a low voice, outraged at my shameless demand. I knew it. Tiramisu was basically archaeotech, likely found in an old cookbook kept in stasis for 40,000 years, and thus 40,000 reasons to refuse my wish. I will get another 1,000,000 the Lax cyborg suits though, so not that bad. I kept my face calm and polite, while inside I was crying from a broken heart. The fabricator printed the digitally signed writ of bequest, then took out an archaeostylus and added a manual signature on the dotted line. I suspect you already had those Larica armor suits, and just needed a legal document to allow their use, right? He asked in a suspicious tone. I could have given you an answer, Fabricator. Do you think the Omnicia has only given me planetary shields and iron rings when he named me his emissary? I gave you a data core with FTL links to the galaxy and a reality ward to keep the Immaterium Geist away. I even gave you a metal moon, so that you can mine metal easily and close by. But you deny me the cake. When your Titan Legion tripled in size and strength, you will never know the answer, Fabricator. Never. I yelled and grabbed the writ to check if it said the right things. It did. Canis sighed at my side, his wise eyes seeing through the pretense, but he kept silent. Your gifts are valuable indeed, rogue trader. But the ancient tiramisu cake is the soul of humanity itself. You have tasted the truth and want more of it, but enlightenment doesn't come so easy. Come back with more holy knowledge, and you may taste the sacred truth again. May the grace of the algorithm light your way, be it in the warp or real space, or any place in between. The Fabricator replied in a profound and serious tone, then splashed me in the face with holy oil that smelled like lubricant fluid. Glory to the algorithm, I said with a serious voice as well, then shifted back to my ship. The Fabricator knew you were recording, certainly. Valerian observed with his keen mind. Suspected, yes. I might have acted a bit too grand. I answered with a shrug and sat back in my command throne, while my nanites kept working on deciphering the secret knowledge in my stomach. Canis sniffed, probably from the extra oil, so I displaced the oily thing away, and on top of the blade's cogitator core. I don't need holy oil. My cover is literally glowing with hex wards already, the blade protested in my mind. Truly, having a small army of Grey Knights was quite useful for warding anything and everything of value on my ship. Considering my next destination in the deep warp, 1,000,000 hex wards may not be enough anyway. But how else would I make Canis a dog god? I needed the old one's weapon, and it surely will be guarded by a lot of Psyker things, as well as wanted by a lot of other Psyker things or people. The Star Child also gave me a number of Psi Titans, with their blank Princeps and Alpha Psyker batteries, to which I would add my Sabacs to make 20 of them. A full Titan maniple that should counter anything the warp could throw at us. It probably won't be enough, but better to have them anyway. I tapped my armrest to recover the Grey Knights, and the Singularity sped off towards Forge Ryza at the border of the Zone Mortalis. I had a Merkwa tank with a massive plasma destroyer gun as the main weapon prepared for Forge Ryza, but using the new Sunfire antimatter bottle instead of the regular photonic fuel cell of the Lehman Executioner tank. Theoretically, the antimatter should provide at least 40,000 plasma shots compared to the 12 shots of the photonic fuel cell, but in practice the gun itself would self-destruct way sooner, as normal for Imperial plasma weapons. But who knows? Maybe one will reach the end of the bottle. There is only war. It must be my stupid luck striking again, but I found Forge Ryza under a massive chaos invasion, with a dozen Xenos species corrupted by chaos providing the bulk of their armies, and only a few thousands Chaos Marines and Chaos Titans. I must have demolished and destroyed quite a lot of the Chaos forces if they had to resort to gathering forces from other species. But now I had not only 4 million the Lax Larica cyborgs I could use legally, but also 20 Psi Titans and 3,000 Grey Knights, and plenty of Xeno Auxilia, mostly Tyranids. I could win much faster and easier by abusing the Tesseract, but this was another test for myself and my troops. The dimensional shift was not always working, and not everything would die if flicked into a sun. Tan or their shards would actually get stronger if they didn't outright block the Tesseract completely. And there were very few suns deep in the warp, and those that did exist worked by different rules anyway. These chaos fools have sown the wind. Now they shall reap the whirlwind. I declared from my bridge, mostly to boost morale. That sounds great, but these chaos fools still outnumber our single ship by 1,000 to 1. I hope you have a plan, Father. My daughter Athena said with a soft voice, which sounded a bit strange coming from a Centurion power armor suit larger than my Terminator plate. Canis glanced back from the main screen and nudged my left hand with a bored face, like saying, "What are you waiting for?" Fine. A few Nova mines to thin the herd won't be so much of a cheat. 5 megablasts lit up the void in the distance, while the Singularity sped up to combat speed and the blade began listing worthy targets for our Singularity Graviton weapon. I chose the single Chaos battleship for our target, then lined up the shot as our trajectory took us below Risa Secundus, the huge shipyward and space fort that guarded the Forge world. Unlike the gravity beams so useful against Tyranids, the Void Claw weapon could also fire pinpoint dots of compressed gravity, and while the Singularity black dots didn't look very grand, they still crumpled ships under their own mass. The enemy battleship fell inward and became a dense sphere of metal barely larger than a dropship, and everything inside was compressed in that same volume. Pretty scary stuff, I admit. And the Speranza had 42 similar guns, perhaps even stronger. That was also the reason Forge Machina didn't suffer much from constant orc invasions, when the tin cans of the orcs became hyperdense metal alloy, very useful for any Forge world. Perhaps choosing the largest target wasn't the best option this time, as a Front battlecruiser changed course to intercept us, and their deadly ether cannons began slicing through our void shields with too much ease. Void shields mostly ineffective. Ion shield ineffective, powering up the neutron shield. The blade spoke rapidly in my mind, while Canis just snorted then howled with his golden jaws. Crunch, that also works. I realized a bit late, since Canis was already a powerhouse, and the mangled Xenos battlecruiser turned slowly to make their escape. They were venting atmosphere already, as the spiritual jaws punctured the Xenos hull and created dozens of gaps. Only sealed void suits and power armor could be used now to board this ship, but luckily all Astartes and the Lax armor were built for void warfare. Not on my watch, you don't. I emptied their engine room and replaced the Xenos engineers with a chapter of Grey Knights, then an escort of the Lax suits and several Tech Marines. Boarding action. Spending over 300 years with the Grey Knights did allow me to link them into the sounding board empathic channel. Try to capture this void ship intact if possible. No need for prisoners. I ordered the troops, then changed my focus on the planet, and began deploying troops and vehicles as needed. For the rest of the Xenos ships, I simply sent a few thousands Tyranids, plated with adamantium over their vulnerable spots and painted in Lamentor Auxilia colors, including the bleeding heart. My own Xenos wolf, Lash, shifted at my side with a similar outlook. Adamantium plates over his chest and neck, and a bleeding heart sigil where a real wolf would have a heart. Canis rose and powered up his collar shield, then begged me with a pitiful wail. Fine, both of you can go. Don't get injured too much. I allowed with a disgruntled tone, although these two wolves alone probably matched an entire Imperial battle fleet and then some. I guess that takes care of securing the orbitals. Athena, you and the girls stay behind the Lamentors. Keep heroics to the minimum. I demanded as I began to spread the Lamentor companies and their Centurion support to secure the western forges where the Stormblade variants of the Baneblade were produced. Tarantula turrets and more the Lax suits dropped to the surface to provide cover fire for the Scutarii and Secutarii of the Mechanicus, so there was only the Endeavor Forge City and their knowledge vaults remaining to defend. Also, where the Chaos Titans and Marines were heading as well, likely to obtain some STCs for the Dark Mechanicum, or just destroy what was left of the ancient knowledge of plasma that Risa was famous for. My Psi-Titans and remaining Grey Knights would be useful there, as well as the entire Risa Legion of the Lax Lyrica cyborgs. Those carried both sigils of their loyalty. My House Lancefire green and blue orb, and the Risa orange and black are with a skull in the center. Orbitals secure, Captain. You may deploy with Sabax if you want. The blade notified me as I was getting antsy in my command throne. I'm heading down in my Titan, Valerian. Keep the bridge safe. I told my bodyguard, and vanished before he could deny me my fun. Sabax, or the destroyer, was rarely used these days, and he needed to stretch his legs a little. So I chose my insertion point just above a Warlord Chaos engine, and dropped on top of it, with my power claw raking the back of the Titan, while the Melta cannons on the forearm filled the gashes with Melta fire. Engine kill, Sabax proclaimed in a triumphant voice, just as I kicked the falled Titan in the head, and it burst into oil and blood. The shoulder-mounted turbo laser batteries evaporated a score of Chaos Marines and a smaller Reaver Titan. Then I stilled the Titan for a millisecond to use the planet's rotation to plow through 100 Chaos Knights and explode them in a red wake. I felt something tingle my extra senses and turned with my left hand's Sinistraminous Psi cannon ready to fire. The fallen Titan I struck first was rising again, this time with green wings and a shitty grin on its belly. The lack of a head didn't kill the damn thing. An unclean one. I kind of forgot these great demons were still around. Pef Lancefire. I've been waiting to suck the marrow from your hollow bones, the demon proclaimed, just as Sabax fired. Silent killer. As soon as I stepped on the surface of Nocturne, I realized I may have made a big mistake. The Emperor Nihilus was not my friend, and his consumption of tan shards had transformed him into a creature much too similar to myself. Ah, Pef Lancefire and his loyal Canis. Come join us, the Emperor commanded with immense force, outmatching the blue mollusk and anything I have encountered so far, even the Starchild. Canis huffed and puffed, covering himself in a golden aura to keep standing. I sighed inward and punched my breastplate. Sire, I have returned as ordered, I proclaimed in a normal voice, then stored my dear wolf with my silent sisters. The Custo General took Valerian away for debriefing, while I remained face to face with the Emperor and Primarch Vulcan. Care to explain what Perturabo is doing in the Pariah Nexus, with a horde of corrupted iron warriors and a dissonance? The Emperor of Man asked in a suspicious tone, as I walked the last meters to their holidable. Shit. So that's what he cared about. I sent Perturabo to find the lock, and then open the passage towards the weapon. It is wolf time and things are heading for an end. I answered in a cautious tone. Did you hear, Vulcan? From the man's own mouth. The Emperor told his Primarch, who nodded sagely. Brave and foolish, but he did manage the same in the hidden library. Once more into the breach, Vulcan spoke in a grave voice and measured me with his red eyes like I was a curious ant trying to eat a cake too big. I suppose Janus will be useful as a new goddess. The Emperor mused to himself, his mighty pressure reducing to barely painful. I left out my breath and resumed breathing normally. Damn gods, I brought Canis back and ruffled his soft fur instead. Pretty sure that prophecy needs a wolf, not a sister of battle. I trust Canis, I said in a softer voice, and Canis glanced between me and the Emperor in a confused manner. Vulcan snorted at my absurd claim, but the Emperor saw the truth. If Leman Russ was here, I would agree more easily. But Canis lost his humanity completely, and show him, Canis. I urged my hybrid wolf friend with a mental transmission. Woo! My wolf howled, and the golden waves of his howl shifted in midair to form words. The last fortress is truth. Vulcan paled and dropped a knee, as the memories of his stasis cell in the Omega Vault resurfaced at full strength. Don't break my son with your theater, Lancefire. That was Ordo Malleus overstepping their mandate, like they always do. And you, Canis. Anubis was the god of afterlife. Are you sure you want that job? The Emperor asked my wolf with a calm voice. The huge wolf frowned, while his front claws sprang out and back with green flashes of tan blades. Worf, he declared a minute later. I will need the old one's engine back after this. The Imperial Webway will finish much sooner once I have it. The Emperor demanded with a glance at my Tesseract glove, and 2,000 Grey Knights popped out of my storage and froze at the sight of their god. Everyone saw the Emperor differently, but Grey Knights possibly saw a golden giant with a flaming sword in hand, like depicted in many paintings in the Imperium. Well then, see you later, Emperor, I said with a careless shrug, and returned to my ship. Only 2,000 Grey Knights was a small tithe to pay. I began to think, when I checked the Tesseract to find half of my Blackstone reserves, and all the Eldar ships and weapons had vanished as well. Harsh. Could have been worse, though. I visited Mars for an hour to construct a planetary hex shield, then sped away for the end of times. Lash rejoined me on the bridge as the singularity was over 100 light-years from Mars, which was quite wise of him. The Emperor of Man was known to snack on tan shards after all, and being in my entourage was no protection from that. I might grumble a little, but I would never oppose the Emperor directly, for I was quite clear where the balance of power placed me. You're still alive, even after your Emperor learned of your plan. And you got robbed again, Lash noted in a casual tone, and an audit of my dimensional inventory, then went to headbutt Canis in a wolf manner. It's a feudal system, Lash. My freedom isn't for free. I educated the simple-minded Xenos, then took out the Ghostwalk mantle and a spare chronoblade. Fit them to Canis and teach him their use. For a god has no need for a spaceship. Indeed, at most a webway tunnel, not waiting a month to reach another star. Lash answered with an amused voice, then vanished with Canis to upgrade him in another dimension. The singularity soon arrived in the Prospero system, the former home system of the Thousand Suns and the current location of Wormwood, with a large host of Iron Warriors under Primarch Perturabo. Here, more Chaos forces under Ahriman were conducting rituals on their new planet of Sorciarius, which had emerged from the warp with numerous psychers and mutants ready to be used as sacrifice. Their kingdom of was a pale reflection of what the Thousand Suns once had, but even so they were fighting Perturabo and his remaining space marines on even ground. Psychers were a powerful force multiplier, while Ahriman himself was stomping about eagerly on two metal legs. All right. Patroclus mangled his other leg when Ahriman attacked Terra. Outer void shield inverted, Captain. And without a warp wake, they shouldn't see us coming. The blade whispered in my mind as our battleship moved closer, invisible and silent. I was a realist, though. Even if invisible, our presence here changed the future, and the more we waited, the more time the Archtraitor would have to prepare his escape. Girls, it's time. Ella, you take the lance now. I told my silent sisters just as I deployed the remaining 1,000 Grey Knights and the Psi Titans on the Wormwood. Canis and Lash appeared as transparent ghosts at my sides, now that the Ghostwalker mantle was embedded into my wolf's power collar. See you on the other side. Rogue traitor, Lash spoke in my mind when Canis blurred forward as an invisible, immaterial assassin. The last thing Ahriman saw was a wolf paw bursting through his chest, one of the claws draining his lifespan away, while the other 10 claws minced his space marine organs, while a golden howl froze the entire ritual in pure fear and terror. Why? I was so close. The chief librarian groaned in despair as the wolf jaws clenched on his head and Ella stabbed him with a red glowing demon lance. The Iron Warriors took advantage of their frozen enemies to unleash bolter and autocannon fire on the remaining cultists, terminating their ritual in blood and gore. That ritual was aimed at the solar system, Captain. There should have been a vigil of silent sisters here too. Never mind. We are here now. The AI muttered as the future she saw began to divert. Ella returned to her quarters with a rictus of pain on her face, and soon her body began to bubble in black sores and twist in unnatural ways, and despite her sisters trying to help, the death curse of Ahriman claimed her life. Canis stood at her side and inhaled the black smoke, then howled in grief. Decima sobbed in silence, her head held by Ordella while their sister transformed into a puddle of black goo. Rest at the Emperor's side, Ella. Now you walk in the valley of the shadow of death, Ordella whispered with a heavy voice, while Canis sighed and sat down, with his eyes closed. I clenched my fist and brought Perturabo in front of me. Primarch, is this the right place? I asked in a cold, deadly voice. Warmos, Lord Lancefire. The lock is a separate subdimension, not in real space, but we should be able to drill from here. The boundary to the warp is weaker. Perturabo answered after adjusting to my presence quite rapidly. I brought some help. The Grey Knights have great expertise with warp stuff, I said with a milder voice, and sent him on the Wormwood to prepare the dissonance engine for drilling. Necron forces inbound. 3 fleets from the Zerkin, Nihilak, and Oriskar dynasties. They might have the Silent King with them. Lash warned me while the Grey Knights began their own psychic rituals on the Wormwood. Of course, the Necrons would show up as well. All we lacked was a few Eldar craftworlds and Tyrannid hive fleets to make for a giant free-for-all. Misery loves company. I leaned and patted Canis on the nose. Look, Canis, if you had one shot, or one opportunity, to seize everything you ever wanted in one moment, would you capture it or just let it slip? I recited the ancient poem, and the wise wolf frowned. ETA 14 minutes. The Oriskar fleet will reach us first. Lash added to the drama. Canis raised a paw and clenched his claws. Whoa, he proclaimed in a determined growl. Good. Time was too short to wait for the Wormwood to drill into the locked dimension, but I had a solution. The 25 satellites of the Shivrix constellation. The ether beams of the Archaeotech weapon fired in a ring around the Wormwood, weakening the structure of space-time. But I drew back and stored the satellites before they could overload and destroy my ship and everyone on board. A bit of help was fine, But the Grey Knights will finish things in time now. Lash, you can escort Canis to the weapon, but don't interfere. This is his quest, his moment of trial and tribulation. Ascension will not be easy, even if covered by prophecy and divine will. I spoke out loud and sent both wolves down on the wormwood as the original key began to sink into the next dimension. My 1,000 Grey Knights were quite a boon, completing the unlocking ritual with haste, while the 30,000 Iron Warriors under the command of Perturabo will come in handy once the Necrons arrived. They only needed new shields, since the Gauss weapons of the Necrons were quite deadly to anyone without extra protection. I drew a line in the air with my gloved finger and 30,000 black stone-lined combat shields appeared from my inventory on Sorciarius, beside the Iron Warriors' pre-march. Necrons incoming in a few minutes, Perturabo. The Emperor is offering you all redemption in battle. I'll secure the void. I warned Perturabo, while his gene sons were already looting the fallen Chaos Sorcerers on the surface. Autistic and passive sensors engaged. We are cloaked with the inverted void shield and covered in the neutron shield hugging our hull. Ion shield on standby. Antimatter bottle at 98.67%. Secondary plasma reactors at full. Geller ramparts online. Void claw on standby. Lance batteries cycling. Torpedoes primed and warming up. Deploying the angel net. The blade whispered in an encouraging voice. I nodded and focused my breath, deploying thousands of metal asteroids in concentric circles, bound with void steel chain. While further out, I relocated 1,000,000 ice and methane comets which I shattered into gas clouds, and then thousands of normal void mines inside those clouds to act as early detectors. 1 minute earlier than expected, something invisible struck a plasma mine inside a gas cloud, and I added one nova mine in front of the explosion, catching a pair of small recon ships mapping the way for the Oriskar fleet. Maybe a little overkill wasting a nova mine so early, but I went for fear right now. Keep the Necrons guessing and made them act slower. They were doomed anyway, poor guys. If their main fleet was here, it meant that Igra and Pefi will have free reign to demolish their homeworlds, starting with Thanatos. A pair of tan shards with glowing green shackles appeared at the edge of the minefield and began scattering the gas and exploding the void mines. Each of the shards would be a focus of a Necron under Scorticurion, the Necron version of a combined arms regiment, or even a division. If the shards reached the Iron Warriors intact, things could get worse. A filter dropped over my noosphere gaze, marking one shard with a red contour and another in yellow. This wasn't Lash, since my Xenos friend was already sinking into the lock with Canis. Most likely Zath was also around, keeping an eye out for me. Zath, if you're here, just say so. I murmured in my mind, but whatever Tan was being helpful didn't respond. Ordella, you're next. Stab the red mark and retreat. I ordered my silent sister waiting in the Tesseract, with her hand hovering close to the demon lance. Just as I spoke, a fleet of 5 tomb ships and hundreds of cruisers and escorts arrived with their inertialess drives to exploit the breach in the minefield. My mind implant sped up to combat speed, but even so things happened much too fast for me to intervene much. Without drawing a breath, I was still only human. Ordella killed her target and vanished in her Tesseract, while a single tomb ship exploded in a blinding flare, and the second tan shard turned blue and then vanished. That would be the Tesseract vault going up in flames, and another shard switching sides. My barrage of nova mines caught the Oriskar fleet in the face, blowing up every escort and crippling the cruisers, just as the blade fired the singularity weapon into another tomb ship. I came out of hypercognition in a millisecond, and the battle was half won already. Only 3 ships left, Captain. By Imperial records, we stand 1 in 10 chances to live against these odds. The AI said in a calm voice. Never tell me the odds, Blade. We have already won. I proclaimed out loud for morale and displaced a single defense laser on a distant asteroid to draw fire. Necron warriors, immortals, and several floating arcs teleported down on Sorciarius to engage the Iron Warriors. But without the Tan support, they wouldn't last very long. I picked Perturabo for a good reason, since his gene sons were all expert at shield wall combat, which worked pretty good even against Necrons if you had good shields. A single Psi-Titan appearing at the back of the Necron Decurions was sufficient to blow up their anti-grav arcs, leaving the Necron infantry devoid of heavy support completely. Meanwhile, drones and fighters emerged from the Singularity's hangars to rush the crippled Necron cruisers, while I waited patiently for the Void Claw to recharge. Antimatter did work wonders in this aspect, and soon another single-point singularity crumpled the third Tomb ship. Doom Scythes and other Necron interceptors emerged from the remaining Tomb ships to engage our own fighters, but too soon. A single Nova mine scorched the Void and the Necron fighters, and possibly damaged the nearest Tomb ship a little. Damn things were crazy durable, and could self-repair very fast as well. But, as long as my ship remained undetected, I only had to wait for the Void Claw to cycle again. Another teleport wave brought thousands more metal skeletons in battle with the Iron Warriors, but it was too little and too late. The blade fired our singularity weapon once more, leaving a single Tomb ship intact, who turned tail and ran away, just as my drones and Aquila fighters arrived to finish off the crippled Necron cruisers. We won. Daddy doesn't need to know the odds. He makes them. Athena yelled and jumped around the bridge, while the officers and a company of lamenters present on deck just shook their heads. Athena was new, and it showed in her naive exuberance at an easy victory, for I always win. Only this time it was merely the opening salvo of a bigger battle, and the Oriskar dynasty was not prepared. This won't last, as news of their defeat will spread to the other Necron nobles, or even their Silent King. Little Canis is dying, Pef Lancefire, and another wolfman has entered the lock. Zath's voice spoke loudly in my head, as if the tan was right behind me. Leman Russ? I asked to make sure. The Emperor would also have contingencies in place, like he always did. Anyway, I found your descendant called Dan, and what remains of the tech priests you sent with him, and a book written in ink, oil, and blood. I'm not touching that. Zath continued in a casual tone, and displaced the explorer party I sent to search for Annuncia, right in front of my command throne. Dan held the leather-bound book under an arm and a smoking Inferno pistol in the other, while Faithful stood straight and indifferent, with a Delax Larica suit covering a mess of cables, veins, and artificial organs, arranged like a human anatomy chart, yet mostly machine. Mugos Gyron was half the man he was before, standing in 1 foot by the grace of gyroscopic stabilizers. The other half of him was vanishing slowly in the telltale orange glow of a disintegration weapon. It seems you three had quite an adventure. Not to mention the missing the lax suits I sent as your escort. I observed in a mild voice, and confiscated the left glove from Gyron before he could turn the Adrathic weapon on me. P.F. My memories have returned. I recall the burning of Kamarak now. Faithful spoke in the familiar voice of Minories, the genial tech priest who worked with me on many STC's heresies, a millennium ago. His memories were erased by anathema-class engrams after he guided an exterminatus warhead into Kamarak, but it seems Annuncia can heal not only wounds but memory loss as well. That's great, Minories, but most of that is still classified. Don't give the Inquisition a reason to burn you alive. I said with a sneaky smile, then turned towards Dan. Well, Astartes? You have a book with a few words for me, right? Dan Lancefire shook himself and holstered his pistol. Yes, primogenitor. About a third of the words we found were too strong and had to be written in blank blood. Mugos Gyron experimented with holy oil as well, but things didn't go so well for him. I looked at my old mentor for a minute. The right thing to do was to eliminate the risk now, and even the Emperor would agree, not to mention a fabricator or an inquisitor. Gyron, did you speak a word? I asked with a soft tone. There wouldn't be a logical reason for a Mugos to use disintegration on himself, unless he felt he was compromised. Unable to let the quest for knowledge alone. Just this once. But Annuncia doesn't work well with machinery, and a tech priest is mostly machine. The half-living tech priest rose a mechadendrite to write, sorry, in the air. My heart broke once more, but I did warn him. My mentor vanished into the Prospero's sun, and my heart bled for him. Another friend sacrificed for a chance at victory. Farewell, Mugos Gyron, and thanks for all the fish. Welcome back, Minories. You have a lot to catch up, since the last time we talked. I told my other old friend, while Dan deposited the leather-bound book in my hands. Necron Fleet inbound, 13 minutes. The tan warning came just as I opened the book. Oh well, I should read fast then. A friend in need. Have you ever read so fast? Like your whole life depended on it? I did that for 12 minutes, without engaging the mind implant to prevent the poor aid from exploding in my head. Then I marked a dozen words, and wrote them in my blood on the last page, and sent the book to Ordella's hands. Just in time, as two large Necron fleets arrived, with a dozen tan shards in front to soak up any damage I could throw at them. Trazyn the Infinite wasn't here, but Orican the Diviner was, having switched sides and deserted his old dynasty to join the entourage of the Silent King. I raised one finger, and the Chronomancer tensed up, raising his staff to defend himself from a future threat. Yeah, this won't go so easy this time. Time to test my other trick. I drew a small breath and touched Trazyn's head inside the Tesseract, while mentally arranging the right words to transfer the tan yoke to me. A blinding light erupted from the dimensional well that led to the weapon, most likely a sign of the ancient weapon activating for one of the wolfmen inside the lock. No time to wait, as the Necron fleet drew closer at high speed, plowing though the minefield like it didn't matter. Without giving an outward sign, 40,000 Nova mines detonated at once among the Necron ships, reducing their number to only 42 Tomb ship battleships, and a few hundred cruisers melted to slag. The escorts had evaporated completely. A red annihilation beam streaked across the void and obliterated the defense laser and the asteroid it was placed on, while thousands of Necron soldiers and constructs, including walker tanks and anti-grav monoliths, teleported on the surface of Sorciarius to engage the Iron Warriors. There were things I rarely saw, like the Seraptech Heavy Construct and Canoptech Doomstalker, as well as the Triarch Stalker and several anti-air vehicles called an Obelisk, led by a Catacomb command barge, with a Necron overlord inside. Another dozen tan shards appeared to protect the remaining Necron ships, and two of them even standing on the hull of the largest battleship. One looked a lot like Zath, in his original flaming form of Neodrazatha, while the other could only be Magladroth, the Void Dragon. The dragon's eyes were still closed, but that didn't mean much for a tan, especially one not broken into shards. Surrender now, and you may keep your ships and your lives, such as they still are. I sent towards the Silent King, but the Necron King refused to answer, instead using my transmission to pinpoint my location and point his staff at the singularity. I fell into the Tesseract with my entire ship and emerged in a different spot, with the Void Claw ready to fire. This time, the blade went for broke and used the big gravity beam, catching a dozen Tomb ships in the firing cone and even a tan shard, who broke into little symbols and flew back to its Tesseract vault. We vanished again, dodging a transdimensional thunderbolt and several annihilation beams, while the Necron fleet was bombarded by an even stronger attack by my own tan allies. Shockwaves, maelstrom, and antimatter meteors fell upon the Necron ships, but only a few ships exploded, as if tan powers had become too weak. The Void Dragon had moved an arm and blocked the rest of the bombardment in a radius around the Silent King's ship. The remaining 30 Tomb ships drew closer to enter the immunity circle, and they broke through the minefield and into the chained asteroids like a tank through a chain fence. Oh well, I tried, but my ship would be useless now. I drew a big breath that made the sun twinkle, and stepped outside as a giant blackstone golem the size of two battleships combined. Gloriana class, not the tiny ones of the Imperial Navy. Jumping lightly, I stepped on the Necron army fighting and massacring the Iron Warriors, then collected Perturabo in my dimensional pocket as well. I am ready, my lord. I will speak on your word. Ordella whispered on the sounding board, and despite not using her voice, the menace of Annuncia was there, in the back of my mind. Even less of your people will live if you surrender now. I will not offer thrice. I sent towards the Silent King, who raised a hand from his dais to halt the Necron fleet. A mere human, even with the breath of gods in his hands, cannot hope to stop me. Where is your confidence coming from, Pef Lancefire? The Silent King answered with his own question. Ask the diviner, Orican. Is there anyone who fought me and lived? I replied with a careless tone, then stepped on the command barge, and whatever Necron overlord was in command of the insect-sized army around my titanic feet. Probably also crushed thousands of innocent warriors and constructs, and maybe a few Iron Warriors that were engaged in melee. That stolen Blackstone and your golem will not even tire the Void Dragon. And your little tamed wolves won't be of use anymore. Wake Magladroth. Squash the vermin that pollutes my nexus. The Silent King ordered in a confident tone. Transfer primary yoke functions to Pef Lancefire. I announced out loud, and the Void Dragon halted with a tachyon arrow in his hand. That had been close, but it worked. The Star God opened an eye to observe his new master, then laughed. Igra is still around then. That lunatic. Makes me wonder why the ancient trusted a mortal instead of. Be so kind and release Zath from the dais, and the blue shards as well. I ordered my dragon while shifting into space to stand at his side, facing the Necron fleet and their captured shards. My other allied tan shards formed into a wolf pack around me, with Zath growing as large as my golem for some reason. Likely to maintain an image. Wolves? You were reduced to animals by this human of yours, Zath? The Void Dragon laughed gently as his powers liberated the captive shards and they drew at the side, perhaps surprised at their own newfound freedom. It's a form of celebration, Void Dragon. The humans call it wolf time. For that divine wolf being born behind you. Zath grumbled in a reluctant voice, just as Lash jumped out from the golden light and shook off burned fur and bits of charred necrodermis. I stayed as long as I could, Captain, but the merger has reached its peak now, and it's not safe anymore. Did you intend to merge that wolf premarch with Canis? Because it was a genial move, I admit. None of us expected this to work. Lash commented in awe at my undeclared genius. I could deny it, but nobody would believe me. Too much luck could be a curse sometimes. So I just shrugged and pointed at the Silent King and his two triarchs awaiting their fate on the dais of Dominion. What do you want to do with this guy? The other Zath in his flaming form appeared before me and stared into my soul. You offered him his life twice before, and he refused. Why not end it? The Silent King stood up and jumped off his dais, and his fellow triacs joined him at the sides. Am I to be judged by you, Pef Lancefire? You're not even a man of gold, like your ancestors. What do you know of biotransference? I brought Perturabo next to me, as the closest thing to a man of gold around. Pre-march, we have a problem to solve. What do we do with the Silent King and the Necrons that follow him? Unlike the Necron King, Perturabo understood too well which side the die was cast. He had been in the same situation when I captured him. After all, the utility of a Necron ally would be great, War Master, if a measure of trust could be obtained. The Premarch spoke in a level voice, as if he wasn't fighting a Necron army just minutes ago. I held my hand out and displaced the staff of the Silent King into my golem's palm. It looked minuscule, but it held so much power. The crux of the problem is biotransference. The robot guy wants to return to his flesh and bones, as do most of his fellow robots with a modicum of sapience left. I can make it happen. The big dragon can do it too. I spoke as an additional argument. The Void Dragon tugged at his yoke, but it was meant to hold a god. We consumed the Necronter souls 60 million years ago, Lord Lancefire. They cannot be returned. The Star God replied in a polite tone. I nodded. All true, but irrelevant. There was a higher truth. There were things in this universe that defied causality, especially the right words. Plead your case, Silent King. You have until the big bad wolf comes out from his ascension. After that, it will be too late. I urged the Necron King, who glanced behind me with his green, soulless eyes. You can use Enuncia. With enough power to tame the Void Dragon, he noted in a wise voice. That was true, but I cheated and simply shifted a minute part of the dragon's yoke towards me, instead of crafting an entire yoke from nothing. My throat and teeth would have exploded if I tried to control a god with a few words. In the beginning was the word. And I've been told I am a superb wordsmith. Right, Lash? I asked a bit rhetorical, growling. It was a joke? Plus, you're not a strong pariah, Captain. Maybe one of your girls, of course. Always with a plan inside another plan. Lash muttered, then realized I did have a silent sister able to speak the right words. If you can reverse the damned biotransference, we will be your allies, Lord Lancefire. Or at least those Necronter that will obey their king. The Silent King proclaimed in a loud voice, and his Lich Guards and Triacs bowed towards me. Good enough, I guess. The golden glow behind me became a furnace, and a new god emerged into the universe. Or maybe he was always here, waiting to be born. For a god is just a dog turned to 11. Rogue traitor. Soon enough, the glow of divine might dwarf the sun of Prospero, and as the wormwood engine emerged from the lock, it had transformed into a new thing. A huge tower bearing the head of a wolf, towering above a platform holding a single being, as large as a Primarch but with a gray wolf head instead of a human one. Choose your timing wisely, Ordella. Canis is not himself right now. I warned my silent sister as the giant dissonance engine moved closer, dwarfing the Silent King's megaship called the Song of Oblivion. I wondered for a second what happened to the Grey Knights I deployed on the Wormwood, then shrugged. At least it was only 1,000 of them, not the other 2,000 that were confiscated by the Omnicia. Most likely they were caught in the merger, adding their souls to the new god. Do not attack him, but also don't let it rampage too much. Void Dragon, I whispered in my mind, and the giant tan dragon mentally raised an eyebrow at my order. War Master, my iron warriors. Perturabo spoke in a wary tone, as the golden light of the divine wolf engulfed the corrupted space marines on Sorciarius and the remaining Necron troops. I am also curious how this new god will perform his divine judgment. The glow is quite similar to the demonifuge. I mused softly, mostly to myself. My troops are dead. Beyond resurrection as well. The Silent King noted in a cautious voice. Nothing is beyond resurrection, King Zarek. Iron within and iron without. I commented as my second sight showed me the Iron Warriors becoming transformed and transmuted into metal cyborgs with locked inside their armor, weapons integrated into their bodies, and their skeleton transmuting into iron as well. He is eating and purifying the souls of those Chaos Marines, letting only pure essence flow farther into the warp. It's like a halfway biotransference. The Void Dragon told me in a surprised voice, but my gaze was locked onto Perturabo, who was at least partially the beneficiary of the purification process. I could feel him grow stronger, as an invisible stream of essence returned to him. Then things changed rapidly, as the divine wolf turned its golden eyes towards me and my escort of Tan and Necrons. A flash of anger and the wolf was among us, already howling and swiping its glowing claws. I raised an eyebrow as the angry god slammed into an invisible force field right in front of my face. Ordella emerged from the Tesseract and spoke a few words towards the glowing god, then stumbled and spat blood and shattered teeth, and fell down into my arms. Enough of these tantrums, Canis. Ordella is hurt because of you. I growled at Divine Wolf, and injected my dear silent sister with a Medicae syringe filled with blue healing nanites, right in her neck. As I half expected, Ordella's vocal cords were now destroyed, and won't be usable anymore, but at least her teeth were growing back. She had become a silent sister in truth, with this impressive sacrifice. Canis lost the aggression and appeared beside me, trying to heal my lover with a glowing spell. I just shook my head. What was taken by Annuncia would not heal. I'm sorry, Black Alpha. I came out confused and angry, and all these Xenos and fallen Astartes only made me angrier. And I have hands. Canis realized a bit too late, staring at his fingers with wonder. Brother? Perturabo asked in a hesitant voice. There is little left of Lehman Russ now, Perturabo. Like Wepwawet from Lycopolis, he opened the way for the Emperor, but now his hunt has ended. He had killed too many demons and other things in the warp to maintain his sanity, not to mention humanity. Canis answered in a kind tone, and stood up to stare the Void Dragon in the face. As for you, Tan from Mars, one strand of fur in the wrong place, and I'll gore your guts and eat them. Anubis has spoken. Then he vanished, with barely a later word left to linger in my mind. Again, on the family channel of the sounding board. Must be busy with divine business, I guess. I stored Sister Ordella with Decima in the Tesseract and turned towards the Silent King. Nothing like a friendly Xenocide to consolidate an alliance. King Zarek, Cryptek Orican should have a map of all the relevant worlds we must attack from the Sotek dynasty. I'll go pack the old one's drilling tool into your Tesseract, the Void Dragon answered to my glance at the glowing dissonance engine. A god did make for a perfect butler, I admit. Inferring my desires from the tiniest clues, even better than the Blade AI could. While Wormwood was only a fragment of planet Caliban, Not the entire thing. It was kinda too large for me to move without straining my breath. Peffy was still ahead of me with his orrery, but I will grow past him one day. The two Zath shards finished merging right on time, and the large wolf nodded at me with a toothy grin. Did someone mention a Xenocide? I folded my blackstone golem and stepped on the dais of dominion to sit in the throne of the Silent King, with his old scepter in hand. Sit on my right, Zath. The Silent King can sit at my left. I expect you have learned all the operating manuals while tied to this dais, right? Zath laughed and transformed into another divine humanoid wolf to sit in the right triarch's throne at my side. The ball's on you, Pef Lancefire. Without that scepter, the dais throne would have atomized you on the spot. How did you know? The Silent King sat in the other throne and tilted his head, curious at my answer. I didn't know, but even if I said so, people will not believe me. A rogue trader never reveals his secrets. Engage. I commanded with a pointed finger. The Necron fleet formed up and flew at a giant speed, at least 1,000 times faster than our regular Macarius inertial drives. Damn Necrons were so advanced. But one day, I would learn their tech as well and make it even better. Still a lot more steps to go, but I was on the right track. All I needed was time. Hands. Lord Lancefire had never envisioned his life taking such a turn, becoming the Emperor's seneschal and being in charge of procurement and logistics for the Imperial Palace, and often for Forge World Mars. In a way, it made sense, since he was not only a blank Primera Space Marine, but also a Lancefire noble and in possession of a precious tesseract. Supplies and various minerals could be unloaded or moved into place much faster with a tesseract. And since his last upgrade by the Emperor, he could empty an entire mass conveyor in a single day. Nothing larger than a Titan, not in a single-dimensional shift, but he could do many such transports one after another. Of course, that meant working closely with the Adeptus Custodes and numerous tech priests of high rank, even the Fabricator General at times. Other times, he helped the Primarchs assemble and resupply their troops, or kept an eye out for infiltrators of many types trying to reach the Emperor of Man. It was somewhat amusing to see his father marked with a "don't bother" exception in the Adeptus Custodes logbook, either a sign of their trust or their lack of capability in stopping the galaxy's boogeyman from strolling into the best-guarded places without even noticing it should be impossible. So when a golden glowing giant passed through the hex shield of Mars and appeared inside the Imperial Palace, Lore just shifted beside him, expecting to meet his father. But this was not Pef Lancefire, or anything like a human. A Primarch most likely, but with a wolf head? "Hello? Are you lost?" he asked in a mild voice, as to not scare the man-wolf away. The wolf head turned towards him, and familiar eyes measured him from head to toe. Little Lore? Ah, makes sense. Patroclus is also serving the other Emperor on Terra. If you wanted to meet the Emperor, there's a waiting line from here to Nocturne, and just as many protocols and security. Lore muttered until he realized where he had seen those eyes. Canis. I was Canis, for a millennium, and Leman Russ as well, for 12 millennia. Now, I am Anubis, the Canis Helix primogenitor. See, I have hands, the wolf giant explained and wiggled his human fingers, like they were a miracle. Lore felt a headache starting to form, since this being wasn't anything like Canis, or a Primarch. More like a naive, overpowered Ogren, dragging a water cistern after him when told to bring some water for the troops on the front. Happened quite often. His dimensional senses noted a pair of custodes arriving with their disintegration weapons, ready to fire on the intruder. "This place is not safe, Anubis. They will kill you," he warned the man-wolf, just as the orange beams struck him, and vanished without effect. "Oh, you meant those tiny guns? They don't seem very useful. Anyway, got anything to eat around here?" the strange person asked Lore with a careless tone. "Don't bother, Custodes. I'll feed this guy until the Emperor has time to meet him." Lore told the Custodes before they got into panic mode and brought out even bigger guns. "We're going to need more than your word, Seneschal," a Custode captain demanded as he emerged from a moving wall. Lore sighed and massaged his temple. "It's a Primarch, shield captain. Back from the cold," he explained in a tired voice, then waved his left glove to set up a big table and food for 10 Astartes, or a single Primarch. Anubis ignored the custodes in favor of food and began eating with strange growls, tearing through bird bones and grox ribs like they were crunchy noodles. Lore sat down and nibbled a little, mostly for keeping the decorum. Guests would feel more welcomed if you ate with them. Dimensional pocket too? The Black Alpha mostly used them for war. Serving food is a better use, though. Anubis noted after grabbing a pitcher of ice water and gulping it. In a few seconds, Canis was always well fed by father. And I imagine patricles also fed you well on Terra. This appetite, is it your other half? Lore asked once the table was empty, and the wolfman searched around for more. Russ subsisted on demon souls mostly. His memories are a blur of constant battles and ripping into demons, with rare interludes of Xenos meet like orcs and spiders, and whatever else fell into the well of souls. Anubis said with a sad voice, while staring at his hands for too long. We tried to find you, in the hidden library. But only Frecky and Jerry were there. Well, and Premarch Vulcan showed up later. Lore recalled with a lamenting voice. The Wolf Brothers. Such a dangerous thing, imbuing myths and legends into a living thing. Russ was not Odin, and the Canis Helix gene is not a poem to recite to young warriors over mead and beer. I guess I will have to deal with my space wolves too. Anubis mused in a thoughtful voice, just as the Emperor and Sister Janice arrived in the room. Canis, Janice yelled and jumped to hug the wolfman, who caught and spun her like a little girl. I am more now than just Canis, little Janice. But we can still play when you're free. Anubis whispered in her ear, then set her down to walk in front of the Emperor. Anubis, I see you tested the soul powers already. How does it feel to be a god? The Emperor asked with a casual tone. The wolfman bowed with a hand on his chest. Golden Alpha, your radiance is like 1,000 suns, and I am but a moth to your flame. Don't call me a god. Yes, yes. Humility suits you more, Anubis. But power is power. You already match the Tan Shards and perhaps Lady Isha of the Eldar Pantheon. And your anathema aura matches my own when I was young. The Emperor spoke with an easy voice and raised his little finger to make Anubis kneel at his feet. Anubis changed, his wolf head transforming into a human one, looking like the familiar paintings on the wall, depicting Leman Russ in his youth, with a mane of wild hair. Keep the human face among humans, little god. We'll call the wolf head a battle transformation, and no one will bat an eye. But people expect to see Leman Russ, and so they will. The Emperor continued while Janice jumped on his arm and smiled. Still, it's Canis. My father created another miracle, Janice exclaimed, while Anubis rose with a confused face and measured his new face with his human hands. This is not the miracle, sweet Janice. Pef Lancefire somehow tamed the Tanvoy dragon and has allied with the Silent King. Now they are roaming the galaxy and exterminating rebel Necron worlds and any other Xenos in their path. The Emperor spoke with a strange voice, sounding almost like envy. Lore just nodded and stored the table and leftovers in his tesseract. Father was father, and he probably didn't even realize what he did was impossible. Come with me, Anubis. We need to get you some armor and weapons, so you look like a real Premarch. Lore told the new god, who nodded and patted his head. I don't have fur on my face. This feels weird. The man complained and walked beside Lore towards the nearest armory. You'll get used to it. At least you have hands now. Lore told the wolfman in a helpful tone. Right. I always wanted hands. They're so useful. Anubis agreed in a cheerful voice. Weapons. Lore watched the returned Premarch select and then transmute armor bits and weapons from the armory into an integrated Terminator power suit, with an Auramite wolf head with angel wings on his chest. His belt held a Rosarius shield as a belt buckle, while his power fists could extend into 4 long phase claws, and his wolf head helmet folded around his face. There. Do I look like a proper Premarch now? Anubis asked with a childlike voice. Lore had seen his father construct titans in the same manner, making the metal flow and meld with ease. Canis had learned from the best, and it showed. His power armor was orders of magnitude better than the Custodes wore, and the way it moved was like a second skin, barely making any sound unlike the clunky servo motors of an Astartes suit. Lore tapped his chest. Maybe try your magic on my suit as well? I won't know how it feels unless I wore the same. he proposed with a large grin. Anubis smiled with a sad smile and waved a hand towards Lore. Your father already gave you the best power suit known to man, little Lore. I can smooth a few lines and make the links and conduits mastercrafted, but the rest is not possible with such a weak power source. Patroclus has a potentia coil, but you do not. Lore tried a few moves, and indeed, his Terminator plate moved and felt much better and responsive now. So you just wave those hands around, that's it? He asked with a curious but joking tone. Anubis sighed, and his eyes turned grave. Some of this is instinctive, set patterns incorporated in the old one's device that reforged me. Morphic fields and molecular alignments. Other stuff are genetic memories in the Canis helix genes, battle and hunter tactics, equipment repair, and invasion protocols. And then there is the grand strategy, fleet deployment, and lots of knowledge of our enemies. I am a weapon. That could be useful too. For in this grim and dark galaxy, there is only war. Lore noted with a careless shrug. Huh. Such casual optimism. I'll go speak with Vulcan now. Anubis exclaimed in a cheerful tone, and became a white ghost that blurred away towards Nocturne. Lore rubbed his ribs with a grimace, then stepped through the tesseract and followed. But his arrival at the meeting of the two brothers showed a different scene. Ow wow. Don't break my spine, you wolf monster. What the hell did you eat to grow so strong? Premarch Vulcan complained as Anubis hugged him and proved much stronger. I ate demons and souls. And plenty of Xenos too. Anubis answered with a careless voice, then waved his hand to repair and heal the salamanders, Primarch, and his armor. That would do it, I guess. Hey Lore, I expect he already met the Emperor? Vulcan grumbled and rubbed his healed ribs in phantom pain. Lore nodded and sat down, observing the forge of Vulcan and its many wonders. A dozen tech priests of Mars and even more tech marines were also standing at the side, learning from a real mastercrafter as hundreds of projects lay on tables and walls in various states of assembly, and among them, thousands of blank immigrants brought by Lore himself, now living among the people of Hesiod City or being prepared as neophytes for the salamanders and their successors. Gene seed was no longer a concern after the return of their premarch, but many young blanks under the age of 18 were still living with a wife or three and trying to obtain more blanks. A Catacan regiment served as auxilia for the salamanders, and as gene stock for the blank girls training to become sisters of battle or even silent sisters. Did your father find Leman Russ as well? A salamander's tech marine asked in a soft whisper. Lore just nodded slowly. There wasn't much left of Leman Russ in the new Anubis, and Canis seemed to be the main personality that survived their merge, but in the end it didn't matter that much. Another Primarch had returned to the Imperium, and if he was stronger than before, well, Primarchs were bullshit anyway. There are two of your blank stepbrothers that should make it, to become Tech Marines as well. Thurion and Falkson. But the rest? The Tech Marine continued with a low voice. Lore took note and marked the two aspirants in his data log, then pointed at Anubis with his chin. Our guest will want a share of blanks for his chapter. Not everyone is meant to build master-crafted weapons, Gene Tai. True enough, Lore. I just finished building my Volkite culverine. Want to go test it in the wild? I know a place in the Iridian Plain with a nest of scorpiads. The salamander offered while three of his mecha arms hefted a large Volkite gun on his back. Lore smiled, and they vanished from the forge to go hunting a massive monster or two. Scorpiads were sometimes caught and used for gladiator arenas, but in general they were a pest preying on Sauric cattle herds and were quite a danger for normal people. And he also wanted to test his armor's new abilities in combat. You said it was a few scorpiads, like 5 at most. He yelled a minute later, as a horde of hundreds of house-sized monsters emerged from the underground nest. The Volkite culverine fired again, blowing a chunk of chitin from the first scorpiad, while the rest of its pack flowed around them to encircle their prey. I said it was a nest. Omnicia give me strength. We'll need a company of battle brothers to scorch this horde. The Tech Marine yelled and fired a long beam at the nearest monster. Lore laughed, and phase blades sprang from his forearms. They're mere animals, not even Tyranids. Live a little, cousin, he shouted and ran towards the front. For we are what they fear. Before he could make contact with the first scorpiad, a golden glow blinded everything, and Lore stopped. Anubis had appeared just now and was examining a dead Scorpiad while the rest of the horde was evaporating like mist. I thought they were a new strain of Tyranids. Did I mess up your hunt? Anubis asked after ripping a leg from the giant insect and eating it in a few bites. Scorpiads are toxic and poisonous, Primarch. And thank you for saving us, the tech marine answered in a meek voice, while Lore retracted his blades and pouted. There wasn't any danger with me here. You realize I protect the Emperor, right? Anubis hesitated for a second. Sorry, my instincts kicked in. I'll go visit Fenris. Maybe there are still some krakens to hunt? He said in a despondent voice and turned around. Wait, Primarch. You did good this time, but you have to let people train and fight by themselves, too. What would Pef Lancefire do? Obliterate entire hive fleets by himself? Lore asked rhetorically. His father also sometimes forgot and murdered everything before letting anyone else contribute, but he got better with practice. You're right, little Lore. I'll think first, next time, Anubis said in a chastised voice, then vanished like a ghost. The salamander stared after the ghost for a minute, then turned. Did you just? You never heard that. Now, what shall we hunt today? Sareworms or Gorlodons? He proposed with an easy voice. We need heavy tanks to kill sareworms, especially if we find a whole pack. Gorlodons should be possible, though. Lone ones at least. The tech marine muttered while holding the cog sign with a free hand. Gorlodons it is. Just stay away from their heads. Lore decided with a smile. Crazy lamenter, sareworms. Without a platoon of Asterius tanks. The tech marine grumbled as they traversed the Tesseract to find a lone bone-plated dragon with 3 giant horns. Live a little. Shoot the front legs. Lore yelled and rushed forwards as his phase blades powered up. I hate you. Don't rush ahead like a damn neophyte. The voice of the tech marine followed as Volkite beams struck the dragon, for not much damage. Armor was still the bane of Volkite weapons, even as large as a culverine. Duty and reward. Fighting beside Necrons and against other Necrons. This is what my life is now, but I admit, the Silent King is a very capable Xenos. I think I learned more about war and strategy at his side than in my entire 2 lives combined. The Astartes tactical doctrine and the Imperial Guard's manual were quite flawed anyway, and my attempts to rectify that with my own art of war made my auxilia forces much better, but it just didn't compare. In a way, it made sense. This guy had won the war in heaven, and then broke and enslaved his own gods. As for our enemies, we didn't fight just the Soteng dynasty and their Stormlord, but also client dynasties like Arinmarok dynasty and Sekimter dynasty, while a third faction called the Karnak dynasty arose as well, seeking to destroy all Necrons and free them from the curse of biotransference. It would have made for a bloodless war, seeing as Necrons didn't have blood, except many Necron lords enslaved and dominated many other worlds in an attempt to gather resources for war, including human worlds. And thus, billions of people died as well, either because they didn't surrender, or they surrendered to the wrong side. Could have been worse, I guess. My presence aboard the Song of Oblivion, as well as my silent sisters, made some battles cease as soon as I stepped in, while my Void Dragon waved a hand to restore the human worlds to their original, undamaged form. I could do the same thing now, with my breath, but why work harder when I had a tame dragon to do it for me? Such was the case at Sanctuary 1, a planet under the Sisters of Battle and a fortress covenant led by Canoness Sepharina that were fighting the Necrons in the underground tomb when we arrived. This was not the first war fought over Sanctuary 101, and for good reason. The Emperor guided the Sisters here to destroy of Shard of Ayashudra, while various Necron dynasties fought to control the vile thing. The endless swarm is a plague of the mind, hiding behind the eyes of everyone it touches and controlling their actions. I hate it the most. The Silent King growled and ground his metal teeth. The Sisters of Battle don't seem infected. Or perhaps the Emperor's blessing protects them. I mused in a thoughtful voice and glanced at Zath, who sat at my right. You may call it a blessing, but it is the same thing in a way. They are infected with faith, and that keeps other infections at bay. The Tan Transcendent offered with a careless voice. I blinked in surprise as the armored canoness fighting a Necron Nemzer on the planet dodged a tachyon arrow by miracle. while the Neemser also dodged her power sword which carved into his throne and sliced some important energy conduits. Go, dragon. You deal with the Overlord on that obsidian moon, while I stretch my legs a little. I ordered the star god while I simply moved, and intercepted the Neemser before he could crush the sister's hand and bolt pistol in his fire gauntlet. Mind if I step in, Sister Sepharina? Pef Lancefire, at your service. I offered in a polite voice, and shot my left gauntlet in the face of the Necron. The orange beam of the Adrathic weapon erased his fire gauntlet from existence, but the guy just discarded the struck arm and flipped into cover behind his throne. You. Lamenter's chapter? The Emperor sent his angels to help in our hour of need. The Sister of Battle spoke with a fervent voice, just as the Nemesser Kagis fired another tachyon arrow at me. A gray wolf intercepted the arrow in mid-flight and ate it, then landed beside me. I wasn't in any danger with the yoke around the Void Dragon, compelling him to secure my safety, but I guess Zath was kinda bored sitting on that metal throne. Suddenly, the Necron looked up towards the sky and the obsidian moon and yelled, "Astartes, what have you done? It can talk?" Sepharina asked with a confused voice, since most Necrons didn't talk, after all. Zath flashed and ripped the Neemser's head off, and brought it to me like a proper hunting dog. My dear sister, everything can talk in this universe. Now, do they have anything interesting to say? I asked rhetorically while holding the Necron's head in hand. The Sister of Battle simply raised her bolt gun and fired a shot into the head, making the green glow end. Xenos purged. I guess I didn't want to hear this thing speak anyway. Fair enough. The Sotek Necrons simply want all organic life to end, so there's not much point talking to them. Hold on. I urged the sister as I grabbed her with one arm and jumped away from the Necron monolith, while Zath's eye beams erased the thing in a red glow. Did you bring your chapter, Lord Lancefire? There are plenty of Necrons? The canoness asked in a wary voice, as her sisters were being overwhelmed by numerous Necrons and constructs besieging the fortress. End them, I commanded mentally. Huh. I laughed, as the Necron skeletons fell to the ground like puppets without strings. Conservation of Lancefire, sister. Why send more, when a single Lancefire is enough? I quipped in an amused voice, since the battle had ended just now. It seems the exaggerated rumors I heard about you were not true, my lord. You are far stronger than we knew. The canoness whispered as she glanced around at the field of metal skeletons. I guess some rumors are true anyway. How about we celebrate our great victory and hold a party? I brought drinks. I proposed with a bottle of Amasec dangling in my free hand. Emperor preserve us. You really are a lecherous scum, the sister grumbled in a reluctant voice. I nodded and smiled. Let's bring your sisters, and let's get this party started. I keep the blank boys. You keep the girls. I think my daughter Janice left instructions, just in case I show up. The canoness sighed and slapped away the hand I was sneaking towards her ass. We will do our duty, but don't be so gleeful about it. Most of us have never tasted a man in their life. Excel time, dragon. We need to depart in 40 minutes to catch the next Sotek fleet at anchor. I told the Void Dragon, who gathered and healed the surviving sisters on the planet inside my tesseract. Only 40,000 of the sisters were still alive, but with fertility treatments and a vigorous dose of gene spread, I could triple their numbers and gain 80,000 more blank boys for my next project. I poured a glass of Amasec to the canoness and sipped some myself. Bittersweet, but then all victories are the same. I was halfway in the middle of this campaign, so I deserved a small break from war to taste more pure sisters. And then, back to war and killing. These captured Necron warriors will make for a good cannon fodder later, when I turn my attention on the orcs, to clear the way for another expansion of my domain in the fringe. My Omega nanites on my tongue produced a tiny dose of hyperfertilizer for the good sister, which I gently inserted in her mouth via a sweet kiss. You don't taste so bad, Pef Lancefire. Now lay down and let me taste more. How long can we spend in bed? Sister Sepharina asked as she pushed me on my back. The Void Dragon was as limited as I was with time shifts, and a sun had plenty of mass and energy to fuel the time excel. I wouldn't worry about time. We could spend 1,000 years here and come out a minute later in real space. The Sister of Battle's eyes glinted with something as she traced her fingers over my chest and abdomen. Well then, Angel of the Emperor, I guess I can enjoy my holy reward for a bit more. I hope those rumors are true. She spoke in a sweeter voice and leaned down to kiss my belly. The lance sprang up for duty, and I smiled. It tastes even better than those rumors.